he gone, like in and out, like a absolute ninja there.
He gone. He drops off the coffee.
He's like,
and that's it, man.
He knows Rivian bounced. Oh, it's only at 11. I mean, it did bounce yesterday. Maybe not as impressive as I thought it had done in my head for Rivian Randy there, but yeah, bounced off that $10 level. You got to look at. I think you got to look at some other EV names today. Obviously, Tesla's going to be in play. Oh, and don't forget China. If you're looking at for weakness,
China.
The Chinese names don't look very good. Still on. I don't know how many of them are going to be SSR. I just know Alibaba is for sure, and it's still got that $100 level and the 200 period. So looking for maybe a one-shot reversion. Well, I guess two shots. If 100 breaks, I would probably look at that 96 level as well. But even that is clawing its way back up. Might even go green. But they were the only things that closed around the lows yesterday was volatility and Chinese ADRs, more or less.
Bonjour, Stevenson. Comment ça va?
Boom.
All right, back over the desk.
To 4.23 here currently. What a move that's had in the past couple of days. I was noticing the dollar backing off a little bit, the VIX backing off a little bit here this morning as well after just a crazy morning, gaps up above 60 and then just kind of faded throughout the day yesterday for the VIX, as Neil was saying, halted at one point. This is Micron. I was just reading a note. Micron up here, they're basically saying they're going to implement a tariff-related surcharge on some products for MU. Again, a tariff-related surcharge for Micron coming through. One of the first to come right out and just say that.
Yep.
Not a ton of volume here, but back to 71.50 here.
Yeah, well, they're most of their facilities, Brendo, are based in Asia, mostly in China, Taiwan, Japan, Malaysia, and Singapore. All of those jurisdictions subject to heavier tariffs, including Vietnam, which had kind of skirted that. But apparently, according to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who's on, I believe, Squawk Box this morning, over 70 countries have reached out that are willing to kind of do negotiations. So we'll have to wait and see whether these high tariffs on a lot of these Asian countries remain, Brenda.
Yeah, I mean, Israel saying that yesterday, Netanyahu at the White House talking about going to zero, essentially, on the trade deficit for Israel. So it's starting to fall into place here for Mr. Trump. 45.50 here for IBIT. A lot of people are talking about Bitcoin holding up better than most. I mean, it's kind of just chopping around here, guys. But Micron, interesting here. Positive so far today.
The wild thing is, story or not, catalyst or not, all of these, I don't want to say all of, but almost all of these chip names, I think the charts just look eerily similar. Like if you pull up Micron, and this is what I think we're going to have to, you're just sort of dealing with this today. Like you look at Micron, there's your spike, you're pretty much right back into the prior high. Like, and these are not even, these don't do the same thing. Nvidia in a 15-minute looks eerily similar. Why do I like Nvidia better? Because it's through Friday's levels and trying to break out Friday's close. But you could pull up Advanced Money Destroyer, AMD, and you're going to get a similar look, although a little bit weaker. So I think you have to pick and choose based on which one looks the strongest. Oddly enough, I would venture if I was going to look at one that isn't Nvidia, it wouldn't be Micron. It would be Marvell with that divestiture they're doing. And I think it has more to do with just what could move more. And not to harp on play the game here. Like what could move more? Like Micron just recently lost a massive support level. I think if on any bounce, it probably slows up getting into those 80s. Whereas Marvell just, like it's just a hefty move down. Like Marvell lost, what is it, like 60-something% from the high, which is, I mean, it's just impressive of a move. So when you get like a day two bounce play, I think you're looking at the stocks that might give you a little bit more juice for the squeeze. And I think that would be Marvell. Like at the dips on like 50, we'll see if it, I don't know, I wouldn't take a breakout on this stock. It's not necessarily going to be a huge fan of it, especially when it has to travel $1.50. But yeah, I'd be a little more leaning into this one. As opposed to MU, which I think is going to run into resistance faster.
Yeah, it's nice to see Micron down at those levels. I mean, I get it. If you're going to try to pick something up, there's going to be a point where, you know, you're going to have to make a decision, or you buy the SOXL, or you buy SMH, or, you know, you go SOXS, you know, whichever direction you're looking at. But Yeah, I mean, from all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom. I mean, we talked about advanced money destroyer. We coined that like 6 months ago or so, and it's just destroyed a lot of money since then. And Micron, kind of the same thing here, although it was pretty consistent before all this tariff news. So I do think that the right range for Micron is, up here. It should be at 85 or $90. Like, if you sort of say, all right, maybe these tariffs aren't as bad as we think, and there is some sort of a push and pull, it was definitely just pushing and pulling itself between 115 and 85, back and forth. News, earnings, back and forth, back and forth. So at the end of the day, $85 right there, I think, is where its home should be. I know that's really low because it would be the bottom end of the range. But if Micron can get going, I mean, that would make sense to me. So again, I just don't, single stock risk right now is pretty high. So that's why I say, like, if you do like it, like Nvidia yesterday, we had long at 88. And it popped to 102. It's back to 98 today. Like, imagine some of those prices that we had yesterday. I'm not sure those are the bottom. So it's like, if you're going to sit in there and start buying today, you have to be, ready and willing, because nothing's changed, right? Globally, macro, like nothing's changed.
Unless you're Broadcom or...
Yeah, but even then, I mean, they're sprinkling more money on. I mean, all these companies have buybacks of some sort attached to them, right? I think today there's a lot of froth based on yesterday's movement back up. I mean, the NASDAQ moved 9.5% yesterday.
Which was...
So, I mean, we're only one day removed from that. I'm hoping for green shoots. So let's hope for better. I'm long only. So yeah, it's been rough, but looking better today. So, all right, let's get over the Seeking will be on in just a couple seconds. We're going to get over with our guest.
Bill Ackman, among others, are echoing others, essentially calling for the possibility of up to a 90-day pause when it comes to my mic is falling off, Mitch Hoke, when it comes to tariffs.
Yeah, they got you on those tariffs. Did those come from China also?
Probably. I mean, doesn't most at this point come from China? But yeah, I mean, interesting. Bill Ackman coming out saying 30, 60, or 90-day pause would be ideal before implementing. I mean, it's tomorrow that all of these come into effect. So
yeah,
you buy everything before tomorrow? Is that the plan?
Negotiations could run into June, right? If they're running into June, I mean, this is going to take a long time to play out. So the first thing I would say is be careful for sideways action, right? I think that's one of the things that I would be worried about. I think the boys are seeing that also on the trade desk, that we've gone pretty far from yesterday's action. If you miss that rally, it doesn't mean that we're going another, 10% higher, right? It could just be some sideways action here. Maybe a bear flag starts to build here. Maybe we get kind of a ascending triangle look. And so I would be looking for a little bit of some chop today between the bulls and the bears, because essentially the bulls are going to think they got the bottom, and the bears are still digging in here, thinking that in the intermediate and long term, it's still pointing to the downside. So welcome to the world of tape bomb environments, because that's exactly what we're in. And what I mean by tape bombs, well, you need to be watching your Benzinga Pros, all your news flow action, because at any moment we can get another tape bomb that can drive the market up or down. And that's the real hard part. It's not just one direction. That's where the uncertainty is, and you have to have your shopping list ready for each country. Like we got news from Vietnam last week, right? If you had your stocks ready, you can make money in those opportunities, like Nike, Deckers, VF Corporation, and some furniture action moved really quickly, whether it was Wayfair or Restoration Hardware, right? So today on, of course, Trade the Pool's Twitter, we're putting out a nice shopping list for every country that is going to be put out for the tariffs. Right now, we put out 10, and I'm going to keep putting these out because I think it's very important to have your shopping list ready and looking for trades out here. Themes right now, I'm talking about the I can't live without trade, right? So you got to be looking at those staples, Walmart, grocery stores like Albertsons, Kroger's, and we'll look to see if a name like Costco can bounce back. Those are the ones that I need to see sustained strength here. Those are the ones that I think could get a rally that could continue into this move.
I mentioned when we came on here this morning, the decline that we've seen on the back of this catalyst, comparable now going back to COVID, the move down around that 20+% mark overall. The market cap that's come off the market around the same. as far as those declines are concerned. If you rewind the clock, go back to 2020, a lot of people were talking about, saying, oh, it's not going to be the same stocks that lead the market back. It was, the Apples, the Microsofts, the tech stocks, Google of the world, that everyone was talking about back then, saying it's not going to be those this time that lead the market back. Ho-hum turns out it's going to be. I mean, you mentioned a few interesting areas of the market there as far as what could possibly lead here on a relative strength basis. Give me your thoughts on where to focus your attention the next coming days and weeks here.
Yeah, so tech needs to play some things out, right? I think we're going to see multiple companies kind of doing a little back and forth. Some mentioning that they're going to raise because of the cost pressures, some trying to offset some of this tariff concern, right? And I think that in tech, it's going to be a very, very close stock pickers environment where if you don't pick the right stock, you might see some trouble and some turbulence in tech. That's why I'm looking elsewhere for returns. And I think a lot of traders are doing the same. They're looking at different areas, whether it be maybe value healthcare, whether it may be looking to see if the utilities take a move. But what did we see last week? And the reason why we had such an epic sell-off is that the financials gave up, the industrials gave up, and even consumer staples couldn't hold on, right? And we've seen the disaster that has happened in energy here, and that was a place that big money was trying to hide for a bigger move on monthlies. And so in this case, it's going to be a tough environment. You got to be looking for stock picking environment, looking in the ditches to what is strong, because it's not going to be a lot of names. It's going to be a few, especially watching moving averages. What can actually start trading above the 50-day moving average, right? 200s there's so many stocks below the 200, but I'm looking to see what can actually get back above that 50 and actually start holding a trend. I'm looking for staples. I'm looking for dividend players because that's where I think money needs to rotate for the short term until something plays out here.
A few interesting areas of the market to touch on here. Goldman Sachs, I was just reading, upgrading Eli Lilly to buy from neutral today. And then there's all of the healthcare angle today, UNH up massively today.
Yeah.
I mean, news specific as far as this group is concerned, but just highlighting the simple fact that, it might not be the same old here that we see, significant moves in going up in the next coming days.
Yeah, you got to look at healthcare. I think one of the concerns in healthcare was, were there going to be like a pharma tariff? And that did not come. So that's actually leaving the door open for a little bit of a rally there, right? A name that I've been seeing kind of take a little bit of a pullback. Johnson & Johnson is definitely one that did take a little bit of a pullback, of course, with the talc situation. But I've seen this stock rebound from this situation plenty of times. Eli Lilly and the leaders in healthcare, continue to watch those because money is always looking to go somewhere. Right? And for a little part here, when everything gets destroyed, it starts to move a little bit to cash, but they're looking to put that cash right back into play. So I think in healthcare, those types of names, you can definitely be looking to see some bigger returns come in. Anybody
looking for more information on Trade the Pool, where are you sending them?
Of course, check us out, guys. Trade the Pool right now. We're even doing a little bit of a competition, trying to give some extra opportunities. Even if you were opening an eval yesterday, you could have got a nice free $25,000 if you go and clear in 3 days. I actually took one of the small ones, and I am less than $100 away just yesterday opening it up. I think that in this time right now, you got to be able to trade a little bit smaller and looking for those bigger moves. So one of the things that I say is Trade the Pool's here to give you guys the opportunity to trade often. So those guys out there that are trading with cash or trying to trade on the PDT rule and only having 2 trades, well, in this environment, that's going to be a very tough move there. You got to stay small. You got to trade often. You got to be able to short and not be concerned about certain things like borrowing fees. So check us out, of course, on Trade the Pool. And look at those small names. They've been moving. I felt like the trade kind of shifted there. There was so much uncertainty in the bigger names that some of the eyes started to go for these smaller names. Stocks like JNVR, BJDX up over 100%. Today we got NAOV up over 100%. And I nailed that BJDX on our stream live. Like always, it's very important to be fully transparent, but you got to be watching these smaller names also. Micro caps getting the lift because the uncertainty was in the bigger names, so they just shifted down. When you're seeing multiple 100% runners, the penny stocks might be the go.
Lots of volatility, lots of opportunity comes along with that. Mitch Hoke, best of luck today.
Yeah, be careful for tech. And one of the things that can be a telling sign that it's just a little bit of a momentum move is solar getting the rally. If you see solar as the leading industry in tech, that's usually always a sign of concern to me that it's a momentum push, and that momentum could easily be taken out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mitch.
Appreciate it, Mick. I see you got the hat going in there. I like
the pool hat.
I like that healthcare talk. I mean, I'm not necessarily jumping in just yet, but XLV did it did that nice little hold of the local bottom from the end of last year. So the daily chart, I'd like to see it maybe reverse trend a little bit or maybe rehold that low. That's what I'd like to see there. But they all got a good catalyst. I shouldn't say they all. There was a good catalyst in the space, and you'll see Humana in play. CVS is going to be in play today. UNH in play today. As Medicare payment 5% versus the expected of just, I think it was like 2.25. So looking pretty good for healthcare. But I think in this kind of a rally, I always want to see, like, do we hold prior support levels, or are we going to extend it back in? Because it's very unlikely that you get, like, even this ETF had a $7 bottom top range. The aftermarket, no liquidity there. You're talking about a 5% move from top to bottom on it. So you're expecting something a little bit in between, which I think gives you a chance to maybe retest like a Friday low, make sure that you're getting the continuation you're looking for. We're still in the first few innings of all of this. It seems like tariff war and this market turmoil has been here forever, but it hasn't. It's really been a short period of time. So I think patience, even in the long term, patience still wins.
I mean, you'd be happy with 12, 13, 14% in a year, obviously, if you're an index trader. Palantir's moved 28% in a day. So, I mean, yesterday's bottom was 65. It's going nuts here in the pre-market. Still going higher, up 6% rate right now. So, I mean, Palantir just continues to work, man. I mean, this is sort of the violent market that we're in again. And I'm looking for pullbacks into yesterday's closes pretty much on all stocks. So Palantir would fit the bill as well. I mean, let alone this 200 period right there in and around $80. We want to thank Mitch for coming through from Trade the Pool. Make sure you do scan that QR code, get over there and become, a member of a prop trading community. I mean, for us, we trading other people's money here as well as we trade equity only. Plus, we have the ability to trade, of course, trade futures and different contracts like that. And we'll be doing some of that today, but no options or CDRs or anything here. Sorry, not CDRs. CFDs. I'm always buying the CDRs in
It's funny because when you said CDR, then I put it in my head.
Yeah, CFDs. All right, so again, let's get ready to go. We're excited today, man. It's almost 9 o'clock, about a half hour. Market's really holding up here, up 2.3%. A lot of sectors going to the upside, a lot of upgrades and downgrades, and let's go find out a few key ones with Adara.
Rocket here with an upgrade from Barclays. We know this company announced an acquisition last week in the mortgage space, so good look for Rocket. Then we have Union Pacific with a Citigroup upgrade. Levi's gapping up here after their earnings, also getting an upgrade from JP Morgan Chase, and Knight Transportation being upgraded by Citigroup. On the downgrade side of things, we've got Cormit Digital getting downgraded by Needham. Those are up on the day. Also up on the day here is Lexio, though it got downgraded by Telsey Advisory Group. These last two downgrades are from JP Morgan, AIG, and Chegg. So a couple interesting names here to look at, guys.
Levi's actually underneath even with the gap up overnight, it didn't really do much last night. We were watching it on the aftermarket show, but it ends up getting close to the expected move in here. And we know the retailers, hey, it hasn't been a good run for many retailers. They jump right into that category, but at least held the low. What I don't love about this is you've already filled in the entirety of the gap here. Like you just pulled it right back into the prior support line, which does leave it a little bit of chop. It's still a dollar range it could get into. This is more like of a wait and see. I was kind of hoping Levi's would still be, down and around $14, and you could have just broken into that resistance level. I think it should be on the radar a little bit, but with the healthcare ones moving around, with Walmart still in play on a day-to-day basis and much more tradable, yeah, I just think I'll probably stay away until let Levi settle down for a couple of days. Maybe it does make that next leg and break out this higher level at 16.5, but I'd give it a little bit of time after filling in the gap last night.
All right, so I may have lied there. There's not too much interesting names there on the upgrades and downgrades list. It wasn't a lie. I didn't know what was being upgraded or downgraded. All right. I mean, I like some interesting names with individual stories today. The upgrades and downgrades. Their Chegg maybe. I don't know. We don't trade too many of those names. But at the end of the day, the market's starting to get going again. Nvidia just broke 102. Palantir's at the highs, so we're getting ready to rock and roll, man. Rivian could be on watch today. We've seen Lucid have a couple nice moves over the last couple of days. Lucid off that $2 bottom, 240, 250 is there now, so that should be interesting. We're hearing more stuff here. President Trump signing some executive orders.
3 o'clock. He'll answer questions.
Yeah, so that's not until 3 p.m. So, look, it's going to be a good one here as we go. Just stay nimble, stay patient. We've got a lot of levels that we're looking at, and I'm watching the futures. I'm watching Nvidia, and I'm watching Palantir here early. Maybe sprinkle a little bit of Apple in your life today as well. So, should be good. JP Morgan on watch. Lots of names, and the best thing about it is we're about to go over many of these ideas with all of you. Make sure you do grab the watch list. Make sure you scan that for real trading. That's where we're trading out of. Should be a great day here again today. I'm looking at for maybe a sideways open, but looking for moves down where we can somehow pick something up on weakness, because I do think it's going to be a green day anyways. Today up 2%. We'll see, right? Yesterday, a 9% move. We'll see if we can get it going. We'll look at the imbalances and all of that as well. So, all right, back over to the desk and let's get this party started.
50.97, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. Just a skosh below that 5,100. We'll just say 5,100 as our level of support. Well above that right now, though. We already cleared 5,200 with the overnight high or the morning high, 5,248, essentially 5,250. So we're using 5,250 as resistance until we clear it. If we do clear it, then we're looking at that 5,300 area. If we lose the current bid right now, we'll look to 5,200 as our first area of support. If we lose that, we're looking at 5,150. If
you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Grab the free, every single day, free from us to you, watch list. Comes right to your inbox. The link is in the description. Top link. All you need is your email address, and then you can just have that. There's not much in the way of individual news in the tech sector. We'll talk about Broadcom coming up here. That's really the only one. But individually, these are all looking pretty good. I haven't brought up Microsoft in quite some time, but there's MSFT up 1.7 so far this morning. But if we're going to get any kind of follow through here today, back to the upside, I mean, Apple up 2%. We're going to need these to participate.
Yeah, absolutely, Brendo. And Apple's got an interesting headline here with respect to tariffs. So they're actually planning on redirecting their iPhone production to India from China in order to be able to save some of the higher tariffs there. So the current rate on Chinese tariffs is about 54%. India is a little bit less at 26. So that's going to help mitigate some of the cost pressures for now. A lot of analysts are talking about the cost of iPhone production, Brendo. It could skyrocket as much as $300. Like the current iPhone 16 Pro could be about $300 higher, from $550 to $850 US dollars, that is, if the tariffs go through. Apple's trying to avoid all this by shipping it from India, where the assembly qualifies as a device of Indian origin because it's changed enough.
Yeah, we were mentioning that a little bit last week when this first started looking a little more concrete, and they were saying, I think it was 37 million iPhones last year came from China specifically.
Yep.
And if Apple was to eat that cost, the tariffs on top of that, it would be like 14% decline in overall net revenue. So
not small.
No plan as of yet, but I think that's maybe the start of one here. 2.2 right now here for Apple, guys.
Eat all the costs. I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. There was talk about like pull forward of sales, which I think we all know if people are like getting in front of the tariffs and buying it, then they're also less likely to buy in the near future. So I think the India story is a much bigger deal, because it's a trend that was already happening, which I think a lot of people are pretty bullish on for Apple. So for them to maybe accelerate that a little bit more, I think bodes well. And as far as, we don't know what deals get done and don't get done, but I think it's a fair representation to say that things probably go smoother with India than with China. Probably a reasonable thing to say for Apple. What's weird about Apple is one of the only Mag 7 names, because again, I haven't looked at Microsoft. I say this every time, so I'm not sure. It's one of the only ones that is not really pressing into that resistance. And when I say resistance, I'm just talking about that spike squeeze top that we had on the rumor yesterday at 190. It was like 194. So I feel as if the market takes us, like if this gets into that level, you're talking about a hefty move up for Apple. And anything that's far away from it, if we pop up, I think you're fading into a level like that. But the last couple of days, I've been much more interested in trading Amazon over Apple. And I don't know that anything else has changed here. I like where it closed. You have last week, you're essentially looking at a Thursday low, Friday high, and then the afternoon resistance at 178. Like you get a lot of confluence off a singular level here on Amazon. So that's pretty much all I wrote down for it. Was I put it at 77 just to give it a little bit more room because I think you more volatility. But these are wicks to 78. I think that's where out of the Mag 7, that's not Nvidia where I'll be looking. And like Nvidia as well, but I guess we can talk about that after AVGO.
Yeah, tech bound. So for me, the big trade that I'm looking for here, it's on the sticky note. We're looking for it. Obviously, it's going to be the Qs. We're looking for something lower if we're going to talk about tech. I've got Amazon written down here as well. If we can get into 177, 176, 177 area, we're looking for that. We're looking for Nvidia at 98. But for me, yesterday, we nailed that TQQ trade. Obviously, we had the top and the bottom of that. And I don't know, we didn't get lucky because we were looking for it. And we actually got this bottom there. It's too bad that we had missed Apple and Nvidia. We had them both. By the time I missed Apple, I just went right over to the Qs and punched long and actually had that whole capitulated move, which wasn't even, I mean, we could even get more than that, but there's that 10%. It's 35% on the TQs, top to bottom right there. So that was a huge move. Can we get something like that today? Potentially. Down here at $40. I wrote down 41.50. At the time, that was sort of, now we're starting to ramp up a little bit. But we were down here at 42 or change for the 200 period moving average. I'm looking at 41.50, which is yesterday's close. So it was right into here for the Qs. If we do drop down into those levels, then we'll be looking long. I mean, we could start it at $42. I mean, you're still up 8% right now. Remember, this is a triple levered ETF. And I mean, yesterday it was just such a monster move off that bottom. This is where we had it yesterday, right there, right early at 942. Then just a bunch, like we had so many shares. We were taking them all out all the way to the upside. And then, if those of you that were watching yesterday saw what we were able to do. So we'll put on a similar amount of risk. We don't have a problem, pushing shares. So we'll see if we can get something in this 42 to 41.50 range here for the TQs, especially if we do go down. But I think it's a fade to pop day as well. So it's just, when we're looking on the top side of this move here for the NASDAQ, you're getting close enough to maybe seeing a 47, like there's that gap right there. So if we can get into 47, that could be a fade area. So $2 higher, $2 lower, and I think we'll get into some trades. So let's wait on it, be as patient as we can be. Like I said, man, the futures just, remain to be pretty interesting to trade, and I'll continue to do that for sure. So right there, we're looking at the NASDAQ pretty strong today.
All right, let's continue along here. Broadcom trying to bounce off 163, 164 back to the upside. Pretty good day yesterday for AV. That chart is not working. There we go. AVGO as well. It went out on the highs. We actually got a nice little pop after the close on this yesterday. So 10 billion share repurchase program authorized.
Yeah, 10 billion, not a small sum, Brendo. It's going to be effective through December 31st of this year. So they have until that date to continue buying back shares. The company may repurchase shares either via the open market, or they could actually go privately and negotiate transactions, really depending on the conditions they go on to say. Management commentary with respect to the CEO, Hawk 10. He said the program reflects confidence in Broadcom semiconductor and infrastructure software franchises. He sees the move as a signal of financial strength and the commitment to shareholder returns, especially what he calls the macroeconomic uncertainty.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out today. I mean, we're going to touch on Coreweave here as well, but a few interesting names trying to get back to highs right now.
In the chip space, is Broadcom. It feels like it's got some room here, 175, 180 on the daily, because it held real good support. Obviously, back you look at September lows from 2024, and then the August lows from 2024, and that's a very good wick bottom. But what's crazy is you haven't even really broken the downtrend yet. So I think there's going to be a little bit of we're at 6% right now. Not everything is going to be a breakout trade. I like Nvidia today, and we're back above 100. The higher lows, the confluence of the Thursday close, and then that spike high right in here at that 102. So I think you're right up in a spot where if it tries to go from here, you've got all the range from the disaster afternoon up to like a 110, 112. The other chip name that I'd be favoring, I mean, Marvell, divestiture, that looks good for it. Like this one back at the $50 level. If there's a big dip buy, Marvell staying green is one that I have on the radar. I do still think, and I mean, that's not to pick on Intel, but this is one where if we get a little bit crazy here today, anything in the 21.5 range on Intel, or at least once it gets past 20.25, I start looking fade because, again, the chart doesn't look all that fantastic. It's bouncing off some all-time lows. I think you're running into some resistance up there once it gets to the prior low around that 21. So that's one where if we get out of hand to the upside, still thinking there's some good pop fade levels on Intel. We just haven't been at them in a while.
All right, big shout out to my lovely wife. All right, so Nvidia just coming in again here. You know, we had written this one down, but you're going now like crazy. So 101, you know, it's been holding there. VWAP looks like it wants to hold. Again, I marked down everything back to yesterday's. The 3 or 4 names that we were looking at were yesterday's close. So if we can dip down into 98, great. But we are going to use the 200 period moving average. That's out of 100s flat. So I like that trade. If we fall back into 100 flat, we'll take it. But right now we're starting to go upside. And yeah, like we had this marked down and we actually had this long yesterday at $88. Like, I mean, just to have been able to have that in our long-term portfolio would have been pretty sweet. You are now cleared. Easy, clear, now above yesterday's high of 101.30. So, you know, you're going to be $2. Now you're more than $2. While it's 103.30 right now. $2 higher than this level yesterday. So I think it's off to the races with Nvidia. I think you might have missed the bottom here. Like that's 15% lower to get to where we were yesterday at this time. 15%. Like in a market cap of Nvidia. It's insane what's going on in this market, but, you know, that was a great move. I feel like there's going to be a lot of FOMO, obviously. I mean, I'm feeling it, right? I mean, we didn't buy anything yesterday at the open or at those lows. So I still feel like it's a fade to pop opportunity here, up 6% again for Nvidia. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's still pretty expensive. I think it's at one of its lowest. I think it's 21 forward PE, which is really cheap. It's actually underneath Meta and underneath Amazon and many of the Mag 7 names. So Nvidia still remains pretty relatively fairly valued at these levels. We had talked about advanced micro devices. I mean, it's going to be higher now. Advanced micro devices yesterday, obviously. We've been talking about this one destroying people's wealth for a very, very long time. And it's not like you're getting any of it back. I mean, yesterday's low, again, was pretty bad down there at 77. So it is a nice pop up. You still have a ways to go before I think we can buy AMD. So if there was going to be a chip name that I would fade, it would be the destroyer of money. And it would be up here in and around 86 or 87 is a possibility. I would think that gap fill again, what we showed you back on the futures, that would be something that's $90 for AMD. So yeah, tech going to be in play one more time here today, and it's going to be the chips, right? We saw yesterday's stock sell was down to 9 and change. And I was like, what? As that name got absolutely pummeled. I mean, if you think there's going to be a rebound in the chip names right here, then boom goes the dynamite. You want to buy some SOXL as it's a highly, I think it's triple levered ETF into the space. So this has been absolutely crushed all the way back to summer highs of 67 down to $10. Crazy times here in semi-land. So yeah, Broadcom has a nice move, but you know, I'll be trading where my bread is buttered, which is Nvidia and AMD.
Nice move here this morning. Not a lot of volume behind it, but nice move this morning for Coreweave. It was another one that popped right away yesterday morning. Gets all the way back here to 52 and change at the highs after a few days just grinding to the downside. There's nothing much on this today, but holding up a little bit better than most here.
Yeah, and I was just looking at this. Since we IPO'd, Brenda, we're kind of in the mid-range of the price a little bit, with the highs being around 65, the lows around 36, 37. We're at 52 right now. It seems like we're defending this $50 area. I drew my favorite technical indicators here, the Fibonacci's, and we're kind of in between 50 and 61.8. So my bad. We're kind of caught here between a range. We'll see how this one trades, but already a good morning for it, 5 1/3.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on some of these this morning. Just be aware of Trump speaking right now, talking about China. They're awaiting the call from China. So he's going to sign some executive orders at 3 p.m. coming up this afternoon as well. His daily afternoon press conference, I guess, guys.
And as anyone just watching probably saw Alibaba make a bit of a move. 104, 105, 106 area into 109. Starting to pull back now. So, you know, any comments on China, and this is what can happen. I was even watching JD.com yesterday a little bit. Look, one of the good things to watch for Coreweave, I don't know that it's got enough volume that I'm going to love the notion of trading it. But when you think about, we always talk about this, and I think we mentioned this like previously, at least on the first or couple of days. The IPO high ends up being like that day one high, ends up being a pretty key level for a short little minute. And it was a good breakout a couple of days after when you saw it really go ham, like very, very clean. So yesterday, where do we dip? It's just that IPO high, 42 1/4. So I think you look for those key price levels to come in because you don't have a lot of price action on these ultimately. So outside of, I really don't see any way other than abject disaster that you retest that level. But at least in the upcoming weeks or days and weeks, that's something I would be having an eye on. That 42, also the 40 level on Coreweave. Not really a trade. The volume's not there right now. As we said, there's so many chip names that you can dig yourself into or related AI plays that you don't necessarily need to jump into Coreweave. But I can tell you now with that move on Alibaba, the notion of getting like maybe a dip into 100, seemingly less likely now that Baba has turned green on some comments from Trump, unfortunately. Well, still time. I mean, it's only at 107. Like the stock went 114 to 104, so it moved $10 down yesterday. So it could easily still get to 100.
What were we talking about? Oh, Alibaba.
Coreweave, but the Baba was moving.
Yeah, I know. I saw way before I got up there. I saw that Alibaba was around. Okay, Mike is on. Okay, good. Yeah, look, Coreweave. I mean, we looked at this yesterday, and it was like, okay, I guess it's going to do this again. And yeah, $42. Wow, right back virtually to the IPO price. I mean, they were looking to get $40 to $55. Comes out at 39. Get that huge move back in yesterday, and then wow, what a pop, man! Up 25% from 42 to 52. Give it $10 right there, and then close near the highs as well. Great opportunity there for Coreweave, and today you're back above it. So I would say you buy the dips in this name as well. I mean, look at it hold the 200 period yesterday, right? Holds it. I mean, in the morning, whatever, but there it is there, broke through, came back in, danced around it. At the end of the day, it held. Then it holds there, holding. So if we're going to look at Coreweave again today, it's 51.50 to me, and it looks pretty good, man. Top, like some nice indicators right here, 51.30, $51. For Coreweave, if you do get a dump down in, that would be a name for sure that you would want to look at. I mean, here's the early imbalances right now. Yesterday, as you know, they were all Sean's, and today they're all buys. And you have one right there, WBX. I don't even know what that is. That's going to be a sell. But other than that, man, Everything today is a bid. We started the NASDAQ up 2.5%. Now you're up 3 right here today as we are really starting to pump up on many of these names, man. 103 and change right there. Palantir probably 83, even higher, 83.30. Wow. These names are getting going here early. Nice to see as the NASDAQ bumps up. And of course, Coreweave going to be a big beneficiary because as long as the hyperscalers keep on mega spending, then yeah, Coreweave's going to be part of it. We had that story last week with Google looking to invest more and partner up with Coreweave, grab some more H100s. So there it goes, man. Google upside as well. Amazon, they're all bumping today. It's nice to see because yesterday was pretty bad there. And I'm looking still to buy at some of those lows from yesterday. And I don't know if that's ever, I was saying, people in the chat, I'm not buying anything now. I still think we can retest where we were yesterday. I'd like to see that, and then we'll start to dip by. But right now, man, great opportunities from yesterday. And it looks like today we're starting to extend even higher. So there it goes, man. Google in the last 10 minutes, 1 red candle. So it looks like we're getting pretty excited here to buy some of this dip. And it looks like Meta yesterday, top to bottom, another incredible move. So that's another name that we might want to look at. Let's go find the story with the guys on the desk.
Day highs right now here for Meta up big time. I mean, you were just highlighting the simple fact down here, top to bottom, essentially $100 move here right now for Meta in a couple days. I mean, we talked about the Llama thing yesterday. There's not much here today, but huge move.
No, Llama was the biggest thing. Zuck took to Instagram, his social media platform, on the weekend to announce it. Multiple different versions of Llama 4. Behemoth, which is the big one, that's still awaiting a release. That's going to be Q2, later in Q2 of this year. Separately, Brendo, there is the Digital Markets Act saga still taking place with Meta and Apple, and the EU decision on whether Apple and Meta have breached the landmark tech rules aimed at curbing their power is going to be released shortly, says the chief Teresa Ribera, who reported to the European Parliament yesterday. Essentially, the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, sets out a list of to-dos and don'ts for these American tech companies. Donald Trump, for his part, has told the European Union to lay off American companies or risk higher tariffs.
Monster, like, direct your attention to the bottom of that chart there. Monster volume past couple of days with everything else here for Meta specifically. Just be aware as well, again, Trump's still speaking on China, it looks like, guys.
Yeah, record volumes, of course, the last couple of sessions, which shouldn't really surprise anybody. If you've been watching the market, you know that's been true. Meta, look, it's an impressive rally off the bottom. I'm just going to pop a monthly or weekly chart up here as well. The 200 on the weekly has 560, 561, and that was the support level. So I feel like when you're popping in here, you look at the daily chart, that's also like a prior support at 560. I think you get into there and you run into a little bit of a chop and resistance on Meta. As already stated, kind of like Amazon off that 177 for long, a little bit better today. So I don't know. And it's just been true the last little bit. Usually have whichever one of the Mag 7 you like the best or has been running the best or sets up the best for you, you're just going to go with. But I do think that 560 is what stands out on that daily and weekly chart. And that's well within range for a test this afternoon. The market's probably going to be getting some resistance at the same point as well. But look, I like Meta. I've already told you this is one that I like dip buying in. It's just I see Amazon as more of a trading vehicle. I mean, these charts are so very similar that you just pick the one that sets up the best for you, or that you like trading the best, or you do the best trading. I mean, I haven't traded Meta in a minute.
Look, it's been a minute since I've seen FOMO like this. This is the most FOMO I've seen in the markets in, I mean, for sure, last couple months easily. I was going to say almost forever, to be honest with you. Like, I'm sure there's going to be other times. But the NASDAQ's up 3%. Many of these names up 4, 5, 6%. And honestly, there isn't much changing right now. We remain very, very headline dependent right now. It would not be surprised to me at all if the market wound up red today. It also wouldn't surprise me if the market wound up 5% today. So this to me is very, very dangerous to be looking at a Meta, especially where it's moved and especially at the price. I think there are some ETFs. Was it Meta Q? Here, MATA. What is the, anyways, there's ones that are a little less priced that I think you can get involved with right there, which is why I just continue to look at the futures. And I think we'll just trade the whole basket of them all. I mean, even the NASDAQ, like I said, being up 3%, this is just, like, there's just a lot of buying that's coming in. And I don't I'm happy for it. Like I said, I'm long only, but at the end of the day, it just seems like overextended right now here in the pre-market. I don't know, to me, everyone's scrambling to buy up all these shares expecting this huge day. We don't really have too much on tap. Earnings really aren't going to be the feature yet. And then we have bank earnings coming on Friday, which I'm excited for, which is why I call up JP Morgan. But again, up 4% again today. It's just a lot. And I know we've been hit down, and it makes sense, especially when we're looking at the NASDAQ, and just not the NASDAQ, anything, diamonds, spiders, whatever you're looking at the end of the day, it just feels like it's just going up too strong. And I mean, you're going to see another name right now with Palantir, and we're going to talk about that. I feel like today we're rallying like crazy, and there's not much stopping any of these names right now as we just hover around the top side. So I don't know why Nvidia's up 6%. I don't know why Palantir's up the same, but we're about to find out if it wants to hold. Only now 7-8 minutes. 6 minutes until the market opens, and we'll figure out what's going on. Yeah, maybe there's interest rate cuts coming. Is that a good thing? I mean, we'll have to wait to see, because if the Fed pivots...
That means recession.
Yeah, if the Fed pivots to that, then, I mean, I don't know if they're basing it on numbers, if they're basing it on what, but...
It has to be the labor... Yeah, it can. It would have to be in the labor market.
I'd rather them not
poorly.
Sort of stay
I feel like if they can,
I don't know what I'm doing.
But if they can stay the course, and that means they're not terribly concerned. They feel like they're on the right course. They're not terribly concerned about inflation, and the job market is holding steady, and they can just sort of hold things in all this turmoil where they are, and go back to their original plan of slowing things down. I think that would be good. I'm not super eager for rate cuts. Well, you know what, the president probably wanted to be able to refinance the debt. But as you said, it's so crazy because Palantir, we're going to get to Palantir. We'll talk the story in Palantir, but the move that we've just had, you are now just as far away from the dip buy support as you are from the resistance on Palantir, which it's insane. We've already gone $7, $6.
We had a $10 winner yesterday on Palantir. So, all right, let's go back over the desk.
Yeah. Palantir back higher right now. I noticed it bounced off 83 there, went right back to highs. I mean, quick little turnaround there, right back to highs for Palantir. Nice March higher, steady March higher on light volume so far today. Another one that was just wild yesterday out of the open.
At today's highs, Brendo, we're about to take out 8%. Yesterday, we dropped 10% because it halted. So this was one of those rare times where Palantir halted, but it is more of a volatile name. Taking that $80 level, looks like 70 or 70-ish has been a good area of technical support, at least going back into mid-March. We kind of bounced off there, and then ever so briefly dipped down into 65, but you can see the closing prints on all these candles here from yesterday, all around 70. So it looks like it's a decent technical level.
No sign of a slowdown yet, guys, for PLTR.
You mentioned $70 yesterday. We put that stop order in there to go long yesterday at $70. And there it is right there. We talked about it. We had our best day ever yesterday. Like I was saying, the best day ever for Trader TV Live. And there it goes, $70 break right there up to 79. It got higher. This is just when we took the snapshot. But it went $10 in about 15 or 20 minutes there yesterday. So, yeah, man, just monster day yesterday. And I think Palantir can do it again. So we'll wait for this name. Like I said, if there's going to be FOMO anywhere, people love PLTR. I think it's a good name. I think you can trade it again today for sure. But I'm always waiting for 200 period moving averages. So that's at $88. It wasn't actually even on my radar yesterday. Sorry, $80. It wasn't on my radar yesterday, but we're able to nail that level, right? And so trader's going to trade. And that's exactly what we did yesterday. There's 70 right there. So we found that level. We put that trade in here. As the market was coming down, I put this bid in. So we were really aggressive with Palantir yesterday. This is what happens when you know your stocks and you're able to sit there and trade momentum. So that's what we do the best. And Palantir yesterday was a huge momentum trade. Huge name yesterday and contributed, like I said, to that record-setting day.
Yeah, look, I think it's actually, I don't want to chase this. It's gone a little bit far. $90. Obviously, we saw this last week with that tariff spike and then fade off 90. Because you're at 84, what we saw yesterday, this can get there. And ultimately, I really liked, when you sit down, you look at a level like this, I mean, double top, week prior support, like 78 looked really, really good in here for dip buys. And it seemed like it was adjacent to get out in front of it. But you are just equidistant at this point. to support and resistance. So Palantir is kind of diddling in the middle for me right now. So unless we get some kind of a crazy spike up for mean reversion, or at this point it would take a hefty move to the downside, I'm just going to stay away from Palantir, at least off the open, in terms of being a little bit patient. When these imbalances came out here, there's really nothing, and I'm pretty sure Sean already mentioned, unless you're interested in Mullen for some reason. So there's nothing that's moving us higher on the imbalance tip, except for the fact that it is all buys, but nothing is standing out on its own. The only other name that we didn't go over is another tech name, Uber. I like Uber today. Has a lot to do with where it came from on that bid off of 60, and the fact that it cleared out yesterday's highs and then held it before everything else did. Uber had already gone through yesterday's highs, and that lines up with Friday tops as well at about 67.50. Now, I wrote down that I like 60 back into 66, but I think moving it on up and first shot will be at yesterday's tops to be able to buy dips. I'd take a couple of shots at this one, because I think it gives you a couple of levels to work off of here. 67.5, and then down again at that 66 close area for Uber, which is, about to say the percent up, but then you get a dark pool wick down there, which is up 5.5%. So so many things are flying around that patience is going to be a virtue off of this open. You're just trending away from VWAP on all of them. Allow it to get back into key price levels, and then you can take your shots. You're gonna have to be patient. Like I said, I don't know if I'm buying any highs at this open.
All right, Amazon, Nvidia, TQs is what we're looking at right now. And like I said, man, the FOMO is real. I have not seen a moment like this in a minute. So we'll wait to see here. Up 3% for the NASDAQ as we get ready to go. Hey, Fabian, we should do an opening countdown as well. Why do we just have the closing, right? Maybe we could do that so that it fires off so we don't have to push that. I think that makes a lot of sense right there. All right, now I have to do it now. 3, 2, 1. There it is. Thank you.
Shout out to Foremost.
Yeah, shout out to Foremost Clean Energy there. Thank you, Adara, for that one as we get ready to rock and roll. So here we go, man. Watching out for the NASDAQ because it's starting to go a little bit higher right now as well. We'll let some of these opening imbalances settle down. Nvidia waits for no man nor woman as we go 104.25 right there, taking out some of those highs right off the open. And here comes a little bit of a dip into 103. Be very, very patient. I'm going to zoom in so we can see some of these lines a little bit better. 101 is your 200 period moving average right now. On my watch, man, Q's, Amazon, Nvidia, JP Morgan.
Yeah, we just tagged almost 70 on Uber there. Is this absolutely flying? Yeah. Oh, we didn't really even say anything about Tesla. Tesla's not on the major watch, but 252 was that big high in yesterday's trade. That's trending super high as well. It's just everything is flying right now. Nvidia could see that 105. I'm going to keep the eyes on Palantir. I feel like if something does the most parabolic move, Palantir was close enough to getting to that past 85 and breaking into an 89.90. Maybe we see something like that. But again, not going to buy any of these highs. Not a huge fan of buying any of these tops at this current moment. Let's see if we get any kind of dip. Palantir's starting to come back in a little bit. Amazon not really giving you any kind of a dip as well as I look up at some of these names. So not much volatility, but we're early. Only a couple of minutes. The volatility can come in. Here comes Amazon back into VWAP. That's the first one pulling back that I see.
Yeah, Nvidia's pulling back. I mean, they're all pulling back a little bit here as we'll see
Tesla.
Not Tesla. Okay, so Tesla's starting to go back up, so that might be a good one. The futures here, 18.1 right now. So there we said, man, we said that there was going to be a little bit of FOMO here off the open. We didn't get up too high. We got up about 3.5%, so now you're starting to fade just a little bit. I mean, I don't think we're fading that much at all. So that was Amazon. Here's Nvidia. We said also we're talking about fading into VWAP 102.50 or so for that one. So that might be a play that comes in. I'd like to see us take VWAP, and then if we can get into 101, then that would be something a little more interesting. I feel like we've missed some of that. I should have just stuck with the rhetoric of that it was FOMO and we could have shorted everything. Intel, of course, the worst stays bad as that falls right into 1990 there, but that is the 200 period, which is why it's showing up here on my radar. So we'll have to watch out for 200 period here on Intel and possibly a bounce there off VWAP. That was 19.9. It's too bad I didn't feel better about Intel because that would be a good look there as well. So Bitcoin trying to hold as well, 80,000 right here. So we can go over to IBIT and have a quick look, 45.50 right now for IBIT. We want to thank everybody for coming through. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe and share and everything. Okay, Nvidia's coming into 103, so it might be dip buy opportunity. NASDAQ holding in Nvidia is the one that's coming down. So is Intel. Intel's now cracking through the 200 period.
Intel's dumping more.
Maybe that's a short, man, Intel.
Well, the other thing is that's distinctly different here. AMD is flying to the upside. As you were mentioning the chip name,
Okay.
I went across the board. I'm like, okay, well, why is AMD up 5 points when Intel is dumping? Look, I did like Intel short. It just wasn't any of these prices. But if it's going to trend down, it's going to trend down. I can't find a story or a reason why it's going. Marvell was another chip name that was going to be in play for us, and that's not moving at all. Like, it's just, yeah, we're just, again, going to have to stay patient. So if we're not going to, if it doesn't break the high, then it can't fly. And if it can't break the low, there's nowhere to go, is one of my favorite sayings. And Intel's at least underneath yesterday's tops and the pre-market highs, so I'm going to fade that one. It's clearly relatively weak, no questions asked, because the market's trying to pump back in to the upside.
All right, we're short Intel already, right now at $20.13.
Oh, wait, that's why I didn't know. Position board, guys.
Yeah, position board's not working. We're short Intel right now, so let's wait to see if it wants to work. Thanks. Fabian's by his lonesome there today, so shout out to Fabian. Great work over there. As here comes Andre to save the day. All right, let's go. Nice move. Bang, 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 bang. Spend a little bit of money here for Intel, as that's a good short there. We just covered some more. We averaged into the short. It's going to look sloppy. I wish the board was working. We could have talked a little bit about it. But right now we're short at $20.13. So look at the market, though, man. There goes the NASDAQ. It's amazing that Intel's actually not ripping right now. Look at the market starting to go up. We did look at Nvidia. We probably should have maybe looked at that a little more serious, because it held pretty nicely there at 103. The other dip buy opportunity that we were looking at. And look, I'm happy as a pig and you know what to be short Intel right now. This is 20 damn cents right now on shares, man. I mean, we got confident from yesterday, so we're right back in the building here with Intel and this short. We're short now at $20.13. We just got another cover at $19.90. Let's put some more down here. Oh boy, we're kind of doing it again right now today as we go short early off of Intel. So that's going to be a win right there to start with. Alibaba, we talked about, I just feel lucky to get out of all of this name at 140. We talked about that 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. It's really fallen back in here, Alibaba, out of nowhere. I mean, we do miss that top of 150, but those were good outs. And, you know, we said this a long time ago. We don't necessarily want to be holding on to too many Chinese names, especially because it had such a good outperformance there. So, yeah, anyways, Intel's the dinger right now so far here today for me, as we're cruising with this name. Nice short here for INTC. I'm going to put another bid out. I don't know if the position board's going to update, but maybe on my next fill. That's the only position I'm in right now, looking to get long something as this market is starting to go. You know, it looks like, I know I missed it, Los Polos Hermanos. We talked about Nvidia at least, and that's what we're going to do on the show. I'm not going to get everything at the end of the day, but, you know, we've got something here, and it's a pretty special one with Intel. Let's see if we can get something else.
Yeah, I'm looking over at Uber, which I like to long side, but it already got to that $70 level, which is a little bit wild. It's just so outstretched. Got to see if we can actually close holding VWAP, because right now I see topping tail candles across the board, like topping tail into resistance. You got to hold on to some support, or I don't want to be fighting around with you and messing around with you too much. I'm going to have to pivot to my good friend. It's not really my friend. Load Mara. Like, I looked over at Bitcoin holding out, and I saw Mara underneath VWAP right now. So relative weakness speaks for itself. $12 there. I'll show you. IBIT's holding underneath 80,000. I wanted to see it. We're at 79.5. I wanted to see it's clear 80,000 for longs, or we're pulling back into prior support levels. So I'm going to like IBIT. If it's short, I like Mara more than IBIT. I'm going to take this one into VWAP if we can get it. That's about 11.55.
All right. Looking for more opportunities, but yeah, buddy. More outs there, man. More 90s. I don't know if this is going to break this level or not. My next bid, though, now is at 84. So there it goes. Let's go, Intel. Here we go, man. It's a banger right now. So Neil's got long Mara here. I'm waiting at 84. So let me just bid out.
Oh, it's working now.
Yeah, it's working now. So that's what I'm saying. So
it's short. It's not long.
Oh, it's short Mara. My bad. Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
I'll long Bitcoin at 40. Sorry, I'll long IBIT at 44.25.
Yes, there it is, my Intel. Let's go. Oh, look at that price. Let's see if we can get this going here on Intel. Just took that fill at 84. What up, eh?
Just keep an eye here on MU. I was looking here for any stories in Intel, couldn't find one, but this came out on Micron, I guess a little bit around 8 a.m. This basically, we have Reuters reporting that the company is telling its U.S. customers that it'll impose a tariff-related surcharge on some products starting on April 9th, 2025, when the tariffs come into effect. So MU on watch, dropping a little bit here at the open, but obviously still in a bit of an uptrend. PLAY, Dave & Buster's also on watch for day one earnings. Back to you.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in play today, along with Levi's. Strauss. I'm supposed to say. I never say the full name. So we're headed back in. The NASDAQ might test 18,000 on the way back in here. Bitcoin still holding 17.5, but Mara, with that failed breakout, holding under VWAP. I tried to get some closer to 60s. I got 54s. I had 55 and 56 as well. But prior close was at the quarter mark. I want to make sure we're getting out in front of, taking bids in front of that prior close. If I can get something at 39 there, and then out to 11.25 as that heads to the downside. But the chip names, yikes. See these topping tail candles? Nvidia topping tail 105, now trying to claim VWAP to the downside here. AMD, which was absolutely mooning, is at VWAP itself. So I think you got to play a little bit of a patience game for the dip buys. You're so far outstretched here that I don't want to be getting way too out in front of myself. Palantir's not nearly as volatile as I expected. Kind of felt Palantir would be the most volatile stock off the open. It's just not been true. Uber is nowhere near prior day lows. It's kind of hanging out at 69. That's, to me, too far to chase. We'll let the opening range settle on Uber. Not buying any of these at the tops.
Yeah, we've done well just to hold on to Intel. We'll look for a little bit more here. What about SMCI? I think it was Kian there talked to me on Twitter about this name, liked it, SMCI, nice move up there, 35.50 there for SMCI, but as we had mentioned, we are getting a little bit of a fade. Oh man, the NASDAQ just touched that? No. All right, 50-period moving average. So we're getting close to VWAP right there. That could have been a good opportunity there on the futures to get a little bit of action there. We did average out of our play there on Intel, so that would be something to look at. We're out of actually half of that trade now. We'll see if it can hold this level there for the futures. I'm still looking at the 200 period down there, so let's wait a little bit for that. Nvidia does make that move down. Yeah, I don't know, into 103 again, so it's just bouncing around flat here, bouncing around VWAP right now and trying to flatten out is what I'm trying to say. It's trying to find a level because we had already held this 102.80, but if we break lower, that's fine, man. We are short right now, and I said this could be a fade the pop kind of day for sure. SMCI, really, I don't know how we just looked up SMCI there, but it is making a move lower right now, pretty good. Right there, down to 34 and looking lower, SMCI. So short Mars, short Intel. We just got these two plays on right now. Maybe looking for some Amazon long.
Amazon's looking weak. I was about to tell you, Amazon's at 180 right now, and that's looking awfully weak.
Wow, what?
Relative to
what
the levels right on the NASDAQ?
170.
I mean, we're so far away from VWAP over 18. Yeah, there's some real weakness, relatively speaking, in Amazon. I think 170, it's right into the prior close. The tops in the aftermarket into 177 where I wanted the long in Amazon. So you get down there, look mean, revert. I'm just having a double check up. If Nvidia's not even close to 100, it's still at 103. So Nvidia's not that close to support either. We go back over just to update. Mara is still shorting it into VWAP and taking it out into the afternoon resistance level. So we're shorting into the mid-50s. Just got to fill down there in the mid-30s. We'll reload it in front of VWAP as long as that continues to go. And why? Because IBIT is doing a similar story. So Bitcoin's doing a similar story, fading into 45. I still like 44 quarter a little bit more than anything else. Yeah, the market's starting to come in here. It's not nearly as volatile of a down move that we saw yesterday, ripping your faces off. Worth noting, Palantir is still completely linear. Like this little upward trend that it's been having for 2 hours now is completely unbroken. It's not doing anything, Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir's great. Okay, there it is, man. Another one. We've got it right here. Let's go with Nvidia. With Amazon. So we stick to our guns there a little bit. We have Amazon, whether or not it goes higher or not. We just broke through 181 there. So that was 50 cents. Let's see if it wants to still get a little bit higher. But it is a brand new position for me. It's Amazon. It just went nicely up there. We were actually waiting. We actually did not have an offer, my bad. Now we're waiting at 181.12. So if we can get a nice move up for that, that would be greatly appreciated. AMZN looking for higher. Let's put out 5% at 95s. Maybe we get that. So we're at 94, and we'll look to see, because 180, if we do not hold 180, then we can get out, because the lower level for us on Amazon, we just got some more shares there, by the way. The lower level for us on Amazon is we wrote down 177. So if we do think that this market is a little bit in trouble here, then we will wait for 177. But at the end of the day, we are long right now, just looking to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce. We're at the 200 period moving average, because there it is. Let's go. 30 cents right now in on Amazon. We'll see if we can keep it going. But yeah, as I was saying, at the end of the day, it's a strong name. It came into the 200 period moving average. That's my level. We've been charting that forever. So let's go, man. This is, we're just being who we are again here today, following the right rules, being comfortable with the positioning. So here goes Amazon. We are waiting at there it is, 118.12. I had said that that's where we were, and that's where we just got out. So, Neil, that's another 60-cent winner right there on Amazon. So Amazon and Intel, two big ones so far here. Let's see if it wants to keep going. Be patient today. Could be a sideways move, and we've got Amazon now, so I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I just took out, we had 55 reloads, so the third time we got in tomorrow, I'm jumping out at VWAP 61 as it starts to break. Remember, I'm following along with IBIT, so as I see IBIT break out of its channel, I'm like, nope, we don't want to be in MAR. I think MAR is usually going to do a bit of an outsized move relative to Bitcoin. Still want to make sure that this is holding lower highs before we jump back into it. Uber, not really setting up for the long just yet. It's still kind of downward trending. Nvidia is looking a little bit better as it's trying, it just held on to VWAP. You're not getting anything resembling like the $100 level, even the 101 coming in yet on Nvidia, but it's still a topping tail candle. 102 is about as far as I wanted to chase this, because that's at least a prior day high, but you're still a ways away from that, sitting up at 104, and Palantir is completely, Palantir is just bizarre. Right now in Palantir, what I'm seeing might just end up being a breakout style play at an even dollar in Palantir to be able to get into this thing.
Hit me, baby, one more time. There goes Amazon. Now we're 70 cents in the money on a reloaded 70 cents in the money. Neil, it is ours. It is Trader TV Live's first dollar club right there. Look at Amazon. Pop goes the weasel, Mr. Roberts. There it goes. Nice move to the upside again. Oh boy, there it goes, man. Shout out to my guy, Obi. There it goes, man. 181.50. Oh man, Amazon. We've done it again here today, Neil. There it goes. Boom. $1.30 in the money now for Amazon as we continue to go higher and higher. So I know you'll get back in there. Good luck with Mara. But here we go, man. It is Amazon, and it is absolutely Rip City. Shout out to all my friends in Portland, Oregon. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside as we continue to break out Amazon. Oh boy, Adara. There we go, man. Amazon and Intel. Different day. Same market, nice and fun. Look at the NQs going up now 4%. We'll see if we can get to that 4% marker. Taking some more out of Intel. Miss Adara, what's good with you?
Small cap mover on watch here. 60 Degrees Pharmaceuticals, SXTP. This one's moved in the past. Today, moving after announcing that they have a patent license agreement with Yale's School of Medicine and Public Health for the development and commercialization of one of their treatments. So SXTP is on watch here with about a 1.3 million share float. Small cap runner alert. Just so you guys know as well, we don't actually have any numbers coming through at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Today, all you got to worry about is 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock when there's some executive orders being signed. And even then, it doesn't mean you're going to get anything too crazy. So I'm going to go right back over to the well. All right, Uber's starting to come in here. Back to the well means the only position that we've had on. We had that Uber trade. Sorry, Idea, which hasn't come into play just yet. And Mar, we're to the south side underneath VWAP again. Uber's starting to hold out at VWAP. I don't necessarily want to be taking a breakout trade, but you reverse the trend and starting to hold the volume weighted average price. Dips, that far just don't seem to be happening. We're going to play it off as 69. This one's so far upside here, and you got to give things a little bit more room. The local bottom is sitting at about 68.40 or 68.60, so that's about 40 cents worth of risk. If we close this above VWAP, I'll join the long. If we don't, then we're still going to be waiting on Uber for the long play. Nvidia is at 105, but it hasn't broken yet. And as I said, we're jumping back into Mara. There's a wick high, lower high still being put in on MARA. The lower end of the range is 1135. That's where I want to be covering it. Bitcoin not participating because it can't seem to break 80,000. As long as that's true, then Mara is the one I want to look short.
Tasty banana. Thanks, Randy, for that one. Yeah, no, I was saying the Portland, Oregon thing for Rip City, so it's an NBA thing. Okay, so here we go, man.
I think Rip Hamilton when you say that.
Okay. Yeah, I like Rip Hamilton. Okay, so Intel. Shout out the Detroit Pistons. So I like, I'm just getting more out here of Intel. I just think Amazon could be one of those ones again. Like, we're in the money $1 right now on Amazon, so we'll see if we can get going even higher than that, man. I mean, VWAP's at 182.50. Look, man, if it loses, it loses. At the end of the day, we're out of half of it already. Trying to see if we can get something going. We did say that there was a little bit of FOMO here today, and it looks like right now it's holding, right? I mean, sure, you're getting a move down. Get down, Intel. That'd be nice. I have about 4 times the shares on Intel that I do on Amazon, just to let you guys know. But if this breaks 180, we're gone, and I'm not reloading it. So that's my trade there for Amazon. We didn't even get to VWAP, so it was a good trade. We're able to get out of, like I said, out of half right there as the real deal Holyfield is in the building one more time here today. Okay, so the market just, BABA's falling. I mean, if BABA breaks... All right, Hassett just saying Trump wants fair trade, of course. All right, so BABA down to 104. Yeah, I mean, we had looked at that earlier on today. I didn't look at it seriously enough, obviously, because that 110 would have been pretty nice. But that was in the pre-market, so to have gotten that, I don't know, that's pretty tough. And then right before the market opened, we had this move down. Maybe there was a sell imbalance, but this is looking pretty vulnerable down here at 104. If we break that 104, man, forget about Intel short. This could be the one. We just got some more out of Intel, by the way. Right into there, 103. I think if we break that 104, we easily get to that 103. So that could be $1 right there if that can come through. So yeah, so far so good here with Intel, and with Intel's coming back up, by the way. We just got out right there, as I said, at $20. We should have took advantage of this 95 level. Actually, I was at 94 and it just missed me. So that actually went to 94. So here it is, man. $20.10 back to the upside for Intel. Remember where our stop is on this one, $20.20. So if we lose 7 cents on Intel, fine. We're 7 cents in the money right now. So if we're nervous about this, we could always get out. And in fact, why don't we just put a bid right here at 06? Okay, well, I just made the level. We just got hit. So there it is, man. We'll take another piece out there because, again, that 7 cent winner, our loss is going to be out at 21, which actually would be 8 cents. So take a little bit of profit there. Now we'll see if we can get that 94. And in fact, I'm going to just bid right here at 02s. We'll take out 5% more right there and see what we can do. Maybe get another piece out on Amazon. But our day is well green, and that's always good. So there it is. We'll get some more out at 108.50, 180.50 on Amazon because it is looking pretty weak. If we're able to take 25 cents real quick on that one, then let's do that as this market's coming back in pretty nicely here. I'm sure Mara is turning green for you there, so that's
it is. But I'm looking at Apple right now as this looks like it could. I mean, right now Apple's just kind of holding VWAP. But if we wick this high again, I'm looking at the future, right? Like we're trying to wick and break these highs in an uptrend. But Apple has been holding the same resistance at 187.5, which goes right into a key close level. Back on Friday would have been the close down here. So I'm looking at it coming into this. If it wicks the top again and breaks the trend, I'll look for a short over into Apple. I mean, Uber and Palantir are kind of disappointing to me right now because they're not really setting up anything. I thought we'd get more volatility out of both of those names, and we're just not having it. So like the ideas 1 and 2 for now are out the wayside, and we have to move on to something else. So Apple, all right, It's looking like it wants to break out that top. My first thought is get more topping tail wicks in here, show the resistance, and break the trend down. But now it's just going higher and higher. So that's the plan for Apple, only if it fails that high. Nvidia seems to really want to clear this one out here. We're not going to get 102 yet, and if we do we even want it? Got to think about at least taking a shot at a 105 breakout on Nvidia. We liked Nvidia for the long play today. I do think there's a lot of room for it to go, but I didn't want to take any breaks, so we'll do it on less size and a tighter-ish stop on Nvidia. You always have to give it some room off those highs. Just to go back into MAR, like nothing's changed on MAR. It's just shorted off of VWAP, which is right around yesterday afternoon's resistance at that 1160 level. Takes them out into the 40s where we were able to get it. The market's taking out these higher days here. Looks like Nvidia wants that 105 break. I'll take it, but I'm not a huge fan of taking breakouts in this market. So it'll be a tight stop. It got to work right away. If it's not flying to the $0.50 right away, then you know something's wrong with the break.
All right, yeah.
Palantir is really disappointing.
All right. There it is, man. $2 now for Amazon. We just stay in the pocket, man. I mean, that's all that we do. We just, we have our ideas. We take them with confidence, and we wait. Unfortunately, though, we did get taken out right there on the top. We talked about 21s. Looks like we nailed that level exactly. That was the high. But the thing is that even as that was happening, we're just letting Neil cook there a little bit. Although Mara right now, we'll have to see what's going on because Bitcoin at 80,000. Hopefully that comes to the downside for that short. But right there, $20.07. We were getting out there, and then we actually got something out as well at 13 before we got run to the upside. But here we go, man. It's Amazon. So, we've now made double what we wound up losing on Intel, just on that last little play there. So it's been good for us. We did not necessarily expect Amazon to come into 180 there, but when it did, we are happy with that. And there goes the market right back there to the top side. We could have been long on the TQs as well. But after the day that we had yesterday, man, we are just super happy to be like icing on the cake today. Just calming down, making the right trades there, showing you guys, what winners are all about. And that you can just be patient in the market, right? We're getting paid to get these fills. We're just sitting there, we're taking bids when they come in, and we're trading off of levels that we like. So it's pretty simple. We have Intel today, which we'll wind up down on it because we took these shorts early. We sort of talked about that. And then the only short that worked was that one. Then it came back in, and then we eventually got stopped out a little higher than where we were in, right? So not a great look on Intel for me, but we make it up in spades here with Amazon. So so far it is what it is right there for Amazon and for Intel. We will look at, Alibaba's, right? I mean, Tesla, we had indicated that as a possible early trade. The other thing that I had on here was TQs, Amazon, Nvidia, and JP Morgan, which we have yet to look at. But I mean, I got to be happy with $2 here. I know you're just battling with a couple pennies there on Mara, which is, of course, is a different beast, but we're really happy right now with Amazon and what it's been doing here today. Again, it's our number one trade idea on here besides the futures. The futures just didn't dip into where we thought. So let's go, man. Maybe Amazon gets back up to that 185, and then we'll be able to do that. So right here, Amazon alone gets us to our goal. But as I said, we did lose on Intel. So we need a little bit more work to be done. And then we could hang it up here for the day. We will not, of course. But so far, so good, man, as we sit here in Amazon, $2 in the money.
Here comes the break on Nvidia. It's at 104.99, just got tagged. 105 is sitting for at least, a couple 100,000 shares or something like that. It's quadruple topped up here, so there's obviously sellers out in front. There's some people scalping this short. You can see them stack up in the 95, 96 range as it gets up there, and they're taking it out in the 74, 75 range. Kind of a risky trade because you don't know what slippage you're going to get on the other side of it. If you see the green, that's just my order when it crosses at 105. I'm not crossing up that far. I'm only crossing to 11s because in this market, you haven't really had to cross very far recently. I'll show you what's going on. Mara is still holding underneath the range. I want to get filled in front of 40. I want to get filled in front of 30 as long as we continue to hold underneath 80,000 on Bitcoin, which for now is proving to be a bit of resistance. Uber is still doing nothing, doesn't want to track to that 80 level. Palantir, all right, if we pull back past 104.50, I don't really have to dwell on that one because we're not breaking imminently. Palantir is starting to look like if I don't take this reversion, I can't live with myself. Like how often, like if you like trends and trend reversions, well, I can't ignore this. Like look at the trend line on Palantir. And I wanted to be long this stock today, but it's been trending. So if we break this trend line, I'm just going short on Palantir. I haven't seen something like this in quite some time where you have that clean of a trend that is held as long as it has here on PLTR. So I popped it in, and this just goes from the spike at 7 a.m. when one leg of retail comes in. I know you can start much earlier than that, but it's usually when I like to start tracking it. And it's been a holding since the open. You break that trend line down, you're probably testing VWAP. So yes, it's above VWAP, but I'm still going to take it anyways if you break out that bottom. All right, here comes Nvidia again to that 105, but just wanted to make sure you guys saw what else I'm looking at for PLTR. Right now, I think we're breaking that high. Did we break it?
Ooh-wee. Oh, yes, my friend. We broke it, and we are hella long right now. It's funny because Intel's not doing anything, but it is Amazon. So we'll fire off the hot dog gun for all you guys there that are looking at Amazon today. It is your number one trade idea again. So we're pretty happy to have brought that to you. And again, just 3 times, man. 3 times the charm. There goes. I said, would it be nice if Amazon got to VWAP? Yes, it would. And there it goes, man. Huge move up there for Amazon as we are now $2.21 in the money on that one. What's going on with why is SMR coming through again? Let me check out my guy BBAI again. We were trying to let this one just calm down a little bit. BBAI, $3 right there coming in for BBAI, Big Bear AI. All right, let's go over to my favorite stock, one of my favorite stocks anyways, Palantir, and have a quick look to see what's going on right there. Wow, nicely held, the 50-period moving average and VWAP there for Palantir. But Neil, man, we're doing it again here for everybody. It's Amazon. I know you like this stock as well, but there it goes, man. Nicely cooking now up to the upside, up 4%. Let's take out another piece right here. We're now $2.21 in the money. The important thing to everybody is, you know, thank you to Randy. We had our banana already. We peeled it from the famous bottom side of the banana. So we did that right. So we, you know, people in the chat there always want to know. And then we just hit the hydration nation. So stay hydrated, man. And if you do that, then maybe you will, you know, be able to hit some winners. So there it is. All right. Now Neil's got Intel and Mara.
As I got back to the highs.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, well, Intel did go back into those highs. We did wait for it. Look, Palantir is still holding exactly on trend here. So as long as it holds this trend line, I'll leave it up all day if I have to, because that's just looking incredibly good. And the higher it goes, you get a bit of a flat top. Let me just get some bids out into VWAP. Anytime I take a retracement on a stock which is trending into a day's high or whatever, morning high, whatever it might be, the pullback to VWAP is the play. So if it pulls back into VWAP, we're going to look to take some out. But as long as we get this same resistance at 85 trending back into it, all it does is potentially give you like a clean high of day out and then break of the trend, which is one of my favorite setups. There is some overhead resistance on Palantir, but it's literally $5 higher. So I don't know if you want to hold too much water with that one. Mara did, here, I'll show you Mara. Mara is still holding fort with lower highs, so that one's fine, but it's Intel screaming in, giving me my first fill in front of the high of the day. I'm in at 23, and if it breaks the high, I'm out. I don't want this thing taking out the high and fighting it too far. Let's go over to Adara for happening now.
Let's talk about what's going on right now in this market. We're actually green here. NASDAQ pushing higher on the day. A lot of catalysts as well in this tech space. All the Mag 7s nicely up on the day. Tesla recovering pretty nicely. Apple recovering nicely as well. We'll get into that in a minute. But a lot of these semiconductors really leading the way. I talked a little bit about this story on Micron, reportedly adding a tariff-related surcharge for some of its products. But Broadcom here nicely up on the day, authorizing a $10 billion buyback program. Then we have Marvell announcing that they've sold one of their auto Ethernet segments here for $2.5 billion in cash. This includes a very high-performing segment of theirs, so good look for MRVL. And last but not least, AAPL, Apple at day's highs. Wall Street Journal reporting that we have a lot of customers going to buy these iPhones right away before tariffs very likely increase the prices of the phones. Wall Street Journal separately reporting that Apple is continuing to diversify its production into India over some concerns about the trade war going on with China right now. So lots of tech names to be aware of this morning. No economic economic data, but Donald Trump signing energy-related executive orders at 3 p.m. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Looks like we got that first fill in the teens on Intel, while Mara still, like, what is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin, every time I look at Bitcoin, it's at the exact same price, which is not literally true, but look at IBIT right now. There's a brick wall at 45.5 right in front of that 80,000. I think it's pretty obvious. You break that out. You break that out, and this is reversing on the long side. So first things first, I'm not reloading on Mara when I see that. I think you could take out that top, and this turns into a bit of a reversal breakout trade, and you're not getting back into the lows either at this moment. So you haven't been able to take out those lows just yet. Despite the fact that it's holding weakness while the market is strong, it's just not giving you that juice to the downside. Well, sorry, to the upside, because Bitcoin is holding that 80,000 like an absolute champion. Uber is still doing absolutely nothing. But it's weird to want to be long IBIT and short Mara, but that's just what I prefer to do. If Bitcoin's going up, I want to be long that and not Mara. And if it's weak, I want to be short Mara. But I'm taking a break on Bitcoin. We're not going to get these dip buys that we wanted into prior support levels. And if that's going to be the case, you might have to just take this breakout at 80,000. It's about 45.5. I don't know if it's exact, but that's close enough for me because you can see the resistance right there. And then you have pre-market highs up there at 65 and then yesterday's highs at 46.15. So about 1.5 points of room to go.
Muted might be good for a lot of people. We got our Yeti there. We want to thank Randy again. We got more hydration there. All right, 183 now for Amazon. It's the only position that we're in, and we're pretty comfortable with that. Let's have a quick look now. I mean, we're almost. That's right. This is how we do it, man. From the streets of Compton today. Joe recognizing the Cholo look here today, so respect.
It's the dude from Training Day, I think. That's the dude I think of.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is what we're doing, right? We're sitting here, we're enjoying life. We are loving life right now. If you're looking for fun times, great. You're out of Intel there. Okay, I was just going to look to see where your stop was going to be on that one.
Always high a day.
Yeah.
I never look at you. You'll know this about me. I am never letting a stock trending up get through the fresh high a day. Because you can't be afraid to get back in, but I'm not letting it run my stop. I'm not averaging into it. I'm not fighting something that looks that incredibly strong. We are gonna get it back over to IBIT because IBIT seems like it wants to break imminently here, and we're still gonna take that breakout of 80,000. Which we just broke, and I did get the fill. Okay, so we did get filled. That was just a little bit of a slow message there. So Bitcoin has broken 80,000. IBIT's broken the 45.5. First stop, look at the high of the day. Second stop, every 25 pennies or so till we get to yesterday's. I'm calling it the squeeze high. The squeeze high at 46.16. I think that worked out to like 81 something on Bitcoin. Didn't really check it exactly, but Bitcoin starting to rally back into the highs. Just moved to 59 from 60s and see if we can't get our first fill. Oddly enough, Mara didn't stop out when that happened, so why didn't Mara stop out? I mean, Mara, I'm not reloading Mara here, but it's like 3 cents away from the stop. It just hasn't actually broken out the stop yet. So I'm not moving the stop and I'm not reloading Mara because we're long in Bitcoin.
Yeah, real tough day for the shorts today. So again, like I'd sort of thought that maybe we would have that pullback. I mean, we had written that down, but this is how you stay fluid, right? I mean, even though we had thought that there could have been a pullback, as Neil mentioned, man, we only had one other trade today. It was Intel. We got out of that one. Easy day getting out of it. I mean, it broke, like I said, broke where we were in. And then there goes the high of the day as well. So, but, the day is really being helped out here, obviously, with this trade on Amazon. If there's anything else you guys want me to look at, I could do that for sure. All right, so how high up are we? All right, where's Mara? Because that's also flashing on my screen. So we can see if there's anything going on with Mara right now. Yeah, so underneath
VWAP. Still weak.
I like the short here. So
it still looks good.
Yeah.
It's just weird to be long Bitcoin and short Mara, but the trade is still setting up.
Yeah, Mara's been so beat up there, under $12. Looks good for Mara. Yeah, tomorrow is definitely, I would say tomorrow is going to be a short day, but that's tomorrow, right? I have no idea if that's even going to be true or not. So, yeah, we'll get that going. Please look at FOXO, says Unique Trading Group. You don't have to tell that to Bears versus Bulls. You tagged me, so that's okay. FOXO. Let's have a look on this one. Foxo Technologies. All right, so you want me to talk about this. 60 million shares there today with a nice little bump upside into 20 cents. And then now this fade that's come back in a little bit into 12 cents. So I don't know enough about this Unique Trading Group to actually, make too much of a comment. But yeah, 57 million shares. If you are on a prop floor, watch out for some of this size. You can trade inside of these pennies. And yeah, it could be a good trade there. FOXO. Check that out for yourselves. Here we go, man. Let's have a look at what I'm looking at today. This is my watch list. Again, TQQ's up 46.20 right now, up 12%. These are just the 2x, 3x. So Broadcom, they're up 9. That's clean. Palantir. Let's go. Can't believe we had 70 yesterday. $85, up 9%. Shopify. 8%. It's been beat up though. ARM 7%, Nvidia 8% for Nvidia. ARM 7. Affirm 7%. Netflix, man, the streaming monster up to 916, 6%. Micron, SMR, my boy, what up, Jeremy? As JP Morgan goes to the upside. Good shout out to our friend, of course, Sharif. Jamie Dimon, nice move there. Tesla up 6% today. So, oh boy, that 220 looks to be pretty good. Robinhood as well. So on that note, what are the stocks that are down? How about absolutely none that we look at today are in the red? If it is maybe something, it would be Occidental. So that's the only name that I have that I look at that is in the red. So today might be a good day to look at the portfolio, but I am still not doing that.
Chinese
but Neil,
names are weak.
What up, Ozan? All right, there it is, man. Amazon now up a smooth $3. Over to you.
No, Chinese names are still relatively weak as far as I can see. It's going to be weird to be short one, long the other, but as long as it sets up, you just have to take the trade. So simple trend from IBIT. We took a quarter out, and we're going to load back into a quarter if it closes above the trend line. If it breaks trend, I'm out. And as long as we hold this 1165-ish over here on Mara, then we're going to continue into the short and give our bids out into those 40s and 30s. It's just still setting up, right? So what are you going to do? Like, if I like Mara short and it's still putting in lower highs, then I should still be in the name. But IBIT's going. I do have more IBIT than I have Mara because the trend is long in the market as far as everybody can see here, the trend is upside. So I'm going to have more of IBIT than I'm going to have of Mara in a general sense. The other thing pay attention to is the market is breaking fresh highs. And I know this is counter trend, but Palantir is, every time I see the market take a high, Palantir seems to be pulling back from that high. So I'm still taking this trend break on Palantir. And it's about as long as I've ever seen from the pre-market and so decidedly clean to the upside. And while the market is super strong, it's 9% already on PLTR. And this, it's not at $90, which we would have liked, but it is pretty much dead on the next resistance level here up at like 85.7. I am taking this break of the trend line short. I think that's the next thing that comes in for me here. We thought we'd be trading Palantir long, but when I sat down, Palantir was trading at $80. It's distinctly different now. So it's got to be ready. It's one of those names where if it does lose the bid, it could be down $1 really quick, and I don't want to miss the punch. So we're going to be ready for this one if it breaks the trend line. I'm just drawing it on a 3-minute from 7 o'clock. It shouldn't be that hard to find a line of best fit, and it'll likely be pretty obvious if it does fade off of that. Mara just filled once underneath that VWAP there and is trying to hold on for dear life. And as I said with Intel, I'll get out, but I'll try to jump back in. That was fast on Intel. Still looking weak, but I don't chase a move like this. You either get right back in, you don't want to get caught then shorting at the bottom. That's a dangerous game. Just because you get that FOMO, because you took a hit on something, well, it really wasn't that much of a hit, but you get a loss on it, and you have an idea that you might want to chase it because you feel like you should be into it. Not going to short it at VWAP. Still feel like that bigger trade is going to be Palantir. I see Tesla with a double top, but it's just a cleaner. I'm not talking to Alan here, but it's just Palantir, which is a little cleaner for me. Tesla double top, overhead resistance. But as far as the setup goes, this one is the most extended. So this is the one that I want to try to grab the reversion on. You want a mean reversion on a stock which is moving a lot or has a very long, distinct trend line.
Yeah, that's all we do is trend trade. We trade on, Palantir is impressive, Neil, but I don't know if you've seen Amazon. Right here, $3 now and 25 cents in the money. So this has been a very, very good day for, again, a name that we both like. We both like Amazon here for the long term as well. And today it just came right in, man. It came right into the 200 period moving average. And there it goes, 184. I mean, we could get another piece out on the upside there. We still have about 20%. So we're still doing pretty good here holding on to Amazon and just like, trading what we want to trade and being comfortable with it and putting up those numbers. So we now are at day goal. So that's good. At least it started to go back up to the upside. You know, we don't win on all the trades, obviously. And we did talk about my loser today is going to be Intel. So there it is right there. We wound up taking a hit on INTC. And again, you know, we should have probably been looking at that pre-market high there to be able to get something out. Fortunately, we didn't do that. Get more in, I mean. Fortunately, we didn't do that. We should have, and now it's all the way back in. So not great there for me on Intel. We'll try to trade that a little bit better. But like I said, we are up we're up 3x or so on Amazon than what we made on Intel. So today, as Ice Cube said, today is a good day. One more time, so we'll wait for that one. How many daily goals yesterday? 15, I think, or so yesterday. So, but that was yesterday, and we'll just look out for today. I mean, I just hope that everybody is comfortable with the stocks and the trades that we've been looking at, right? I mean, it's up to everybody else to figure out what levels they're looking at. I'm thinking. Again, it's really great to have, there, okay, so we just got some more Amazon there. That was good. It's really good to see, what was I looking at here? The bank stocks holding out, okay? Because we got absolutely, and we had recently bought JP Morgan here at 230, and it went all the way up to 250, and we didn't even get out because I was waiting. Again, to know that was going to happen, we should have known that there was obviously tariff risk in the trade, which is why I thought we got this great price down there, and then I wanted to hold for earnings. Looks like now I don't have too much of a choice. We could get out now for virtually flat, take advantage of that because we were down to $200 yesterday, up to 6% today, plus what we did yesterday. The other name that I like from valuation standpoint, I don't know too much about the U.S. banks down there, but I've traded enough of them to know, how they kind of move around. I do like Wells Fargo. I think that down here, just reading some reports in the banks, Wells Fargo, they're all on Friday. So I believe it's Wells Fargo, Goldman, and JP Morgan maybe to start off with. But man, so far so good here as we just look at, again, Niels and IBIT and Mara. I hope those work out well for you.
Well, we'll hold the one that works and get out of the one that doesn't, which is completely inevitable when you're trading two crypto names. But you know what, everybody? There's a new discovery on the NASDAQ. That looks like winter weather like we're having here. And that's WKSP, Worksport. They're a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport's got you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And I feel like clean energy is one of those places that people want to be. But remember I said like 30 seconds ago, I should say, Mara, we would take as long as it's set up underneath the volume weighted average price, underneath that resistance from yesterday, that we're going to jump into it short. Every time it breaks out the stop, we're going to get out. Always try to keep them manageable. You just want to make sure that when you win on a stock relative to when you lose on a stock, that is in check. Right, so I'm not going to take 3-4x losses on this thing. If it comes back in and holds trend under VWAP, there's always the rest of the day to get back into it. It's going to slide on over. Uber still not giving you much of anything into this upside move. And PLTR, which I still think is going to be the biggest percentage move, it is the biggest percentage mover on my watch list today, is still holding on to this trend line. But the extension, you have multiple bars over the prior high, and we're only now breaking out the high. So it's still, to me, setting up for this trend reversal. I'm not chasing this move up on Palantir. Let me just double check. IBIT, we're on the offer pretty much right here. We're offering into the highs. Bitcoin's only at 80,000, like 100. So it's not really breaking away from the 80,000 yet. And if you get to 81, you've got overhead resistance. So we're starting to get back out into the high of the day on IBIT, and no change of action on Palantir. I'm still hunting for that trend reversal as the market screams higher highs and higher lows all the way through. Oleg saying Grab instead of Uber. Never really traded Grab. But Uber is the one that we're paying attention to. It was just relatively strong all day long. All you're getting is no pullback into the prior high, which I like 67.5. And for every trader, it's going to be different. Like, I'm not really into longing 68.5 and then trying to cover it at 67.5, where I'd have to put a stop way down there. That's giving 2% risk on Uber, which I'm not sure when it's already up at that time, it would be up 4%, that I want to take that kind of a shot on Uber. So, you know, it's way too far away from the levels I liked. It was that move in the pre-market, I think, that got you to set upside. So I'm not going to chase it on Uber. We'll reload as we just got another pop into the high on IBIT. So every time it comes back in a trend, we're just going to reload it. Let me zoom it in. There you go. So every time it comes back in and holds a trend line, we're just going to reload this trade, which corresponds with VWAP. Just a coincidence that it's corresponding with VWAP.
All right. Yeah, we're still doing the same stuff over here.
44.
If there's anybody else, you guys, if there's any names you guys want me to look at, I mean, I can look at Rivian here for you. It's 10:20. We will have a segment coming up for you. What's for lunch? So get ready for that one, and you'll be able to see there. Look at Rivian, man. Wow, nice move, up 8% today. Goes Rivian right there again. So nice move for Rivian. Again, if anybody is looking at this name, congratulations. You nailed it. RIVN today. Nice moves higher right now for Rivian. We can check out if that's happening all over the place. We can check out Tesla, up 7%. TSLA. You want to talk about a name that is also working there today. Tesla. So look, man, I know it's been a rough, okay, Dara has news, so let's go over to Adara.
I have news and I have small caps. I'll go over here. RH on watch. Marjorie Taylor Greene reportedly disclosing a new stock purchase, which includes the purchase of some RH. Keep an eye as well here. We'll go move over to small caps. We have SXTP. This is 60 Degrees Pharmaceutical. This one pushing to the upside this morning. Mentioned a little bit earlier today, working in collaboration with Yale with regards to the commercialization of one of its drugs. So SXTP with about a 1.3 million share float, going to be on watch here. Then there's NAOV. This one is about a 300,000 share float. This one you can find out more about in our watch list this morning. Nanovibronics. And last but not least, ACHR. This one's a little bit larger, Archer Aviation, but on watch, up on the day here with a 13.8% short float. Again, keep an eye on RH with a stock purchase disclosed by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Intel's back to that high of the day where we got stopped out on our first short. It did eventually get to VWAP, so I'll look for the same sort of fail break of yesterday's, pre-market highs into yesterday's high, which I think can be another trade in there. I do have 21 marked off on the off chance Intel gets that strong. I don't think it's going to, but if it does, then for sure I'm going to take it at that price. All right, if it breaks this high, I'm looking for a topping tail candle and then like a reversion back into VWAP. Ideally, it fails right at 40 and you have it in the mid 30s and then back in gives you about 1.5% down into VWAP. So that's what we're looking for in Intel. Don't want to push that long button on INTC. And as you look over, as I look over, I should say, what's going on with AMD as well? This one's powering and motoring to the upside. I kind of felt this would be Marvell today, and Marvell doesn't want to break any of those highs. Marvell never did anything resembling the dip buy that we wanted. Just feels like it has a lot of room to still go here. I'm going to back away from what I would usually say about AMD is I'd want to short it. But I'm thinking if I want to be long Marvell and it's doing like a perfect bull flag with VWAP here at 55, then attempting to get in here on the top of that flag at the support level is going to make some sense. It's lining up with yesterday's highs as well. So if I can't be long 50, which obviously we can't be long 50 when it's at 55, the next best thing would be to buy the support here in MRVL. Up 9%, check that, up 10% on the day. Absolute rocket ship to the upside. I just feel like it's got a little bit more room when you look at that daily chart, so I'm going to get my stop in. Didn't really think this is one that we'd be chasing this high up, but the market does some funny things here, for sure. All right, Intel, this is your one chance.
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing there, maybe to short that name.
Well, it's wicking the high right now. It just has to close underneath that top.
Okay, you look, we're almost out, man. We have about 12 or 13% left of Amazon, so we'll hopefully be able to see, just get that ready to go there, be able to see if it wants to go higher, man. I mean, I'm thinking about maybe dropping out of this one if it breaks through 182.50. I'm going to put out another out right here at 19s. I don't know, I just push off or enter. Let's change that. Let's go to 12s. There we go, we get to 12s. Oh, we get to 12s and the 19s. Okay, so we're getting less and less position. Now we have 10% left, or so actually maybe a little bit under 10% now for Amazon, as there it goes, ripping up there to the high side. So I know it's been a rough day for some symbols, but we're just sitting on Amazon. So that's the only one there for me today. XO, well, and Intel, right? We already talked about taking the L there on Intel. We'll get back in that most likely. All right, so IBIT, sorry, not IBIT, XOM. Neil's on IBIT, so I'll leave that alone. I know that's not going anywhere too much, but we'll wait to see what happens with Bitcoin, because I was looking there 17.7. So right now, Neil in IBIT, but I'm looking at XOM. It's just come right back into VWAP right now. So this is what I'm doing, man. You can see I've only traded 2 symbols here today. I know Neil's traded 4. So we'll just wait to see here if there's going to be anything else that's coming through. The one thing we do want to tell you, and Neil will get back to his IBIT trade in just a second, but trade the pool isn't just a new option for trading. It's a new mindset, of course. Forget the old rule book where big trades meant big risk. No more, everybody. You can trade with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Your loss is capped. Your profits, of course, are unlimited. This is about breaking barriers, not your bank account. So if you're ready to trade big without the usual fear of losing all, head to tradethepool.com today. We want to thank Trade the Pool and thank Mitch for coming through again as well. All right, Neil, IBIT, how that's going, and I see that you're in Intel.
Well, Intel did that topping tail wick that we mentioned. It broke, it got to 40, it held 40, so we're into it. We actually got 29s. I tried to hit 30s and we got 29s. Doesn't really matter. But I told you guys, if we break this trend on IBIT, I know I'm going to look at Mara and Mara is going to be down. That said, the market was in an upward trend. We're playing into that trend. And the one thing I want to sort of stress, if taking bids at 40 and giving it to like 25, which is all right. When we got filled at 27, we're letting it break that 29. You're risking anywhere from 10 to 15 cents. So note that as it pops up, I'm not getting profit until it gets into that range. That way, and I'm only taking 20% out. Because if I'm taking a bunch out into that high, let's just say 70, 80%, then I'm only making 7, 8 cents on 7, 80%, I'm risking 10 to 15. That's a case where you let it try to go. Because yes, I could have scalped into the high of the day and been up on it, IBIT easily. But then risk to reward wouldn't be very good. I know we'll look over at Mara and you'll see that it failed again. We'll be flat-ish on Mara, paid fees on Mara effectively, gross flat on it because I have a bunch of executions. And I wasn't adding liquidity on the way in. Sometimes I was getting it on the way out, but a lot of times I was punching on the way down, so I was paying fees on Mara, we'll be flat on it. But it is still trending to the downside and looks relatively weak. If we do not hold these highs, I will jump back over to it. But the newest trade is Intel, and we're right back into the same one off the same high, looking for a VWAP retracement just like before. And I'm still sticking with Palantir as a mean reversion trade. This is one I might wait, and I said this before, I'll wait all day for Palantir on this trend break because I just think it's worth it. It's not often that you see, like I just don't see it. It's now $7 from the start of the trend line to the high of day right now. And if it breaks a trend, that's underneath 85. Like there's so much room in terms of a gap here for Palantir that this is just one that I want to track into. We're just sort of generally linearly going upside. That's the best way I want to put it. No parabolic moves just yet. So there's no reason to short this name unless it goes parabolic into 90 or breaks this trend back in. And it's not touching the bottom of the trend line since 950 to give you any traditional long entries either.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, look, I mean, there's some people in the chat there. Look, not every day is going to be an easy day, right? I mean, we're putting on trades. Sometimes we'll lose, sometimes we'll win. You can't, don't judge necessarily a book by its cover. That's why we want you to come back every single day, right? And it's not like that, I've got the winners, I've got the losers, Neil's got the winners, Neil's got the losers. We're just sitting here trying to show it to you. And yeah, some days, obviously, there won't be too many trades that work out, and hopefully some days there are lots of trades that work out for us. And we just hope that you guys are here every day so you can experience this with us. So there it is, man. Yeah, look, I mean, I'll take the role of entertainer, trader, everything all in one, man. But the one thing I'm doing is just trying to be me, right? And trying to be natural and showing you guys the winners and the losers that I'm able to have, right? And again, like if I'm in Amazon, I'm going to talk about it. And if I'm in Intel, we're going to talk about it. Any trade that I'm in, whether or not a loser or a winner, we're going to talk about it. And I'll even tell you, I've traded 2 symbols today. You can ask me at any time in the chat if I'm green, red, what's going on with the symbols we've traded. I mean, that's exactly what we do here on the show. Is we post up our positions. We'll tell you if we're up, down, whatever, right? Like there's Neil in Intel.
We're getting some headlines.
I'm in Amazon. So I guess there's some headlines there. I don't know what.
I just heard something from the U.S. Trade Representative. I couldn't hear it, but the U.S. Trade Representative is talking right now, and there was just a spike in a bunch of names. But then I'm hearing Greer say higher reciprocal tariffs will go into effect tomorrow, which would seem like bearish, but then there was a spike upside when he was talking.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Upside spike. Okay, so we'll wait for that one. We want some upside spikes here if the market wants to go, because again, we of course are long. We're only long one name right now. All right, Neil's been trading this a lot today. I know it's been a little difficult. It's crypto though, as Bitcoin just not moving. Let's see if there's a story here about what's going on with BTC at 79.6 right now.
There actually is a crypto story, Trump. Just, not Sean. Sorry, listening right now to. I'm sorry, guys. It's been quite the morning. We're listening right now to USTR Representative Jameson Greer talking about trade. I am listening to this right now. He hasn't said anything super of note here. Said they are going to be doing these tariffs. He did confirm tariffs will happening. That the higher reciprocal tariffs will go into effect tomorrow. So that's the confirmation there that we got from Greer. Now let's take a look here at BTC, because there was a story here and it was on our watch list this morning as well. So around 8 a.m., a memo from the U.S. Justice Department was released, and it basically said they're disbanding their cryptocurrency task force. The Justice Department is instructing federal prosecutors to stop targeting virtual crypto exchanges and wallets, though they are still allowed to target crypto-related crimes if they are related to larger cases. So for example, organized crime or terrorist activities. So crypto, I guess the overall crypto task force, though, being disbanded for things like crypto agencies, are no longer going to go after these exchanges, and they're no longer going to be going after wallets unless there's a larger crime in watch. So that's the story there for BTC. Right now, though, basically flat here on the day and making a slightly higher low than what we went into yesterday. Let's take a look at some of these crypto markets. Bitcoin around that 79,000 level. Ethereum basically flat here on the day. XRP up 2%. BNB up 1.5%. Solana, Tron, Doge all up around 4%, Cardano up about 6%. So most of these names slightly up on the day, but Ethereum a little bit flatter here. Same with Bitcoin. Back to you.
Yeah, well, ETH's been an absolute dog. No questions asked. That's been an absolute bear. But you know what? No, Bitcoin is moving. You can't say, I know it's flat percentage basis, but you can't really say it's going sideways, because since it broke trend, it spent the entire morning effectively trying to do like this 1%, and it just took it to the downside. Like if you try to fight it, instead of losing like 15 pennies, like you could be out, like right now you'd be out, I don't know, like 40, so like 3x. It's moving. It absolutely is moving to the downside. Like we're breaking the lows when you're still trending up on the NASDAQ. I just started to get some out of Intel. I keep looking up at Palantir. And yes, I am looking for that trend break on Palantir still, as Intel's working back into VWAP, covering in front of VWAP. If it breaks trend down, it's like a separate trade for me. meaning I'd want to, it's almost like think of two things at once. If it breaks the trend, I want to go short, like add to it and then reprice the stop, no longer give it to the high of the day. So I'm still looking short on this name. It's been holding out as relatively weak for a long time, but today was more about market making continual highs. It's making the same high. So anytime I see that, I still think it's valid for a short trade, especially on that trend reversal. It's kind of why I'm looking at Palantir. At this point, we've seen this market reverse in the past, and I think there's a decent chance that if it does, you're going to get some pretty good momentum breaks. It's the early longs. If anybody's long Palantir from the pre-market, I got to imagine they're going to want to take profit if we break this trend line in. So Intel's starting to work back into VWAP. I only took 20% out, but we're getting more on the way. We'll be out half if it gets to VWAP. If it breaks trend, we'll look to add more so long as it's a clean trend break. Don't want to chase anything too far and get out of the pocket. Not on this morning. There still hasn't been that rip your face off parabolic move in either direction yet. And maybe we don't get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get it. I don't think we'll get that for a minute. I think we need a couple more days of just kind of sideways. Like, it's not sideways today. I mean, you're up 4%. I mean, we're up, since we sat down here at 8:30, it's up 1.5%. We were up 2.5%. So now you're up 4.15%. Yeah, man. I mean, again, thank you everybody for all the talk in the chat. And, you know, we really just do appreciate everybody coming through. We do have the big man Sharif and Joseph coming through with you guys at 11 o'clock. So just in 1/2 hour, you will see these guys, and that should be a lot of fun. I'm sure there'll be some gym talk. I'm sure there'll be some looking at the chat, and hopefully some winning trades. I'm only 1 for 2 here today, and as Neil says, obviously we are in the pocket right there as well. But I don't have a problem telling you when we're having a big day or a bad day, right? I mean, yesterday was a good day, Friday was not a good day, and today's a good day. So I keep saying I'm green today. Well, like I said, you guys can ask us whatever you guys want. No pie ever for Joe, apparently, and we have to believe it. But I think he's had cookies before. Have you had chocolate chip? Yeah.
Of course he has.
He's thinking about it.
Of course he's had
It's not, of course, my guy, because I would have thought, of course, pie.
Yeah.
But there we go. So, anyways, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's had cookies before. There's no doubt about that. And I also think he's had pie before as well. So,
I find that
the day I meet your parents, my guy, I'm debunking this one.
No, I understand if you don't like pie, or maybe you don't have it very often. But if you tell me as a grown North American, you've never eaten pie once, I find that a little bit hard to believe. That said, you're Jamaican. Jamaicans aren't. Look, in the West Indies, you don't eat pie in the West Indies. Like you eat cake. Like it's more of a cake than pie thing. But let's not pretend that we're not in Canada right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't, the good thing about this show is we don't pretend anything. These are our trades, man. We see what we see right here, and you guys are going to get ready for, again, one more of a big day coming on the Midday show, and we're really happy to have that one. But the thing that a lot of people want to know is what's for lunch. So let's address that. By the way, Amazon just comes up. What's up, Randy? Amazon just comes up. We get another fill right there as we props it up to everybody trading with us here today. Been a successful day over here, but what's for lunch is interesting. Today is Tuesday, April the 8th. So I say a happy anniversary to my parents. So that's the first thing right there. We say a big happy anniversary to them. Married in 1972. So you can figure that one out right there. I know I don't look that old, but okay. So today, Kerala beef curry. Kerala beef curry, Kerala. Never had that one before. Cumin basmati rice, okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, so it must be an Indian dish here, as we got the basmati rice, cumin basmati rice, with cabbage and carrot, thoron, and is that cucumber salad? I don't know. So it's going to be an exciting day. Needless to say here, maybe we'll take a picture of that. I'll bring it on maybe the Midday there. Kerala beef curry. So
I just looked it up. We've had
shout out. Yeah, I'm sure we've probably had it before. Shout out to the catering company here. Always doing something unique. That is, hey, Randy.
Oh, does he wear
elbows up?
Bass Pro Sports or Bass Pro Shops hat? that what the guy that brings the catering in the morning?
I don't. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I'd swear, I was giving him the nod as he was leaving. I'm like, hey, what's up? And I'd swear he's got like a Bass Pro Shops, which is just a little bit weird.
Yeah, maybe.
He might have. That does look delicious.
Yeah.
This is what
Coreweave. Okay, yeah, another name.
This is what it looks like. I just kind of looked it up here. I should have ad blocker on this.
Yeah, that looks good.
That looks absolutely delicious. Our salad.
Hopefully we don't have chicken on our salad because that chicken is
100%. We're gonna have chicken on the salad. 95%. Never speak in certainties, but I'd say like 90 to 95%. We've been getting chicken breast every single day. That's why. That's the only reason.
Look at Amazon.
All right, so now we're starting to. This is what the market is going higher. And two things are happening. One, Intel's pulling back into VWAP, and two, every time I look over and we make another press at the high, Palantir for some reason just isn't really going anymore. So gonna keep it locked. I said I might have to wait for this one all day long for Palantir to break trend. It's testing trend at 85 potentially in a couple minutes. I got one more bid on Intel in front of VWAP, and then we let it fly. This also has a trend break as well. When you look over at this relative to the strongest chip name, which is AMD, very distinct difference. Like AMD is a rocket here and up 5.5%. But Intel never broke that high and held above it, so we jump right back into the short trade. It's got to be able to stick in the pocket. Ryan Felipe said short Tesla. Didn't come in wanting to short Tesla. Wasn't part of the plan. You're probably looking at this level and saying, yeah, why not? 252. That 248. It does look like a good setup, but I'd rather be short something which couldn't get through its high this morning as opposed to one which has just been making higher high after higher high after higher high and trending up the way that Tesla has.
All right, what's everybody else doing for lunch? All right, I'm actually going to go over there and see if I can trade Palantir here a little bit because, yeah, I am getting a little bit of, I mean, it's fun to watch Amazon do this. I mean, we're 250 in the money, and I think this is the trading that I want to do anyways. So the only time we should have been buying is right here on the 50-period moving average, and it looks like it's doing it again right now. So you do have this dip opportunity here at 85 right now for Palantir. So a pull back in to 85 might be good to go on PLTR right there. So yeah. Let's look at something else. I don't even know if my scanner is working. 1036, yeah, it is, okay. SMR, yeah, I was looking at, okay, what's up, Anil? All right, Sean, it's pronounced Kerala. Okay, what's up, Kerala? We like Kerala. Thank you for confirming that, my guy. Yeah. Okay, so, all right, we have e-signal ad read? All right, then let's do it, man. We do this natural, au natural. Make sure that everybody, is it now, Ramin? Okay, we'll do it in a couple seconds. But yeah, anyways, just keep on trucking. We did get some out there on Amazon. We are waiting for the Qs. We did talk about that missed opportunity on, of course, the Qs, where we had these dip buy opportunities into the 50-period moving average. You are now up 4.25 percentage points right now. And look, man, we said this. I want to say thank you to Ramin as well, because I feel like Ramin's told me this before. When you're at the top of the mountain, all you do is look down. And I really think that, you know, as a program, all of that as well as some of these trades that we've put on, like, thank you so much. You've now found the top of the mountain here with Trader TV Live. So just keep on those good vibes. And I'll thank Ramin to that, because I've really used that as a mentality for my trading as well. Like, I just do me, and you guys can see that that's really working out so far. And I want to thank a big shout out to Ramin, doing much more than simply flipping those buttons, because again, we talk about trading being a mental game, and you definitely need that strength, especially when you sit here every day and have the gun turned at you. I mean, just ask us how we're doing and you'll see, man, this is a very, very fragile thing here trading. Some days you get it, some days you don't. We want to appreciate everybody for joining us. We've had one of the best marches. I mean, you know, and then yesterday was huge as well. So thank you so much for everybody for joining us. And if a tree falls and nobody's there in the forest, does it make a sound? E-Signal right now. Thank you so much. Grab that. Sign up today. It is completely free for your first month. Grab whatever entitlements are necessary for you to have the success that you are looking for. It is E-Signal. Connect to over 50 plus brokers. We'd like to thank E-Signal for continuously supporting Trader TV Live. World-class charts, world-class customer service, indicators galore. Every single thing you could think of available in E-Signal. We talked about the options chain with Joey Options over there. Everything available with E-Signal. Take advantage of that offer. We are very proud to have delivered that to you as well. So, again, just really good vibes here. And just continued goodness, right? We are having major changes coming soon, and we're really happy to be able to show you all of that. And believe me, I am thrilled with what's about to happen around here as far as change of pace. So go ahead with E-Signal. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say that. Sorry. I thought I could sneak a melon in while you were finishing up there.
Yeah, no
problem. No, the number, now it's not there anymore, but the number one on my trade rate was a stock we hadn't even looked at and was going to be Alphabet. I'll get to Alphabet in a quick little second. Actually, it just popped up. Now I'm seeing Nvidia and AMD, and Amazon, which has been normal for this morning. But Alphabet, which we hadn't talked about, just popped up. But you're now on the trend. I got that fill in front of VWAP on Intel, and we just broke the trend line on Palantir as we are going to already sector watch. So Palantir is breaking this trend from 7 a.m., and we're going to see what sectors are weak, strong, probably strong. I hope oil is doing well because I want to dip by CVX.
We still have this Senate committee hearing right now with USTR Representative Jameson Greer happening right now. I'm listening to this. Basically, he said that the best way that countries can have pricing certainty or avoid impacts of tariffs is to build products in the U.S. But he also said that the price challenge from Trump's tariffs will most greatly affect companies that are largely dependent on Chinese and Asian imports. So retail names did take a little bit of a dip on that move, something to be aware of that just came out now. Now let's take a look here at the sector board, which is very green, a nice surprise. It's been a while since we've seen this. Technology services nicely up on the day. Meta leading the pack, but Netflix, Microsoft, Google all really strong. Apple and Nvidia, really good look here in electronic technology, but we also have Broadcom up 8% after announcing a $10 billion buyback program. Finance, which really led that push to the downside, largely to the upside today. JPM and Berkshire Hathaway, the two largest names in the sector, both up about 5%. Retail trade, great look across the board. Health technology actually doing pretty well here, though some names like AbbVie and Merck are a little bit more muted. Consumer non-durables, great look. Consumer services, utilities, commercial services, producer manufacturing, etc., all strong. But watch out for energy minerals around 3 p.m. That's when Donald Trump's going to be signing some energy-related executive orders about as part of his Unleashing American Energy event. Back to you.
Unleashing American Energy. So I like American Energy. We're invested pretty decently in Chevron. I'm looking to add to that position. Palantir broke that trend line, so we got into Palantir. The crazy thing about it, and anytime this happens, never take a full position in because it didn't close underneath the trend line when it broke. So it only closed down here at 84.5. It closed beneath the trend line. Why am I bidding there? I want to bid view up. So it only closed down here underneath the trend, and that's a good 50-cent move. So I'll let it bounce, and if this closes holding underneath 85, then we add to that position. If it doesn't, then we don't. While that was going on, Intel broke volume weighted average price and bounced off 20 exactly. 20.01 buyers on Intel, so covering in front of 20 instead of VWAP makes sense because that's where the buying has stepped into this one. I don't know if we'll get another shot at that high of the day, but this also broke the trend. That if it holds under VWAP, I want to look for a place to potentially add here. You got to remember the market's still trying to go higher. So yes, this finally held the highs, breaking lower, but the market's still overall trending up, and you got to be careful fighting this a little bit too much there, guys. So we're Intel working, obviously, and Palantir, the condition, as I said before, we close this bar underneath the trend line, then I can add in. Otherwise, it's quick in and quick out. My stop is above this prior bar high. Always a prior bar high on Palantir. So we don't get full in because it didn't close underneath the trend line. That's always a condition of a trend trade for me. I'll take the break, but never going to go all in there on PLTR. And that's just something you always have to figure out your own strategy. Like anything, like the biggest loss I had today was iBit. Well, that's less than our one shot on, we had a reversion on Amazon yesterday. And that's all that really matters. Like what are you winning versus what you're losing on an individual trade? It can be an A+ setup if it closes underneath clean, but if it doesn't, that's more like a B. It's a B if it breaks and doesn't give you the consolidation under here to then grab the short. Still a possibility that happens, but I need this 3-minute bar to close to confirm that break of the trend. There's plenty of wicks where it's breaking the trend line and then coming right back up. You want that one where it holds underneath and then you get the continuation down.
Yeah, tough one there on Palantir because, now it's right back. So I'm going to just do what I'm doing today, man, and that is stay here. There's only 13 minutes left. If anything, I'd be buying this dip right there on VWAP. So, tough one at these levels, man. It's 1040, not 1047 right now. And as Neil said, might be a rough day today, but yesterday, actually, today's been okay. It's just been more trendy. Like yesterday, we had that fake news that happened right away at 9:45. That really gave the longs some love right there. Okay, now we're underneath the 50-period moving average here. Maybe the futures do consider going down a little bit. Why don't we now, for myself, look to take the short here in Palantir? I know. Oh, that's too bad, man, because now it's all the way back down.
It just closed underneath, so therefore it now fits the parameters of the trade.
Okay, good. So that's the other thing too, right? I mean, Neil looks at his P&L all the time and knows that the strategies are working. So if you, if you guys want to take those trades, that is good for me. I'm going to do this 50 period right now. There it is. So now we're short on Palantir. Let's see where we can go. My stop's going to be, I think, similar to where yours was. If we do break the 50 period moving average.
High for me.
Yeah. Okay, so I won't do that. I'm going to do the 50-period moving average because that's been what's working. So we'll wait to see down here, 84.60 coming into play. Hopefully we can get that to the downside right now with PLTR. Hey, man, a win is a win. We'll see if we can have another one here with PLTR. But we have been getting out. What was that, Ramin? Was that something? Yeah, okay, so that's a minute there. There goes Palantir right now. There it is, Neil. Boom, there's 16 cents. So we'll take a little bit out right there on Palantir, put another little feather in our cap. Again, I told you it was tricky up at these levels. We're scalping now. Let's see if it can work out. It's 10:49 now, so we do get ready for money talks with Adara, but it's early because she has, once again, important breaking news.
Money does talk, but so do representatives from the Trump administration when it comes to trade. We're going to talk right now about these comments still coming through from U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer here. He is still doing this testimony before the Senate panel, with regards to Trump's trade policy. When asked about exemptions, he said that Donald Trump and the administrations will not be giving exemptions because it would be like Swiss cheese and take away from the point they're trying to make about the trade surplus and deficit. So that's coming out here. No exemptions is what we're expecting right now for these trade policies, according to the U.S. Trade Representative. Now, let's take a look here at this U.S. dollar, poised to actually break its 2-day winning streak as it comes into a little bit of an area of resistance. Previous support, that was a little bit of a base that we found here a couple times in early to mid-March here around that 103.25 level, currently trading around 103.3, but a little bit red on the day is the U.S. dollar. Now, I want to talk about this Fed Watch tool. One of the things that I think is pretty interesting about the Fed Watch tool I want to mention is you can actually see how the rate we have now has changed over the last X number of periods. So this is the June meeting that we're looking at right now. We still have overwhelming majority expecting that we're going to be getting no change in the rate at the May meeting, but the June meeting is where it gets interesting. So as of yesterday, barely anyone was expecting a 25 that we would hold steady again. Now, 10% of participants are expecting there will be no change in the rates for June. So we went from mostly expecting a cut, in fact, I think entirely pricing in a cut, to now we're seeing some participants say there might still be no reason to change the rates when it comes to June. I think that's worth noting. That being said, the overwhelming majority, about 90%, still does see a cut of at least 25 basis points in June, with some participants pricing in a 22 basis point cut. Guys, if you're enjoying the content, make sure to like and subscribe. I also have some research content on X at TTV Research if you're looking for infographics or other market news. Back to you.
There we go. Thank you, Dara, for all of that. Love those infographics. Keep them coming for sure. But if you are looking for unbeatable odds, like last night when you had a fantastic line on Florida, which we showed live, you got better on the money line by a large amount, then you want to look at ProphetX. Because this peer-to-peer platform, you get to set the price. No one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProphetX, where sports playing is reimagined, just like trading, everybody. You can use the code TRADERTV and get up to 2% cash back, up to $300. Obviously, it was a pretty interesting and fun game last night. One of the things that's coming up, we were looking at the Masters, and I always like to point this out. One of the things you get from ProphetX is betting on that no side, everybody. And if you have that opportunity, I think it allows you a little more flexibility in terms of playing. You can scan the book, see where the best odds are, place your bids, see if you get swept up with a good price. So big shout out to ProphetX for that. Palantir, like we said, it closed underneath the trend line. It just went down. Come to the chart for a quick little second. Just came down into support, which is about 60s into 65. So the range is tops 89, like 80, call it like 90s, 84, 90s or so. And then the bottom here is 65. So that prior bar is about 25 to 30 cents. And this support is 25 to 30 cents. So some out 1-to-1, some out to VWAP. And if it breaks that high, going to be out of Palantir. Intel's still looking like this trend is going to hold underneath the volume-weighted average price. I'm not adding to it yet. I think you want it to calm down a little bit here. There's a lot of things about this which are still bullish, like support at the prior resistance spot. And one thing that I'm in the back of my mind trying to remember, that squeeze that we had to the upside, after that happens, even if you have a lower high resistance, it's still significant, that lower high resistance. That's what held for the majority of the day. There was never going to be resistance in that squeeze move, so you have to be able to respect that. And for now, Intel might have some support at that level. So as I said, my plan of action for Palantir next out is going to be at VWAP. We just got more out at the 1-to-1, and we wait for it. I think it's looking like it could be a VWAP break. 82 ultimate area target. Why? Just because 82 was the prior day high. If we lose VWAP, I think we're headed to that.
Yeah, man. I mean, there it is. Another good idea there with the Palantir short. We're short at 85. Just covered more at 60s there. So we'll go 2 for 3 today and have, again, a pretty decent day one more time. I mean, I'm just, like I said, I'm bidding to get some out here. It's been coming into this level. If we can get VWAP, that would be fantastic. So I'm going to put some more outs right here. I'm actually just going to bid some more at 50. Hopefully we can get that trade, and we'll just move on, man. I mean, that's what we're looking to do right now, is a little bit of action here for this. So we thought we liked this trade. Again, underneath the 50-period moving average. Let's go. We do have enough bullets to fire, so we'll get another piece out here at 50 if we can, and then that will be a big trade. Another 50-cent winner right there. I'm actually on NASDAQ, so it's going to have to take the whole level for me to get the fill. So maybe I should switch and get on something else. But there it is. It does hold there at 50. We did have a bid there. We're not too worried about it right now. Hopefully it does come back in there. Palantir, a big trade alert for that one. So we'll be good on PLTR, and hopefully it does fill us up there at 50 as it continues to go down. Just thank you to everybody for watching today. Best you could do is for us would be hit that like, hit the subscribe, but just make sure you stay with us here for the midday show with Joe and Sharif, and then I'll be back at 2 p.m. and we will trade again then. VWAP here for Amazon. So we got a bunch outs, man. Now I have 2% left of Amazon. Hopefully there's something there and we'll be able to take advantage of Amazon. But looking, I'll probably reload this in and around 180. But as you can see, man, we kind of nailed the market with this move to the downside there by shorting Palantir. So I can wait for that, see if it does want to work itself out a little bit. You can see how valuable sitting on the wrong gateway is, because we were at NASDAQ there and it just didn't print us at 60s. So here, or at 50, so hopefully it comes back in, and we'll just change it. We'll go to 56 now, put a bid there, hopefully get that fill, and then watch it go to the downside. So Amazon, look, Amazon's going to be P&L number 1 for the show today, obviously, and then Palantir, because of this trade, will be P&L number 2, and then we'll just work on it from there. And I'll just sit there, man. Palantir yesterday was a huge trade for me. And hopefully we can have it here again today, and we'll see if that can get back into the pocket for us with Palantir. And after that, yeah, Bitcoin and IBIT really taking that stair step down right there. So yeah, good outs it looks like for you. I know it will be a red name, but at the end of the day, the VIX, the market right now, yeah, starting to come back in. So here we go. These are the dip buys that we're kind of looking for. You know what I mean? So if we do get that dip buy opportunity, even Bitcoin down at 73, 74, 75, those could be good dip buy opportunities as well. If you were looking for some Bitcoin love, you may be able to get that. But here comes Palantir. If we can get that mid-50s, we'll take it. We were just getting greedy there. We're having such a big day. There it is. So there we go. We get the 56 now on Palantir. So there it goes, man. I hope you guys can all follow this trade. We put it on. It's been good so far. It's PLTR, and we've still got, like I said, man, we all trade different sizes, so I still have a bunch on. We'll see what winds up happening here as we continue to move lower.
Yeah, market definitely heading lower. I'll show you guys UVXY in a quick little second. If Intel bounces, support to resistance, resistance, support. If we bounce off 19.8, we're trending in and trending out of this thing. So if it breaks the downward trend that it's in, I'm going to jump out. But I'm watching VIX here because you're starting to go right back into the 40 level. 40 was where this sucker turned around yesterday, and 40 and overnight is where we accelerated. So if we if we reject 40 on the VIX and pull back in, probably a good spot to look for profit on shorts and outs, or in entry points, I guess you'd be looking for on long. So you just got to VWAP and Palantir. We'll let it continue the trend. Looking at 82 next. And as I mentioned, Intel, if it bounces off that high, that low of the day, I should say, the VIX going to highs, this going to lows. Simple as this breaks trend after bouncing off the low, I get out and wait for VWAP to get back in. If it breaks the bottom, then we're holding to see how far it might want to drop. Just had to stick with, when the market was making higher highs, this was making the same high. So it never really stopped setting up for the short. Was that a call for Adara?
I believe so.
Okay. Do Adara, guys.
Just be aware here, get a little bit of a drop in the market. Still getting comments from Jameson Greer, U.S. trade representative here, repeating that Trump definitely has said he will not do near-term tariff exemptions. But we also had comments coming up from Lula, who is the leader of Brazil, saying that what Trump is doing in the U.S. will not work. So some more leaders here coming out talking about Trump's tariff policies as we await this move over to the Midday Show. Back to you.
In trade, what's up, everybody, man? I just hope everybody got this Palantir. Glad Neil jumped back into this. We had talked about it. We just covered some at 30s, so that was a good trade. 35s we just got there on Palantir, giving us, we're short 97, so 62 cents there on that move back in for PLTR, and it's working, man. So yeah, there it goes. Big 2-for-2 day on Amazon and Palantir that will drop it out on Intel. But there's Amazon. We're going to get out of Amazon now. So yeah, big day. Congratulations to everybody who is green today. It was a tough morning, unless you had waited, I guess, for this short. It was pretty much along the whole day. There's the short, just came in. So congratulations, anybody trading, today, and hopefully you're able to have a successful one. So yeah, man, good job there. I hope you guys are all green. If not, you'll get there. Don't worry, and hopefully you'll learn something, if nothing else, right? So there's a couple outs there on Palantir. And yeah, thank you, Stevenson, and everybody else, man. No matter if you're green or red today, I hope you enjoyed the show.
Yeah, by the way, Intel just held the low. I'm out. We're out of Intel off that break. Looks like it's trying to continue lower, but I want to wait for VWAP. It's always going to be my plan of action to trade range bound. If I see a range and support and resistance, then I'm going to get out and trail that last little bit. We'll hold it from station to station, but if it makes that stop, then I got to follow my rules. Palantir holding VWAP as well. If it breaks trend off of VWAP, then I'm also getting out of that. Let's go on over to the midday. It is Joey Options. It is the professor. Go get him, boys.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And YouTube likes to take their time. It's okay. It's okay, YouTube. We love you. You're the best free video platform on the internet. But there's already Matthias Lane and Blackhawk JP. Shout out to Skull, Darwin with the 3 pies there, Joseph. I think that's a little dig at you, my man. But shout out to the OG Darwin. Yeah, he's good with it. Your boy Joey Options can take a joke. Charlie Taft, beer producer Wilson. We got Tez. We got Jacques. And we got X Baines, baby. We got the OG Gorev. We got Ravi Fernandez. I used to have a friend in high school called Ravi Fernandez, ironically enough. Super No, yes, City Boy 305. And we got Stefan Gilbert. Todd, 6060. We got Mary. We got Rishi. We got Jin Vesting and Jose Perez. Rishi Desi. We got Brandon Franklin, Juan Padilla, Gladys S. and Westgate. Shout out to Alan Bloomner? Sorry, bro, I butchered your last name. We got Why Not, 2 New York Cents. We got Thomas, Adara. We got Papa Bear and Hytham. Fat Figga, my man, number 60. Okay, I see you, Fat Figga. Scott J, Tough Aldrin, Vinicius Jr., is that you? Arsenal's going to beat you today. Cold King Blue Army. Shout out to Nightbot. That's like a automatic thing. All right, one more here, Joseph. Man. John Osipachak. Sorry, John. I know I got that one wrong. Good morning, Joseph.
What's up, brother? Nephew with a capital P. What's going on, man? Good to see you in the chat. You're back. It's Tuesday. You know we're going to be here Monday to Friday, man. So just make sure you guys tune in to these markets because we got a lot going on, especially today. I mean, it's good from a sense that the volatility has drastically started to decay and compress. That's a good sign for me personally. I like that, right? But everybody has their own preference and what they like in the market, Sharif. We got a lesson today. Okay. I'll show you what we got going on real quick. We'll go over your trades real quick, and then we'll hop right into it. A little bit of a mess here on iBit. If we can pull up my chart here, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. So Sharif and I were here this morning, and I went to actually add right here, and I went all out. And Sharif's like, Joe, get right back in. I'm like, okay. Let me get in 4 times the amount that I initially went in, and then we got this little pop, but then that's all we got from that there. And then this was bad. I went really small here because I knew that I would be wrong as soon as we broke the range, but that was okay. We put in an indecision. I tried again, doubled up the position, and then got stopped out there on iBit. So that is what it is. It was messy. It wasn't one of the cleaner traders this morning, but we had a nice couple shorts on the TQs, guys, that just kept us green on the day. And sometimes you only need a couple trades. This was earlier in the morning. So one thing that I note is that when we're really extended above VWAP in the pre-market, you tend to get that move back to the mean. So that's what we were looking for on this play, just a little bit of a VWAP, but you can see that it started to curl up the volume weighted average price and follow price action. So that was a positive sign, but then we started to curl up once again, and I'm like, okay, now we're getting that turtle shell type price action, extremely extended from VWAP, and a lot of indecision at the highs. Let me get one more short in, and then bang, there we go. We took that short all the way down to VWAP, running with our target. I have one out left there, guys, so we'll hold that one.
Bang.
What do you got going on?
Your friend Jay Lee kind of sees it the same way you're seeing it. He's looking at taking these market shorts, baby. Nice. He wants these T-triple-Qs down to the canvas. All right, here are the small cap gappers we are looking at today. ZV, yes. VSA, the biggest, the baddest looking one right now. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but it's the best looking chart. $1.66 high, retracing down above the 10, above VWAP. This one's in no man's land right now, but it's finding support at $1.40. Let's keep an eye out on this one. This looks awfully good. It was just down halted. It is just reopened and trying to bring back, or trying to move back up. NAOV, another beauty. 362%, but off that 16.25 high. It's using this former area of technical resistance at around 13, 12.5, generally as support on the closing basis. You can see it's wicking below there, but the closing prints are defending that 12.5, 13. What I don't like about this is the ridiculous amount of lower highs we have on the 5. Let's keep an eye out on that. SXTP. This one was a good looker, man. I had a trade in this one in the sim. You guys know I trade in the sim in the morning, and then we go live on the show. I had a really good trade on this one, but it's lost VWAP at that $3.33 area. It was using VWAP generally as support. It lost that now, Joseph, so it's going to have to weasel back above that 3 1/3 for me to get involved. TRNR. Look, this one had a really nice move pre-market, but you know my rules. We don't trade these bad boys if they're trading south of that pre-market high. So it's going to have to weasel above $1.43. A couple more, Joseph, sorry.
Yeah,
SOBR, it's losing the bid. So this one, I don't even want to talk about it. VG, though, this one looked like a dang buy program to the high side there. And now, Joseph, a buy or a sell program to the downside. So this one, a V-shaped retracement, and not top G, for all my guys out there, but top W, this one is, I'm going to get hate in the chat for that. Yeah. They hate him out there. They hate him, right? TOPW trading below the volume weighted average price, 260. It's going to have to work its way above there for me to get interested. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, good stuff there, my friend. Normal special, that's okay, brother. Just keep on plucking away. There's always going to be another week. The markets are going to be here, that's for sure. All right, guys. A lot of VWAP. For those who are new, for those who are new and those who are experienced, I think it's really important because I do believe it is the most common indicator used amongst day traders, retail traders, whatever it may be. The volume weighted average price can tell us a whole ton, and this is exactly what we're going to get into. And then on Thursday, we're going to get into, just because it's volatile markets, we're going to get into calendar ratio and how to reduce implied volatility and volatility in our options contracts, all right, just using gamma, etc., because that is extremely important. So now we're running into 45s here on the TQs. I'm going to hold this last little bit on a little bit longer. So El Nino, yeah, we love that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So what is it, guys? So what is we have? The volume weighted average price is a popular indicator across all levels of traders. Can be classified as a trading benchmark that calculates the average price of a stock by the volume of trades at each price level. All right, so there's different ways we can interpret this. All right, so VWAP gathers both price and volume data throughout the whole trading session. Calculated from an intraday perspective, VWAP starts when the market opens at 4:30 a.m. to when it closes at 8 p.m., then resets on a daily basis. All right, so utilizing this, the indicator can help with identifying trends, bullish trends when current and past prices trading above the volume weighted average price. This can indicate more buying pressure. All right, so more bullish sentiment. Bearish trend when current and past prices trading below VWAP reflects more selling pressure utilized as support and resistance levels can help decipher entry and exit levels. I think that's really, really important. When we're playing reversions, we look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price, and then we also look for the deviation of the volume weighted average price as well too when we're looking for breakouts. Okay, so entry and exit signals. If the primary intraday or pre-market trend is trading above the volume weighted average price and the underlying breaches the indicator once the stock reclaims the level, this can be a potential entry signal looking for the continuation of the trend. And that's when I get into that elastic effect, right? That's when I'm referring to the elastic effect, that's exactly what I mean, okay? So you get those bounces off of it. Whether the underlying is extremely strong, then you can just bounce right off of it. If it's a little bit more weak and buyers aren't as aggressive, you can kind of breach it a little bit, then you get the bend, and then you can bounce right through it. So, all right, exit signals. When trading a retracement setup, prices extended from VWAP, the move back towards the indicator can be used as profit targets, and exit signals also can be utilized as stop loss parameters, okay? So when we breach the volume weighted average price in a bullish trend, that can signal for us to get out, okay? And vice versa. So let's take a look at some prime examples of trading and how we can utilize the volume weighted average price as kind of an elastic effect as our primary entry and exit signals. So this is one of the trades that I have from, I'm not too sure what specific date this is, but here you can see from a pre-market standpoint, we are trading above it, and then you kind of get that trampoline bounce off of it. So you push through, not strong enough, not enough selling pressure in order for us to breach through it, then we go back above it, come back below it again, and then we bounce right at the open right above it. So there you go. Good little trade here by me. You can see that I entered once, got out, entered, add, and then you take the break of the volume weighted average price all the way to the top side there. And here's another example as well too, guys. Very identical type trading. You can see here, it's almost like it's 2 different days, but identical styles. In, out, back in again. You can see that we're in at the hold of the volume weighted average price, a bunch of indecision right here. We get out and then we get right back in there, Sharif, and add to those positions, and then just partial out all the way up there. Yeah, so this is a past trade. So it can act as support and resistance. When price approaches VWAP from above and bounces off the indicator, this can determine buyer confidence at that key level, acting as support for the underlying asset. Resistance, when price approaches VWAP from below, sellers may become more active, viewing the level as an opportunity to sell at fair or slightly increased value, causing the underlying asset to run into potential resistance levels, okay? So here is an example when the volume weighted average price is just acting as clear support throughout the whole day and just trending to the top side. So multiple bounces and multiple indecision candles right at VWAP as it's holding up relatively strong. The market is really starting to come in here. And here's the inverse of that, guys. So you can see that we had the inability to breach it, and you can use this to just as a consistent trend line to the downside, all right? So key tips. VWAP is an indicator of price action. It does not dictate. Understanding the ebbs and flows of the market will help you utilize the volume weighted average price. Unlike shorter period moving averages, VWAP will smooth out, does not fluctuate as much throughout the trading session. And that is the lesson on the volume weighted average price there, guys. Hopefully that gave you a little more insight. Sharif, we just took our last little bit out there on the TQs. Yeah, right at 45 there, guys. So you can see that VWAP, speaking of it, was my primary target. We left a little bit for the dream, and then we're continuing to move to the downside. It looks as of now that we have snapped the VWAP, and we are continuing to move to the southeast. Sharif.
All right, guys. I've been keeping my eye fixated on your friend here, Zed. VSA, 207% and change and still going, was halted to the upside at that $1.61. Halted yet again to the upside at $1.79. This is the gift that keeps on giving. Now, this is a halter, so there's a bit of a different strategy here to trading these halting names, because you're going to have to be in it, if you're caught in the halt, that is, for at least 5 minutes at a time, if not more. Volatility halts, if you don't trade these small cap gappers often, come in blocks of 5. So this one halted, for example, at 11, let's just say 11:13. It was 11:28.58. So it will open up at the minimum at 11:18 or 11:17.58 to be more exact, okay? So we're going to give this one a look. I'm definitely keeping my eye on it. I was fumbling the keys. I was actually trying to punch in while Joseph was dropping hot lines on the lesson. I couldn't get in at the price that I liked, so I canceled my order. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm just a little disappointed in myself, and I'll tell you why. You guys know how much I have, the affinity that I have for getting pullbacks off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and that's exactly what this gave you over here at that $1.33, $1.40, whatever, in and around that area, especially after that topping tail. Now, as I've mentioned on many occasions, topping tail candles on small cap gappers are not the end all and be all of the trade. It is not the same as seeing it on Meta, on Apple, on other names, okay? There's a lot of profit taking, intraday profit taking here that causes these. And then as you can see, we ended up making a new high and we're closed out right at the high there. So $1.79, it's halted at, I'm talking about ZVSA or ZVSA for my American friends out there. That's the look right now. The other one, Joseph, is NAO dang V. There's no dang in that, I promise. This one is breaking down, and that trend that has been basically in place since 10 o'clock, so now we're in 15 minutes of trend right now of lower highs. And so, yes, okay, this could be a bull flag, absolutely, but I need to see more. I'm not going to guess to see whether or not we're going to break through that upper trend line. I want to see the break of the upper trend line, then I'll get involved. That means getting a crappier price, so be it. I'd rather put the odds on my side. Now, I do like where this is finding support, even though I don't want to pick it up off here. The reason is I want to see if other traders who were involved in NAOV are seeing the same thing I'm seeing. And I'm seeing resistance here at 13, initial resistance at 13 on that big move up. And lo and behold, we've been kind of defending generally 13, 12 and a half since 10:45. So almost a half an hour now of that general area, 13 to 12 and a half, holding up. That doesn't mean, though, that it's going to break to the high side. It could be holding up there initially, but sellers could overwhelm buyers, and we could end up losing the bid there. My next level, if we do lose that 13, 12 and a half, I'm looking at the volume weighted average price, which is currently around 11 and a fifth, 11 and a quarter. We'll see what happens there. So NAOV and ZVSA, the best two on my chart right now. There's not a whole lot. I got to tell you guys, I've been looking. SXTP is kind of like the only other one, and you guys know how I feel about trading these south of the volume weighted average price. Currently on SXTP, VWAP is 333. So you can see we're below 3, we're breaking down, so we'll have to wait and see if this one wants to find a bid. It does have, though, a pre-market high at 285 Adara. What is going on up there?
Keep an eye here on KRMN. This is Carman Holdings dropping here with a short report coming from Herb Greenberg. Herb Greenberg is a journalist based in America, and he basically said this is one company he's watching, and he said that, quote, the red flags are many. So KRMN with a short report from a journalist pushing it to the downside. Keep an eye on this ticker here. Still listening to the Senate testimony here with regards to USTR, or U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. Still ongoing. If I see anything market moving there, I will let you guys know. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, thank you for that. Adara, by the way, did you hear that the Trump administration wants to cancel the former Biden administration's financing of GLP-1s?
I did.
You see that? You saw that?
I was very aware of that.
I was looking at Lily and I didn't see a big move down, nor did I see one on Novo. I figured there'd be a bit more movement.
Same.
Thank you for that.
GLPs, eh?
Yeah, so here we go. We are now open, Joseph, on ZVSA for my American friends out there. We are going to halt down, baby. And this is what I meant. Once, you get into that habit of halting, especially these dollar stocks that don't have to move that much in order to halt because it's the 10% rule. We're halted down yet again, and we've got a topping till candle, as you can see, on the 5, much like we had, Joseph, at 1055. Again, it's not operative. We're still above VWAP. We're still above the 10 exponential moving average. So Z or ZVSA, whatever, is certainly in my sights. I will wait on this one to set up properly. I don't want to jump in prematurely here. There's nothing, honestly, that I do like right now in small cap gapper world. I'm always keeping my eye on the scanner. And if you guys see anything, I'd love it if you guys would tag me. Let me know something that is moving. And just so you know, I filter everything out south of 85 pennies. So the ones maybe that are trading at 60, 50, 40 pennies, maybe breaking up, I do not know about. So that is what I'm looking at there, guys. So what do you got?
Yeah, just talking with my guy Jay Lee in the chat there. He's telling us to short. Man, we were short already, the TQs. If we can pull up my chart here, you can see we got that nice little move in the market and multiple attempts on it too that worked out pretty well for us. We're now long the Tesla with nice indecision prints at the lows. You can see we're in at 819. We're not going to add to this position just yet. We're going to wait for a pullback and then an additional add, and then that will give us a little bit more conviction within the setup because the market does seem to be in somewhat of a free fall right now, giving up the majority of the earlier gains and some of these pre-market gains. I will note Gorev, Los Polios, Jay Lee, I am liking this 5-minute print on SPY. If it closes as a hammer, we might get some bounce, and that could be a positive signal. What's our target here on TSLA, Sharif? VWAP. We just did a lesson on VWAP, so let's see if we can get that to come into play there. But grabbing a nice little piece off these bottoms and on those indecision prints, you can see on the 1-minute time frame, And what I was just about to do was actually just pull up the options chain to be like, hey, what is the market telling us from a range standpoint today? But a really nice print here on SPY, Sharif. I like this a lot. Look at this 5-minute bottoming candle right here at the low. So that could be a really good potential for a small bounce here in the market, guys. So going to keep an eye out on that. Let's see what the overall. Okay, so what is this level first? Then we're going to go to the SPY option chain to see if we have any high levels of OI around 415 or anything around those neck of the woods, because we are holding up relatively well right there, guys. So let's pull it up and see what we got going on. For all my options traders, do the exact same thing. We're doing it live. Follow me and see what we got going on from a chain standpoint. But as of right now, looking like a pretty good bounce in Tesla, and that's what we want to see. We're going to start to partial out as soon as we run into VWAP. But you can see we're running into some resistance zones right now, so we'll keep an eye out on that. That's for sure. But if we can break through, then I do believe we can run into 87.20 as the momentum is starting to push it there. Now, guys, one thing. Okay, wow, I don't even know what to say. Okay, guys, go look on the put side there. 515. We just marked out the lows. Where do we have the most open interest on this week's expiration cycle? I guess the 11th. It's 46,000 open contracts at 515, Sharif. That is quite a bit amount. But then we have 75 slightly below that at 510, 75,000 open contracts. So possible zones of support. But then we go to the call side, and what is our next highest level of open interest? That's going to put us at that 520 strike price, and we only got about 10,000 open contracts there. So a really good bounce. Before we even opened up the chain, we said, hey, let's look at the lows and why we are exactly bouncing off of that. And we looked at the chain. You can see 515, 47,000 open contracts at that level, coming in as really nice support. We're going to take a little bit off here, Sharif. Okay. Above the volume weighted average price. Maybe I'll take more because I just mentioned that's going to be our target. So we'll take a little bit more off here. But as of right now, not too bad of a trade on Tesla's bottom.
All right, guys, keep an eye on these markets because it looks like we just bounced off 1800 and now are rejecting 18.1. I'm talking, of course, about the NQ June contract. Allow me a moment over here to load up that bad boy. What's going on? Oh, that's right. We need that one over like this. I know, right? What you gonna do when
that show was epic, eh?
So good, bro. So good. Here we are. So we did get that 1800 bottoming tail candle. Ended up being kind of a bottoming tail. I want to say it's a doji candle because the body is almost non-existent, but it looks like we're locked in a 100-point range here on the NQ. Kind of weird. 18,000 exactly bounces and then 18,100 exactly rejects. So caught in a bit of a down move now. Let's see if 18,000 catches a bit of a bid, but we are on the way down. Quick as you like. We touch 18.1. And now we're at 18 and a quarter. So 75 points just like that. All right, so we're going to keep that on watch. Now, I'm keeping my eye on ZVSA here. I'd like to get long at these levels if I can. It'll have me. We're going to look to defend this area into that $1.60, but a loss of $1.60 gets me out of this trade. But we'll see if this one wants to continue to run up or what it wants to do. There is the 10 exponential moving average at the 50 penny area, but I think it halts before that. So I am a little concerned that this one does lose a little bit of the bid there. Let's see, there is finding a bit of a buyer at 165. Let's see if we can add in the low 160s. Does it have us? Yes, it does. So now we have a 70 cost basis, but it is losing that 60 penny level, at least for the moment, that is. So let's go ahead and throw some orders on this one at $1.72. So if it does pop up there, we do get a little bit of the beak wet. Here we go, back into 160s we go. It is the strongest name, I want to say, in small cap gap world, even though NAOV is a little bit higher of a percentage winner on the day. It does feel like ZVSA had a bit of more of a tailwind behind it, to be honest with you. $1.94 is the high of the day. Anything below $1.50, though, I am out of this trade. Adara, who we paying?
Part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool, Sharif. Robinhood took commissions out of the equation, and that was huge. But trading still meant risking your own cash. Trade the Pool is picking up where Robinhood left off by making it possible to trade big without risking big. They let you trade with company capital up to $200,000, while your risk stays locked to just a one-time fee starting at $47. No margin calls, no big deposits, just skill, strategy, and real opportunity. This is the future of trading. So join Trade the Pool. Before we send you back to the guys, I am very happy to announce the release of today's Trump tracker, as it were. This is our little daily calendar of Donald Trump's public appearances. If he doesn't have any public appearances on his schedule, I will not post, but today he actually does. At 3 p.m., he is going to be participating in, and this is how it's described in his official calendar, an Unleashing American Energy executive order signing event. So not just a signing, it's going to be apparently a whole executive order signing event with regards to unleashing American energy. Keep an eye on these energy plays at 3 p.m. with that in mind. Not on this calendar because Trump is not set to be there, but at 1 p.m., Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, will be hosting a press conference. So be aware of that as well. I will be watching any and all event that is televised. Back to you.
Yes. Yeah, guys.
I just want to cover I'm caught in a down halt right now, but I'm caught in the exact price that we got halted at. So I've got 151. No, technically I'm 1 penny out of the money. We are halted down now at $1.50. We'll see if this one loses the bid. It's still above the 10 exponential. So just a full disclosure, I got stopped out for the position. I'm on the loss of $1.60. Excuse me, I punched back in at $1.50 because it was a 10 exponential moving average. We'll see what it does at this level, but it's got multiple halts to the upside, multiple halts to the downside. We'll see which way this cookie crumbles. Keeping an eye, obviously, on the theoretical auction price. You'll be able to see that here. I know it's not really large enough for maybe the TV viewers to see it, but if you're watching on YouTube or on mobile, you'll be able to zoom in and kind of be able to see what that is. So TAP stands for theoretical auction price. It's essentially the auction that takes place while the stock is halted between buyers and sellers. You're always pairing orders, and then if it's above the halt price, you'll know that there's a net amount of buy orders. If it's below, you'll know that there's a net amount of sell orders. That price changes within the 5, 10, 15 minutes that the price is, or that the stock is halted. Currently, it's showing 143. That means that there is a net amount of sell orders. We'll have to wait and see how this all ends up folding out. But we're already down on it. So we'll be looking to make up some here, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Yeah, so we took about 33% off of the position here on TSLA, and then we got just the rest stopped out break even. As the market seems like it wants to continue to the downside, I will note Palantir, Google, Amazon, and some of these more popular names are continuing to move lower, but Palantir looks like it's holding view up relatively well. And we have some indecision prints on SPY, so that can be a positive note. Are we going to turn around immediately? No, it doesn't seem to be the case because we have broken that indecision print to the downside. So it might be more of a cruise ship type turnaround. It may take a little bit more time. We're not going to get that V reversal right now. So just be patient. Wait for those bottoming signals to come into play. I mean, the volatility is still most definitely here, guys. So we'll take that into consideration. Be patient. I wish I took 66% off. So lesson learned. We'll do that next time because I mentioned to you guys, I'm like, hey, we're gonna be looking for VWAP, and that's exactly what we got. We only took 33% off, and then we got stopped out the majority. Unfortunately, if that was inverse, I know I was looking for kind of a bigger move here, especially on those prints. But one thing to note, and as I'm just thinking out loud here, is that okay? Yeah, we had those bottoming tails again, but we didn't have those isolated volume signatures to say, hey, we're going to be turning around indefinitely. It was just more of a pullback breath, and then now we're looking like we're going to continue to the south side here. As Google broke through VWAP and then now trading back at 149, which is a little bit of a surprise, and the Qs and SPY looking like they want to go a little bit lower. I'll pull up the Qs for you guys to see exactly what I'm looking at. So this is the 2-minute chart. I'm not going to call this a head and shoulders or anything along those lines, but you can see that we have a nice support base here. It was acting as it previously, and I think it's coming into play right now. So you can see a nice pre-market zone, and yeah, it's holding up relatively decently. If we break it to the downside, then there might be some more and head in towards these pre-market lows. Also, we are opening up a below R3 on the intraday cam structure, so that can justify some things. We didn't break through it. Mr. C, $2 super chat. Thank you for that, my friend. Can I take a look at Occidental Petroleum? For sure. Yeah, Occidental. I remember. So way back in the day, I think it was like one of my first 3 options contracts that I bought was in Oxy, and yeah, ever since then I was like, yeah, see you later, there, Mr. Buffett. But here we go. I mean, from an energy standpoint, right? Like we're not going to beat around the bush on this one. From an intraday standpoint, not the best trader, obviously. It did break out not too long ago. Obi was pointing this breakout, but it doesn't seem like it has been anywhat sustained, unfortunately. So where was that breakout level that I think he was pointing at? Oh, I can't even find it on here. That's weird. Maybe it was something. It was XOM. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm mixing up the two. Okay. So Oxy not looking too good from a technical perspective, guys. You can see that from this pivot up here, we essentially haven't even broken that trend line to the downside. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches now. We've breached it, and we can also form this channel if we want to get somewhat a little bit more technical. So we can look for that to maybe hold up. Again, I'm not going to get too in depth with this name. I personally don't like it. If you want to collect the dividend, then by all means. But from a long-term investment, Sharif, I'm not going to be looking at Oxy.
All right, open ZVSA. It's zigging and zagging. It's dropping into the mid 40s. So I technically put my stop below 30, but I don't think I want to deal with this one below that 40 penny area because there is an area of technical support here. So it does look like it's going to lose 40. So we will get stopped out, sadly, on this one if it keeps dipping down. Just keeping my eye. VWAP is still at $1.30, which is why I placed my stop there. But I don't want to be DCing into this. So I'm going to flatten out here. 0 for 2 on this one. We'll start the day off a little bit rough, so we'll keep looking to do a little bit better. I'm happy I got out of this one because it's going to halt again, or at least looks like for now at $1.32 or $1.33 is what I'm seeing on the side over here. The volume weighted average price, as I mentioned, is at that $1.30, $1.29. Let's see if it finds a bit of a bounce around that area. It's showing that it could halt at around 131, but it did bounce off that area. So we're going to give this a try now. Let's see if we can it'll have us to the upside over here, and we'll set up a couple of orders this way, and we'll see if this one wants to catch a little bit of a bounce. ZVSA is the one I'm talking about. As I look on my side chart here, NAOV is losing the volume weighted average price. ZVSA barely holding on to it. We'll take a quick out right there at $1.38, but definitely not still getting that $1.40. Yeah, it doesn't look like it might hold this area. I mean, this is going to be my last shot at it at the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it can catch a bit of a bid. It's up 133%. There's nothing doing better than this one right now. Everything's below VWAP, or it's just kind of trending down aggressively. This one's, we'll see. Feels definitely right now that the bears are in control. Last line in the sand is that volume weighted average price. It looks like it will lose it, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this is what we had going on with Tesla. So we're all out of that trade. It is slowly climbing higher, holding up this base relatively well. So you can see that we have this resistance zone that formed all these candles, and then now it just came back in, held it extremely well, and then now we're back at the volume weighted average price as the market is starting to catch somewhat of a bid and climb higher. So that's a positive signal. The thing is, I don't want to try any more attempts on IBIT. As Sharif just mentioned, he's like, I took 3 stabs at this. I don't want to get more involved. We can find better stocks and no need to stay committed. And I think that's how I feel about IBIT today. It's not trading how I particularly like, or it has anything to do with my setup. I did like this indecision print, but also like Sharif, small cap Bitcoin doesn't necessarily follow some of the indecision prints as well as the equities do. So you can see we got the one in, and then that was an accidental out, and then we took a little bit off here, guys, on that front, and then we got stopped out break even, and then we tried again really small just for the hold of the trend and that breakout to the top side, because when it gets moving, it can really go, but it didn't work out. And then the same thing, another attempt there, and then just that was it. So it's like, see you later. You're not in sync with the stock, that's fine. There's multiple other vehicles that we can trade, and I was trading the TQs very well earlier in the morning. So here you can see we had that initial short looking for that move back towards the volume weighted average price, and then we eventually get stopped out here, break even, and after we took some off, and then we go on this nice climb, but we get that turtle shell type price action slowly curling over, having the ability to construct any new highs, so forming lower highs, and then that's when I say, okay, we broke through those support levels, we open up below it, let me take a short. And I'm wrong at the break of these highs, give itself a little bit more room. Another positive note, I was like, okay, and this is where I should have added on this trade, is that once we failed to construct that new higher high, we put in a lower high, and then we break through that support again on the increase of volume, and then that's when we get that move all the way down to VWAP. So that's something that I need to do, is just add to make that as large as possible. Other than that, it was a really good trade all the way back in and south of the volume weighted average price there.
All right, so we scalp a little bit there on ZVSA, but it looks like it's going to lose the bid, at least for now. So I'm not going to try to catch this one anymore to the downside. It's going to have to get into an uptrend for me to get involved. It's at VWAP, fantastic. Okay, let's see if it wants to bounce. It's going to have to put it higher highs and higher lows for me to get involved. But I see you guys are telling me about a new one here. FATN, Fatten, is making moves. It is currently halted at around $15.95, $16 give or take. It's up 177%. And I don't know why I don't have this on my scanner. It's not showing up here. I'm just looking at the top screen. This is up 177%. So I should have notice of this, and I don't, which is kind of a little bit unusual. I don't know why my scanner is acting up like that. It's done enough volume, about 2 million shares on the day. So certainly meets my volume criteria. So I'll have to fix that. That's not the first time that's happened, though. I remember Bovin was telling me about ones that were moving yesterday, and neither of them showed up on my scanner. So we'll have to see exactly what's going on there. But FATN, another one that you're going to have trouble trading if you don't like these halters. So let's throw it up here on the black charts and talk a little bit about this one. So number one, is it a former runner? Oh, it's an IPO.
Yeah, people are saying it's an IPO.
I like.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why it's not showing up on the scanner. And that makes sense. Fat Pipe Incorporated. Okay?
No way.
Yeah. 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 So that's the name of the company, and I'm not making that up. You can have a look at that. So FATN is the ticker. I don't have any information on them, as I typically wouldn't if they're a new IPO. So maybe the OG Adira could help us out with that if she has an opportunity. FATN, guys, is the one I am talking about. Shout out to KC France. Adira.
I looked into this Fat Pipe, so it's not a lot to find on this, because usually, from what I'm seeing here, a lot of these groups that will cover these IPOs do not cover IPOs under $5 million. Fat Pipe is a really small IPO. They raised $4 million. They offered 700,000 shares. So this is a very, very small IPO, Fat Pipe, or FATN. It's also worth noting here, they priced the IPO at $5.75. That is literally the bottom of their expected range, $5.75 to $7.75, though the IPO opened at $6.50. As you could see here, halted quite a lot since it began trading, and it's currently halted here. So FATN, that's some of the details there. For this new IPO, $4 million raised, 700,000 shares offered. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I do appreciate that information. Didn't have that. Adara LePage dropping said hotlines. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Was that you?
That was me.
You can't just hit it and like make us sweat like that. You got to tell us what's going on. The Katina man just hit the dollar. The Katina man is $1 in the money on your friend Palantir. How's that trade looking over there, Katina man? What was the move on that one? 83.50 long. Short $85 on this one. So you took, I love how you front run the VWAP. Fantastic look on that one, Katina man. Good look on you. Palantir strong on the day, but trading, intraday trading that is, really doesn't have, I mean, you can get them off technical levels one way or the other. I'm keeping my eye on ZVSA. This one likely will lose its place on the side charts if it continues to drop in this manner. It is losing the volume weighted average price more aggressively than I anticipated. It's going to halt down again at $1.18, or could be a false halt right now, or $1.19, excuse me. This one is a multiple halter, but now it is 5 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart that all have been red after that 194 touch and drop. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Not much. I'm sorry, guys. I'd love to be in some positions, but Fat N, is still halted, 15.95. Let's load up that one. That's going to be a longer halt here. It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. This one, Fat N, has had multiple 10-minute halts. In fact, the first one, Joseph, at 10:45 was 10. As well, the one at 10:56, again 11:06, again 11:17. They all have been greater than 5 minutes, which is a little unusual. Maybe because it's an IPO, but hey, who said we weren't going to get IPOs because of the tariffs? I think it's like the third IPO we've had in like a couple of weeks, right?
Weeks, man.
Yeah, Coreweave.
The Coreweave.
That other one, what's that called? The one that went parabolic. Newsmax. Thank you, Katina, man. Yeah. Newsmax, NMAX. So it's been IPO friendly lately.
What is Newsmax doing?
Snoozemax. Who calls it Snoozemax?
That was not NMAX, baby.
It's like the opposite of snooze.
Oh, wow.
It's Tank Max right now.
It's Tank Max right now. 43 in change right now is Newsmax. So a high of 200 there, Sharif.
Okay.
Hopefully you weren't trying to buy those tops there, guys, because now it has taken a hefty, expensive haircut.
You ever watch that channel?
Newsmax?
Yeah.
No, I've never.
It's like
watched
trying to be the new Fox News.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So maybe we'll peep in there. Yeah. Let's see what CT2000. Hi, Joseph. I have a problem. For so long, I just like sell put and receive premium. But whenever there is crash, I lost a lot. Can you suggest solution for me? Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem, CT2000. It's actually very simple. Just put in a stop loss. That's it. Right, so if you're collecting $200 in premium, what you want to do is, especially in heightened volatility, is what are you willing to lose, right? Make sure when you're opening options contracts that you check out the risk profile. You can use your charts to see where you're going to be wrong and how much you're willing to risk on these trades. I think that will clean up a lot of it. And one thing I was going to touch on as well, when you are writing options, it took me a while to figure this out, a couple attempts, and it cost me money. So we can just call it market tuition. So what I would do is I would write in my stop loss wrong, and then when I would hit the open order on my purchasing ticket, it would literally, I would enter the trade and then it would stop me out. So here, this is it, perfect. So I'm going to pull up my trusty tool here and I'm going to give you guys a detailed explanation on how to write your stop losses on when you write options contracts, because it is vastly different. Okay, so we're going to collect $20 in premium here, okay? So you can see it. I wish I could make that a little bit bigger. So what this essentially is now that a broker is crediting us $20. What I used to do was I would set my stop loss at 15, or for example, at $10. But then I would open up the trade and it would immediately stop me out. What you need to do is, so you collect $20, so it's essentially negative. What you need to do is you need to set your stop loss at negative 40. Why? Because that is going to be the value of the contract when you want to get stopped out. All right, so that's what I found slightly confusing. So instead of it being negative 10, right, you want it to be negative 40. So now what that tells us is that you're not willing to hold on to that contract when the value of the premium potentially received has doubled and goes to negative 40. And that's when it will cut off your trade and buy back those short options. So that's what you want to do. How much are you willing to lose? Okay, you collect $50. You collect $50. I want to lose 100% of the premium I received. You are now set your stop loss at the options premium of negative 100. Start implementing that into your trading, and then therefore you're not going to be losing as much. Writing options is a totally different game, and if you don't have these stop losses in place, you will not be a part of it for very long. I told you guys about what happened to me earlier in the summer when I wrote some Tesla options. And I decided I thought I knew more and I would hedge more, and it resulted in a $2,000 loss in a span of a couple minutes. And yeah, I had to go outside for a walk. So that's how you write those options, stop losses. Make sure you have those implemented there, Sharif.
All right, Fat N. We're going to get another parabolic IPO. Feels like this is going nuts here. We were halted just a little bit below 16 at 15.95. We're now halted again to the upside at 19.31. It's now up 235%. It's really squeezing here. I don't have the information on it. that I typically would have. Allow me a second here because I didn't put trade ideas on all my screens. There we go. I'm just going to check to see what the float is on FAT. And I don't think they're going to have it because it's just too new. Yeah, we don't have anything on it quite yet. Just a couple of fundamental metrics for the company. So just keeping an eye on this one. 1931. It's been a 10-minute halter most times, I do believe. Let me just double check that. The last one was a 10-minute halt. No. Yeah, the last one was another 10-minute halt. So this one's been halting 10 minutes at a time, so do be careful with this one if you are caught in a halt. Right now, though, the tap is showing a friendly, your long fat N? You got long, eh? Good for you. The Katina Man's long, FATN. Right now, it is halted to the upside, 1931. The previous halt level, 15.95, so an easy $4 just like that. I don't have, again, as I said, too much in the way of information on the company, whether not like Idera gave us all the what they do and stuff like that, but I don't have the float, I don't have the short, well, there's no short float, obviously. I don't have the float, I don't know exactly what to expect in terms of anything else. So keeping an eye out on that. I'm not really seeing anything that I like, guys. I do apologize, can't be in a position if I don't like it. We're keeping an eye on ZVSA, but we're literally 0 for 3 on this one, so I'm not gonna try my hand at it again until I see something entirely different. I was looking at Apple, got caught up on Apple a little bit there. I mean, we're looking for something to trade here, 185.25. Apple was really aggressive to the upside and the downside. Started out the pre-market at around 183 and change, and we saw 190 and a third, and then all the way back down defending 184 to the T. That is technically the low of day right now, $184 on the dot. We're also kind of putting some topping tail candles right now on the future, the NQ June contract. You got a couple you got this candle here of indecision at 1140, and now this candle is kind of trying to put in a topping tail as well. So it looks like it's trying to retake 18.1, but the shorts are really keeping this down. And I really take to heart something Mitch said this morning, Mitch Hochul, on the morning rundown, and I kind of agree with it wholeheartedly. He's like, be careful today. You're going to see the bulls feel that this could be the bottom, and the bears are going to be like, no, we got more to go. So you're going to have like an epic tug of war between bears and bulls. And just looking at the Apple chart, you can kind of already get that feeling. A big move up to the upside, and I don't want to say an equally aggressive move to the downside, but a respectable move nonetheless to the downside. And you're seeing that on the future as well. Where were we at to start the morning here on the June contract? We were around 17.7, give or take. We got all the way up into 18,350. So you guys get that. We're almost talking 1,000 points here, not quite. And now from the top at around 18,350 to the down to about a little bit lower than 1,800. We've already lost almost 400 points, give or take, on that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. What's up, Katina Man?
Check the tab on Fat N.
The tap on Fat N is $24, guys. 22 now. It's zigging and zagging, Katina Man. You know how these things work. IPO, guys. FATN up 235%. Adara, what's breaking?
We have a couple things breaking. For now, we have Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, saying that they're going to be doing an investigation currently underway into pharmaceuticals with regards to tariffs. But this is TSM. This is the main reason I want to do this throw here. In case you missed it, there was, I think in October, a Canadian research firm had taken apart a Huawei phone and found a TSM chip inside of it. This raised a lot of concerns because of, I guess, trade restrictions, right, with regards to China. So with that in mind, there's been a lot of talk about that in the 6 months since, but now Reuters reporting that TSM could face a fine of at least $1 billion as a result from this U.S. investigation into the Huawei AI chip. So I guess this older story here about a TSM chip being found in a Huawei phone could come back to bite the company to the tune of $1 billion or greater. Back to you.
Yeah. Another small cap gapper has weaseled its way onto the scene, Joseph. It goes by the ticker FMTO, and this one is flying up. This one's also halted, much like Fat N, which you're going to throw on the ticker there, FMTO. Let me just have a look at this one. Obviously, yeah, this was sub $1. It is now halted at $2.65. It's up 380%. Look at this. It halted at $1.65 and opened up at $2.50. That's insane. I don't know what kind of a percentage move that is off the halt, but needless to say, it is going parabolic. Trade this carefully. The Katina man is involved in FATN right now, and we're going to shut him out for that because we love these small cap gappers, baby. Even though this one's an IPO, it's trading like a small cap gapper right now, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. I like that. So the market really starting to come in. I know Katina man short PLTR. Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, so I'm telling you. Come on, hit it, Ozan. All right. So there you get your orders out there. Say, we're doing it. All right, man. I see you, my guy. All right. You're gonna hit the gym shortly after too with the money in the pocket. So that's always a good time.
Money in the bank.
Money in the bank. All right, yeah. So beer producer in the chat, good shout out and good identifying this signal right here on NVDA. Not on one of my lists. I mean, I was talking to him, referring it to Apple earlier. I believe last week. It's just it'll always have that volume just because of the float being so massive, and it's it's a very popular stock that is. But nice look here, and you can see once we break it to the downside, we just continue to move, and now possibly going to go and test that low a day. It's crazy to think that. Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. You know what that's from? But it's crazy to think that that we were down around the 80s yesterday, I think, Sharif, or was it the day before? Yeah, we were in the 80s, which is NVDA. It hit 87 at one point. Bro. So, which is absolutely insane. Now trading back up to one something.
That's pre-split.
Yeah.
Think about that. That's the price pre-split.
Yeah.
80s. Yes.
Yeah.
Before the 10 to 1.
So think about it. We were up at one. So say it was $1,000. It didn't split, and then we go all the way down to 80s. We took a 40% haircut. So that's like going from 1,000 to like $600, which would not be too good. I wouldn't want to be taking part in that. It's a lot better when the price isn't so large, but you can see that we're starting to run into some key support levels here, Sharif. And if NVDA wants to go down, I believe it's going to drag the rest of the market with it. Palantir's tanking, Google's tanking, Amazon's heading to the downside, Tesla's heading to the downside, iBit's going to the downside. Hit that signal one more time, my guy.
One more time.
Bang. There you go.
Oh, baby.
That's how it goes here in Toronto, moving south side. Watch out because the bulls in full control, bears, in full control, it seems to be right now.
I was reading an article today. It was really interesting. So obviously China, USA kind of caught in a tariff battle right now. China doesn't want to negotiate. Donald Trump's threatening more tariffs. You know what I actually read?
What's that?
China is actually, if you believe some of the rumors that are being spread by these bloggers who are looked at as Chinese government proxies, basically, okay? They're actually starting to put out there that they may be willing to not give US IP protection. So just basically steal your technology and sell it to other countries.
Yeah. There.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Like that changes the world, like
dynamic.
global order. You know what I mean? Like you don't have IP protection.
That's what Dan Ives was
he saying that?
was saying. He was saying, he's like this can set the America back from a tech perspective 10 years behind China.
That's
right.
That's intense. Think about it, Joseph. So you're country A, right? And then country A has been buying from the United States at a lot higher prices. All of a sudden, China comes in with their better manufacturing capacity, their willingness to take lesser margins. Boom! I start selling to them, and I take all your What are you going to do? You're going to either have to put your foot down militarily, or there's going to have to be more economic consequences that we haven't thought about yet. But that's what's being discussed now. IP protection. To me, that's there
you go. So
a whole new ball game.
A totally new ball game there, brother. What do you got going on?
We're watching Apple tank. That's what we're doing right now. I don't know. We just had up on the screen. I think it's the overall market that's dropping right now aggressively. Yeah, we lost 18,000, Joseph. This is getting a little ugly right now on the overall market. We were up big to start the morning, but true to form, these kind of bounces may be a little bit short-lived, so be careful if you are going long. We lost 18,000. This was kind of a bear flag. You can kind of see that a little bit up, but we kind of try to take 18.1 again, and down we go, breaching the prior area low. We'll have to wait and see exactly whether 17.9 wants to hold up. That's the next 100-point area. We do have some pre-market resistance areas at 17.9, Katina man. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that one very, very aggressively. Say it again. Fat pipe is open. All right, so here we go. It's up bigly. It's going to halt again, Katina man. Here we go. We're going to go with you here. Let's see if we can get it.
This guy's riding.
Hey, we got it a little bit.
Riding.
Oh, we're gonna ride. We're gonna ride. We're gonna go in.
Savagely.
We just can't sit here and
can't just-
at 1 hour we're not in a trade, bro.
Hey,
so the
that's
Katina
it.
man
We're in a
takes it
couple
early. We
trades,
take it
man.
late. We'll see what happens with this one, but
Did it
fat
halt again?
pipe
Halted
is
again.
halted again to the
top
upside.
Okay, that's good for you.
304%.
Pull it
Neil,
up
it's the
there.
name of the company. It's called
Sharif,
Fat Pipe, Neil.
Sharif, don't worry about it. You know, we're in this together. You and I, we got this. I took it the last halt. The tap is now 32. We're long at $19.
What is the tap now?
Traders gonna trade.
$32.
Bro, you're in at 17.
Yeah, but you know
I'm
this
in at
changes every
19.
second.
I'm in at-
Katina
I'm in
man.
at 19.
Yeah, the Katina man is long 19 and change.
So I got 20% out on the first open, and we're gonna get another 20% out on the next one.
Bang.
We're looking at $10. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening here today. Also, if you come over to the screen here,
Go.
Miss Ramin, it's a face slapper.
Oh,
We left you guys with Palantir.
Ooh,
Back,
let's
baby.
go.
We
It's the
left
Cholo
you
shirt.
with Palantir.
The Cholo
As we
shirt.
said, man, traders, Ramin, traders got trade. That's our new slogan right now. Traders got to trade.
Traders got to trade?
Yeah, so
All
we
right.
got to sit in
I
there
appreciate that.
and we got to
I
trade.
There's definitely better
Neil
ones.
Neil likes it too, man.
All
Neil
right,
likes it
traders
too.
gotta trade, man.
So we're ready to
Traders
go,
gotta
man.
trade.
Traders got to trade right now.
just-
I got to match my guy over here with these ridiculous glasses.
Oh, ridiculous, he said.
There we
That's
go. There we
insane.
go. What's going on
I'm
now?
the only one that doesn't put on
days.
glasses around here,
That's
man.
okay,
I
man.
gotta
That's
get to
okay.
the party, man.
We're entertainers and
Insane.
traders, baby. All right, back over to the real deals
I
over there.
appreciate you,
Let's
Katina,
go.
man.
Traders
You
got to
get a lot
trade.
of love in the chat. All right,
Watch out,
the tap's freaking out. It's
watch
back
out
down to
Cholo
25,
Sean, man.
Joseph. So be careful with this one. I'm taking small shares. Full disclosure, guys. We're not taking a Katina-sized position. We're taking a Sharif-sized position. So we can manage this one a little bit more carefully. Keep your eye out on this one. It is exploding to the upside. It has been, it feels like, the last 2 weeks anyway, IPO season, baby. They've been met well. I think Coreweave was a little, the opening print came a little bit below. Then Newsmax changed that whole narrative. I don't know where it got like over 1,000% from above the IPO price, right?
Oh,
Newsmax
yeah.
last week.
It was crazy. It was,
Right?
Bro, it was at like 1,400% at one.
So it's kind of it's intense there. And then we got a new IPO again today. Fat Pipe. It's up 304%. Currently halted 23.27. We'll see exactly where this one wants to open up. It has been. Katina, man, were you locked in a 10-minute halt on that last one? Yeah. Well, in the halt, though, you were in a 10-minute halt last one? Yeah, it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it was a 10-minute halt. It's been basically 10-minute halts at a time. And I'll just show you exactly how I can tell. Super easy. My screen over here, you flip to the 1, and each little kind of underscore dash is a minute. So when you count those bad boys up, they come to 10, believe it or not. We are 3 minutes deep now into what could be a 10-minute halt. We'll see if it ends up being a 5 on Fat N.
Yeah, JVG. I love your show. The perfect mix of trading and entertainment.
Hey.
Neil, Katina, Cholo, Sean himself, man, and the Bash Brothers. Thank you for that, JVG.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This
There he
trade
is.
has unlimited
The arm
upside.
cross. The arm cross what does it for me, bro. It's like, you don't even know who I am, bro.
You know what I mean? Let's
even
get out
talk
of here,
to me.
man. I had to tap into LA Fitness again last night because I told you that the condo gym is closed. So
Oh, yeah, they're doing rentals?
Yeah, they're doing rentals there. So yeah.
I used the new equipment today for the first
How was
time.
it?
Sick, bro.
Is it?
I was worried a little bit about the hooks.
What did you all get?
So I'll take a video.
Okay,
You're gonna see the
I've
entire
seen the
setup.
video.
It's like I've got everything in the way that I thought I like it, but now that I'm actually using it,
You're like,
no, I need to move around a little bit.
But
so.
in all reality, dude, I think those are the best gyms when you have just what you need and you just have it in your
Bang.
room, and it's just like those are where the real weightlifter dudes are.
I literally wake up.
Yeah.
leave my room, go to the other room, and I'm like my eyes are half closed, and I'm already, So
It's like, that's the life right there, man. Let's go.
Sorry, Christopher Mulligan, FMTO, opening up. Say less, Chris. We're going to load up that bad boy, but we're going to leave it on this trading screen over here because I need to keep my eye on Fat N. But FMTO is halted to the upside. So multiple halters today, whether it's Fat N, FMTO, they're all halting 265. This is up 380%, much like Fat N, which is up 304%. It's a squeeze type day, guys, but be careful with these squeezing names. They tend to reverse aggressively. You don't want to be a part of that, so get with the good times. They're around for a good time. They're not necessarily around for a long time, though, Joseph.
Sir. Guys, I mean, this is what I'm seeing on Amazon and iBit. So I like that we have a potential bottom right here. You can see we have that double touch right here, guys. Very important. And then right here, we have the inability to construct a new low, right? So we have a higher low on that front. So let's see if we can break through some of these resistance zones. I do believe this is going to be slower of a grind. I will add a little bit more to this position, but because I have so much leeway, I just want to start really, really small here, guys, in case the market wants to take another leg down, and it looks like that might be the case because the volatility just stepped right back in. We were in some Tesla, and I'm like, oh no, I missed the majority of the move as we held support, but then we're just right back to where we eventually started. So not too bad. We'll take off that 33% right there and then get stopped out there. So that's not too horrible. Not a bad accuracy. I forget what tickers I completely traded. Oh, and I took a little scalp on Palantir this morning, which I should have held on to a little bit longer, but that's okay. We live and learn. I'm like, oh, we're going to break out. But again, my risk to reward, I wasn't feeling it. It did climb higher, but that's okay. Let's see what's going on with Adara happening now, guys. That's taking another leg lower.
This is the S&P 500 here, definitely trying to hold some support at that 514 thirds level. But will it hold? There's been a lot of catalysts to talk about today, all morning more or less, at least starting around 10:30 a.m. We've had a Senate hearing here with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. He's being grilled by some Senate members about Trump's tariffs. I think one of the biggest things that he said here was that pharmaceutical investigation is currently underway for pharmaceutical tariffs. And the only reason they did not include semiconductors and pharmaceutical tariffs in their announcement is because they think both industries deserve further investigation. So keep an eye on pharmaceutical and semiconductor plays here. Now, here's TSM. TSM had its own little catalyst. This is making some lower highs, lower lows. Basically, we had a report from Reuters suggesting that this TSM chip that was found in a Huawei phone about 6 months ago could result in a probe that could lead to $1 billion fine or more for TSM. And then we have, of course, FATN. This is the small cap du jour, Sharif would say, massive small cap mover for Fat Pipe, 700,000 shares, for about a $4 million IPO for FATN, opened a little bit above its share price, but that share price was also below or at the bottom end of the expected range. So FATN and watch as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Much, Adara. I do appreciate that. Well, we'll keep you guys apprised as well. Still waiting on this one to open, Joseph. We halted at 11:54:22. Currently, I think we've got another couple of minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I've got on my clock anyway, 12:02:32. So we're less than 2 minutes away if it is to be a 10-minute halt. History would tell us that it likely, well, I don't want to say likely, it might be a 10-minute halt because, well, it's past 5 and all the other halts prior to this have all been 10 minutes. We'll see what we get here. Great move up on this one. I just don't want the bottom to drop off while I'm involved in it. We'll keep an eye on it. Bovin, do you think FMTO is moving in sympathy to Fat? And I did think about that given the similarity, or is there news? So at Fat N obviously is the IPO, FMTO. This one, just looking to see if it has anything here. I don't see anything personally on it. This one, Femto Technologies, formerly BYND, Canasoft, integrated software company pioneering in women's care technology, focused on advancing women's wellness and lifestyle. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, I'm not really sure if they're running in sympathy or not, but it is a technical breakout, so we will cover that for you, Joseph.
Good look there, guys. I know we do this once in a while. We haven't done it, so I'm just going to put it in the chat. And we want to see what everybody else is up to. It doesn't matter, honestly. It's not a judgmental, but we're just going to see how everybody's day is going. You can see I threw it up there. We're going to throw a small green up for the people. So just put it in the chat. Are you green or red? You can throw your dot, your apple, or whatever it may be, just to get a good understanding how everybody's dealing with this volatility. And it doesn't matter. Some days we're red, some days we're green. So just put it in there and let's see what everybody's up to on the day. Tesla continuing to bleed here, Sharif. We're holding the lows relatively well here on IBIT. Still waiting for those emotions, those emojis to come in to the chat there, guys. So yeah.
Oh my God.
Let's see if this holds up. 44.40s. Are you still sitting in that? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it opened up lower.
Way lower.
That's
yeah,
all right.
That's okay.
There we go. So we're getting the blood red, some greens coming in, and everything along those lines. We like the green heart. Never seen that one before, but good look. Ooh, the boxing glove red. Okay, getting the pulp. So yeah, keep putting those in the chat there, guys, and Adair's going to hit us with some news.
You just keep an eye on Apple here. I'm seeing some reports here circulating on X. Apparently, some U.S. lawmakers are urging the White House to end the U.S. and U.K. data treaty after this drama here with Apple and its backdoor order from the U.K. So in case you were not aware, there's been a couple cases back and forth here where the U.K. government was, I guess, looking to allow officials to access iPhones' users' encrypted data through a technical backdoor, as it's been called. As of yesterday, the UK lost that bid to keep Apple's appeal a secret. So anyways, it looks like here, because of all of this Apple backdoor kerfuffle in the UK, 2 U.S. lawmakers are urging the White House to just end that UK and U.S. data treaty entirely. Also, something of note here, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer saying that, quote, Trump will not accept a situation where Wall Street is allowed to run the economy. We've had a lot of senators bring up the drop here in the stock market. Jamieson Greer saying that really Wall Street is not Trump's concern. Back to you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's what Scott Bessent's been saying. They've been saying the same thing. Like, oh, the American dream is not all-time highs every week on the market. So we'll have to
At
see.
all-time highs?
No, it's
Oh, it's not.
like
Okay,
yeah.
Well,
So we'll have to wait and see. Guys, I want to talk about this trade. Got stopped out for a huge loss. Let's call a spade over a $3 loss on Fat N. It did open up. As it was coming to open up, you could see the theoretical auction price change. It was dropping from 25 to 24.5, and then like literally 15, 20 seconds before it dropped below my entry price, and then all hell broke loose when it did open up and it tanked down. So I had to flatten out for a $3 loss. So that's a bigger loss for me, especially on a small cap gapper. So we're gonna have to take it a little bit easy today and maybe execute a little bit better, maybe not be so gung-ho. I just want to cover that, Joseph.
Yeah, no, good covering it, man. And I guess it's a part of the game, right?
Yeah,
so
that's the way it is.
That's the way it is. You took a shot, and unfortunately it didn't work out. It's happened multiple times, and it's probably going to happen to me here, guys, on IBIT. I'm taking a shot up here. You can see that we keep slamming into 44.5s, rejecting it. Pay attention to the tape, add some key support and resistance zones, and hopefully we can, as I'm talking, I'm going to give us a live, I want to give us a live perspective of what defense on the tape can look like. So when we're running into 44.5s, you're going to see that flush at the bid and below the bid. And that's just a defensive move here, guys. So look for those key signals at support and resistance zones and help identify, okay, we're continuously flushing. It looks like the market is going to take another leg lower here. Sharif, I'm going to... You're still short the Palantir there, Katina, man. Nice, flush it. Riding. We got one out. We got out on the open. Okay, so he's got the taxes rolling again in the hand. So, all right, yeah, good tax time. Yeah, when's it? Yeah, there you go. This is it. We're holding this off here, guys. Look, we're going to watch to see if we can run into 44.5 again, and then we'll be able to identify that the defense on the tape. But it's again, holding up relatively well, and we'll hold on to it until otherwise. But one thing to note is Amazon. I was going to look at Amazon for a potential long as well, too, here, guys. But we have these bottoming signals. But one thing to note is that we have those lower highs, and we're not sitting on top of this range, which is slightly alarming. And I thought that we would slowly start to curl over. So we'll be patient, wait on Amazon to display if it has any strength. We're now at these pre-market lows. Let's see if they can hold up there.
Holy, I didn't even really notice that BYD is up 6% on the day.
Jeez.
I mean, I got like the Chinese ADRs are all weak except BYD. That's say that again? All the EV names are up. Yeah. I know, but Katina, man, like this is very China. Yeah, your point well taken. 5.8% on Rivian, 4% on Lucid, Polestar's up 3.25%, Tesla's up. But I just didn't expect there to be a China-specific name, EV or not, Katina, man, that was very strong. And like looking at XPEV, Lee, Neo, Zeekr, they're all down except BYD. Obviously, Joseph gave you guys the reason why BYD is the monster that it is. I mean, its production capacity, its manufacturers, like combined, all that they have in China is larger than the island of Manhattan. Somebody was talking about, I think on a news show last week, or it was an article that I read, can't really remember. In any event, they have been like one of the major competitors to Tesla in the entire world. They're also vertically integrated, much like Tesla is. They make their own batteries, they make their own components. They also have a lot of, I don't want to call them subsidies, but maybe they are subsidies from the Chinese government where they help with raw material extraction, refinement. Not so different on this side of the world anymore because a lot of the governments here locally and federally are helping do the exact same thing. We're subsidizing these electric vehicle, these battery plants. For example, Northvolt being built in Quebec. Now it's bankrupt, or they're going through bankruptcy proceedings. Believe it or not, yeah. The Canadian government, in their infinite wisdom, chose the winner, Northvolt.
Oh yeah, great idea. To add to your point, I don't think that BYD is just a competitor to Tesla, but the whole car space.
They make everything.
They make everything,
absolutely
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not even that. They're bigger than Nissan now. They're bigger than Honda, and they're bigger than Ford.
Oh yeah.
Right. So it's just like these guys. In 2018, they sold 100,000 EVs. Now that's up to 1.7 million EVs, and they're neck and neck with Tesla in sales.
Absolutely.
Right? And they can't even tap into essentially the North American market.
No, because there's 100% tariffs on all Chinese
people know what will happen
right?
if the BYD comes here. Who's going to be going?
Exactly. And that's what we've talked about. We've talked about them giving these cars to car reviewers on YouTube, Doug DeMoro's, the others. They love them. And basically, they say the same thing you and I are saying. If they were allowed in North America, they decimate the North American car market.
Yeah,
Adara.
Sharif, we're going to look here right now at the market as we now, in addition to these Jameson Greer Senate testimony, which is still very much underway, we have Fed Goolsbee making some comments apparently on Illinois Public Radio. Understandably, he's talking about tariffs. He's saying that, quote, they are way bigger than the Fed was anticipating. And he said they're just basically much more than the Fed had been modeling for. So they were modeling to, I guess, predict the sense of what these tariffs would be. These tariffs have much outpaced what Fed Goolsbee and the entire Federal Reserve were looking for here. He also said that the Fed is going to take the longer view, unlike the stock market. So saying that while we have the short-term volatility in the stock market, the Fed is continuing to take a wider, longer-term outlook at how these tariffs are going to impact the market. But the fact that they are bigger than expecting does seem like it's going to be impacting the Fed's modeling and outlook here. Back to you.
It'll drag.
And because it's the weakest one?
Yeah,
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. And if it starts to climb higher, then it can definitely
tell them.
Yeah. So what we're talking about, Sharif and I were just like, hey, are we looking to put a potential bottom in here, guys? And I'm like, yeah, look at Amazon, right? So Amazon has the market cap and the size, the ability to drag the market higher. I was just referring to this base that we potentially put in and multiple bottoming signal candles right here. This could be a consolidation zone. Absolutely. But with this type of price action, you can see that buying pressure. You can see buyers really start to step in on some of these bottoming wicks. That can be a good bullish signal that, hey, we're ready for somewhat of a pullback. How deep is that going to be is a question that you need to ask yourself. And what is the target that you're going to look for? So if it does decide that it wants to break, what's our next level of resistance or support? That's going to put us right at 180.15, right? Because that looks like it took what doesn't look like it is a high level of support. You can see we held it in in the pre-market and in just after we opened, and then we had multiple touches. One thing to note is that look at the size of this candle right here and the volume supporting it in order for us to break through those key levels, right? So that was a support level, and it needed that volume and momentum in order to punch through. Now we might be on the back end of this and look for the move back to some of these that support levels that can now act as resistance there.
All right, I'm just pulling this up. BYD Seal. This is the one that I want to show everybody. So this is kind of like the Model 3 competitor. We'll just pull this up for a second, let the ad run. But this is supposed to be the competitor to the new Model 3. It's called the BYD Seal. Let's just have a look at it super quick. I'm just going to try to move it over. So there we go. Now we can get a better look at it. This is a nice looking car. And for the price too, like you're definitely, it's a lot cheaper than the Model 3 for certain. I think they can produce them a lot, obviously a lot higher capacity, and it's a good looking car. You can tell it's right-hand drive here. 530 horsepower, 670 Newton meters of torque. I just want to show the interior if we can jump up here. Show yourself interior. Yeah, we can't jump into it real quick here, but that BYD Seal, that's the sedan. I think their SUV's called something else. Give me a second here. BYD SUV, I forget what it's called. What is it called again? The Sea Lion, that's it. So this is like the Model Y comparison. So that was the Model 3 comparison. This one over here is the Model Y comparison. It's called the Sea Lion. I'm not really a fan of the names. I'm not sure what's going on with all this aquatic theme that they've got going on over there, but maybe it translates into something different in Mandarin, but yeah, these are the cars, and they produce them crazy en masse, Joseph. So that's a look there. All right, keeping an eye on Apple here, guys, because I'm not really liking much in the way of anything in small cap gapper world. 184 has been an interesting level on Apple today. It's been trying to defend it. I don't know if it continues to defend it or not. So we'll give this short a try here. We'll look to scalp a little bit if 170, 184 loses. What's going on, Katina, man? Fat N is open and halted yet again, baby. Let's have a look at this one. Where is it halted at? Same price. 1925. That's exactly what I'm seeing as well, my man. So interesting look there on Fat N. Keep your eye out on that. We're short Apple right now. We're taking some profits here into the low 90s. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Bitcoin not wanting to go, so I don't think the bulls are going to engage today. You can see that we couldn't even curl up on top and break through some of these resistance zones. Volume stepped in, and we broke through some of these support levels, and that's when I decided to get out. So that's it. I mentioned the amount of attempts, doesn't want to climb to the top side, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because from a data standpoint, I know where I have a higher accuracy range. If I'm on attempt 4 or 5, then that just essentially means that, okay, it's probably not going to work for me. Between attempts 1 and 3, higher accuracy, and that's when I believe the thesis has its most potential to move to the top side. And I was referring to Amazon. Are we going to curl over? No, it looks like it was just a consolidation phase as we head back towards those support levels. So let's see what happens with that one. Again, you don't want to be selling the bottom of the ranges. You want to try to get up around the top and sell at the top of the range and then start covering as you run into support levels and vice versa. You want to be buying these support levels, but not right now, as it looks like we want to take that additional leg lower there. So Bears still fully engaged here, Sharif. Let's get a percentage metric on Amazon to see how much we're down, because it has been taking an insane beating, one of the weaker megs here. So from the peak, 243, a high, and then at the low of 161, that's 33% haircut. We're back at levels around February and March of 2024. So see you later to all of this, gone in a matter of a couple of months. But there you go, taking that additional leg lower.
Wow.
Google heading lower.
Yeah,
the Q's heading lower. The short is in play there, guys. Don't try to force these longs like I just tried to. On iBit, looking for that revert back to the mean. I think the Bears are going to be fully engaged.
Oh, baby. Finally, we got a dub.
Oh, you got a dub.
I couldn't catch a dub for the life of me today, but, you know, we got one. Mark Susi, BYD has so many more options than Tesla. It's crazy, he goes on to say. I drove the SUV, and it's next level. Tell me more, my man. Where did you get to drive it? Did you go to China? Or did you go somewhere in South America where they've got plenty of BYDs? Andre, lots of BYD in Brazil? Lots of BYDs. I figured, yeah. So Andre is from Brazil. Lots of BYD in Brazil. I kind of Already knew that, but we got confirmation from the man. Yeah, I'd like to hear more about your experience with that, Mark. Tag me, by the way. Get it, Katina, man. Bro, love you right back. You know how it is around these places or around these parts. Shout out to the Katina man who's printing up a storm, baby, on fat. And let's go back and see what that one is doing. It's still halted, guys. 1925 and not the year. It's at 1925 currently halted to the downside. Yeah, Apple lost it everything, Carlos. That's why we took Apple short. 184, we took it down into 183.50. We'll take a 50 quick pennies. But it looks like a bad trade because it went all the way down into 183. So Apple is currently bleeding right now with the overall market. We're down below 18,000 again. We just, I believe, wicked off 17,907. So we got to 17.9. We were talking about that one not that long ago. The market has lost a substantial amount from the highs today, 18,357. That is the current high. Katina, man, we just lost 17,900. So the blood is in the streets back again for the Mag 7 in the overall market. So keep your eye out on the shorts. I really want to shout out Mitch. I don't know if he's watching, but he said it very well today. Today was going to be a tug of war between bulls and bears. The bulls think that this is the bottom. The bears think we're just getting started, and there's a tug of war back and forth between them. Adara, what is breaking now?
Well, Feds Goolsbee is still talking to Refrain. What he's having to say is pretty interesting here. So we know that one thing that President Trump has repeatedly said here, at least as part of the justification for these aggressive tariffs, is he wants production to go to the U.S. And he also has been really clear that he wants international investment in the U.S. Feds Goolsbee coming out here and saying that businesses are not going to invest in the U.S. very likely because it's not super clear what the rules of engagement are. So Feds Goolsbee raising some questions here about if we're actually going to get this U.S. investment that this administration really wants. That could, of course, also be a little bit bad for the market. We know that we had Oracle, Taiwan Semi, et cetera, bouncing when we had these announcements of their investment in the U.S. back in January, February, early March. So Feds Goolsbee saying that this business investment might not necessarily continue if rules are not made clear. Back to you.
See your friend I Show Speed?
Yeah, I like Speed, man.
He's in China.
Yeah, Chinese doing like kung fu and everything.
He is absolutely okay. You gotta,
yeah, we're gonna do that.
Yeah, do your thing, and then we'll talk about it.
Let's go to some Speed after unlocking the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy here, guys. Leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy, partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. The undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry. On the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostenergy.com for details. Scan that QR code right there.
Yeah, so I Show Speed is in China. We know he's in China. He's doing his little China tour. Yeah. And it's super interesting. So he's meeting all these people that are very famous in China, and he has no idea who the hell they are.
Yeah, no
right?
idea.
Like he's meeting like these billionaires that are like gods in China, and he's just like, oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, so he flew in my favorite thing, the eVTOL. Did you see this?
Did he fly?
He's like sitting there crying, and he's like, why do I do this? And what I do love about him is he refers to the chat in the same way we do. He's like, chat, I'm gonna die. I'm flying. Why do I do this, chat?
Dramatic. He's so dramatic. I love him.
He's like 23 years younger than me, but I think he's a really interesting guy, bro. I gotta tell you,
Did you ever see the time when he he just lit a bunch of firecrackers in his room? He's a loose cannon. He's just one of those kids. Yeah.
Isn't that Kai Cenat?
No,
that's Kai Cenat.
That was
right?
before Speed got really big. He lit a bunch of firecrackers in his room and just was just freaking out. He always destroys his computer.
No, I can totally see him doing that.
He does that. He's a funny kid.
Unreal.
Guys, Bear vs. Bulls keeps on asking me about the Playmaker poll, so if we can get that up, it's now 12:30, so we'll get that up for sure. Yesterday we forgot, we'll double document what we got going on that front, so we'll get the Playmaker poll just up. I know a lot of you guys in the chat have been asking, so we'll be sure to do that. He isn't genuine. I think ISO Speed is 10 times more genuine than Kai Cenat. I think that...
I don't know too much about Kai.
Yeah, I don't think Kai's funny at all. I think ISO Speed is just genuinely hilarious because he has no idea. Did you see the one part where he's in China and he's like, and they start going like, meow, meow, and he's like eating something and he starts freaking out. So like they're making fun of him pretending that he's eating cat, but he wasn't really.
Oh, wow.
And he's just freaking out. So yeah. I think he's hilarious. I don't like Kai necessarily, but anyways, guys. So what we were referring to earlier was potential bottoming signals, but it looks like it was just a really tight consolidation phase before we broke through those support levels and then moved another point lower here, guys. So it looks like the bears are in full control. I mentioned this before, and Amazon continuing to bleed. We were positive not too long ago. Now we're only up about 0.5% there. Sharif, up north of 3%, but now giving the majority of that back.
All right, we took another short on Apple, just wet the beak there into the low 40s. It's zigging and zagging at 50s, back into the low 40s it goes. Look, Apple's bleeding aggressively here. Let's just call a spade a spade. So we're going to look to take advantage of this intraday weakness. The futures continuing to head down too, but Apple seems to have a bit of support at 182.50. Not really sure why it's specifically holding up at this area, but I believe 181.46 is the prior day close. So we could see ourselves finding our way all the way down into that prior day low. So let's see exactly what we get. The spread's opening up a little bit here on Apple, which is a little unusual, not going to lie. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. What are you voting today, long or short?
I went short, brother.
You went short?
I did.
Okay, so short means we end up red on the day? Or
I don't
it's
know
just...
if it means that. I just voted.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
So we're taking some more profits here on the dead one, Apple. It's dropping down now, even more into the low 40s. Let's see if it can continue to bleed. 40 is technically the low of the day, so we'll take out some right there. As you know, the low of the day sometimes does invite some buying, some psychological support. So Apple continuing to head down. We've given back almost everything now on AAPL. Blood in the streets for Apple and Timmy C and his boys. He's going to have to find himself an exemption to these tariffs. Otherwise, we could see $3,500 iPhones, especially if you build them in Jersey. And if you believe what our friend Danny Ives has to say, he doesn't think that there is viability in building anything in the United States. Boom! More to the downside. The long term gets smacked, but intraday, at least we take something. It was a hard row ho finding any dubs here, Joseph, because these small cap gappers were not doing me justice on the day. No, I say that because I'm bitter. Obviously, they have no animosity towards me. Down goes Apple again. So we'll take a little bit more down there. Okay, finally, Apple headed to the downside. Everything headed to the downside. Joseph, you called it right. You said if Amazon lost that 178, 75.5 bottom, that we would lose it on the market. You were absolutely right about that. I have to echo your sentiment because Amazon seemed to be the weakest of the bunch in terms of Mag 7 World. So if it was going to lose a bid, well, then it would probably make sense the entire market does. What's going on over there, Katina? Man, you're just hitting it because of the $4 in the money on PL Dang TR. Shout out to him. Good look there, Katina, man. Shout out to you, my man. KC France. Tim Apple, get it right. Sorry, Casey, I do apologize.
Tim Apple.
My one concern in life is not offending you, so I hope you did not take offense to that. I do appreciate it. Thank you for putting up with me at this time. Yeah. What else we got in the chat? How did we end up here? 300% tariffs on USA cheese? Is that Canada?
Yeah, I think that's what we got on some of the dairy products.
But like, let's iron this kind of misconception out, Joseph. It's not blanket 300% right from the get-go.
It's after a certain amount.
Bang.
Yeah, it's after like.
All right, there you go. So now we're talking.
So good, we got to eat some of our own cheese too. I'm a big cheese guy. So I mean, after what Sharif is referring to is that after a certain amount of kilograms, that's when that 300%.
Exactly.
So it's not like oh boom right off the bat we're gonna.
Bro, you're talking to Americans. They're not gonna know what kilograms are.
They definitely know what kilograms are. No.
Bring on the hate.
Yeah,
bring on the hate.
Yeah,
I think Americans are, it's just the metric system's too advanced for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were living in England for a while, so did you ever use stones? Like, how much?
No, I love how, like, that when in boxing is like, he's 2 stones, 15
it's like,
pounds.
Yo, what? Like, how much is a stone? I
have no idea, bro. These are old.
How many lbs is 1 stone here? We got my trusty friend.
Sorry, guys.
How many?
I like this Casey phrase. We only use freedom units, the best units. That's a fantastic
14,
response.
What a weird metric, 14 pounds.
It's bizarre. I mean, it's probably historical, no? Like,
it has to be.
I love you and your co-pilot, bro. It's so joke.
Yeah, bro. Right. I don't know why you hate it.
I hate co-pilot.
Why?
Bro.
It's good, man. It's right there. You have to open up your app, do everything. I can just hit right beside my browser, hit the old co-pilot. Maybe we'll do a little competition, Shreve, to see who's slightly more accurate, Gupt or co-pilot. Okay. So this is what I wanted to get into here, guys, and I think this is what we're starting to see some true characteristics of
burrito chips.
Who counts in burrito chips? Anyways, all right, the Piper, or who said that? Katie Damster. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking here, guys, and we're starting to see some true characteristics of a bear market. So we're not seeing any definitive bottoming signals, and when we are, they're just getting completely wiped out. So what I was looking at was I'm looking to place a trade here on Robinhood. I want to use some contracts. I want to leverage my capital, and I want to try to grab as many as I possibly can and feel slightly uncomfortable with. But now what you see here, guys, is, okay, we opened up above this range, we filled this gap, but then we just sell off immediately. I would look for more of a continuation in the trend. So we had a high of around 37. We're now trading around 35 and change. But what I would want is I want this to hold slightly better. Am I speaking prematurely? Possibly, but this is what I'm being able to see. So we got a nice rally here in Hood, but then we give all of that back and then some, all right? So you can see it was about a 20, roughly I think it was about 20%. Okay, 40% from the bottom to here, but then now we just give the majority of that back, putting Robinhood down south of 52% from the peak to the lows here. That is not good signs. That is not saying, hey, Joseph, we're ready to bounce. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. We have an engulfing candle here and we have an indecision print, but there is no continuation within these moves when you see them on different prints. So let's go back to where we're more bullish and see if we can identify anything along those lines here in Robinhood. And I'm not seeing anything that stands out, but we have multiple bottoming signals here, flat. We have the inability to crack any lower. Then we start the rally to the top side. A nice big volume signature right here, and then we break it to the top side and we continue that movement. We're not getting that right now, all right? So here's another good signal. We move lower. You can see that the primary trend's still fully intact. We get a multiple gap down scenario, heightened volume, then we break through these pivot highs and continue to the north side. We're not getting that. That's going to give me some characteristics of a bear market.
All right, I flipped long on Apple because it looks like it's rejecting off the 10 exponential. So we had gotten a little bit extended away from the 10 exponential moving average. At least that's kind of been my read on Apple. It's been rejecting the 10 EMA since around 11:35. It's now 12:30, so the better part of an hour. Sure, there are wicks that breach that 10 exponential moving average, which will always, guys, be the green, solid line on my charts. So I got long I'll just show you the trade. I got long on the break of 183 and I went the beak all the way up into 183.50. The idea here was never to hold it. The idea was for a 10 exponential on the 5 retracement. That's exactly what we almost got. The 10 exponential is at 183.70. We got all the way up into 183.54. So I took the profits and I ran, but look at the vigor with which it's dropping. It just made a new low. Something's going on, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I think something just happened right now because the way that the market is moving is absolutely nuts. The Fuchs dropped, Apple dropped. He's probably dropping hot lines himself. We all know who I'm talking about right now. This is very, very aggressive movement on a name that doesn't typically move aggressively like this or hasn't for the last few years. So this has been great. I mean, if you're looking for volatility in a name that was I used to call it the dead one, and I didn't just say that for the sake of saying it. It was usually flat all the time. It was Tesla and Nvidia that would be doing the big moves. Now Apple zigging to the top side, zigging down to the downside. So you're getting a lot of volatility in these names. Look at the way the tape is moving, man. We're done already 45 1/3 million shares on the day, and we've got another 3.5 hours of trading. So good luck right now. Low of day 181.96, essentially a 182 low of day. We're going to go to Adara in a second. She's got news for us, but this has been a very aggressive day, both to the upside and the downside on these markets. Adara, do we have an explanation for this?
We have something, and this is something I want to look more into, but I saw this on X. I think it's worth letting you guys know that this is happening. There is a journalist here by the name of Edward Lawrence. He posted on X 1 minute ago that he's saying the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time because China did not remove their retaliatory tariffs. Now, I want to do more a look into this to see if I can find any comment from Caroline Leavitt herself. She will be leading this press conference at 1 p.m., so hopefully we'll get some answers there. I will continue to search into this on my own, but it is worth noting here, journalist Edward Lawrence posting on X that apparently White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has said there are additional 104% tariffs that went into effect at noon due to China's inability to remove their retaliatory tariff on the U.S. I am looking into this right now, but I want to let you guys know what this headline is that is floating around right now.
We're going to do 600%.
Yeah. Remember that video that he did? He's like, all right, we can have two guys and say, hey guys, listen, we're gonna tax you guys 25%, or we can have somebody come in and be like, hey, listen guys, we're gonna tax you guys a bunch of bad words in between there, but we're gonna tax you 25%. And it's like, all right, it's all about he's like, yeah, it's all about delivering the message and who sends it.
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
It's all about there you go. Keep riding it. You're riding the bull now, eh, Katina man? You went from the bear. These guys. Long TQs, I like that one. Let's see if that comes into play.
Attaboy, Katina man.
See
that new commercial where they like don't half-ass? No. Oh, you watch CNBC a lot, right?
Yeah, but I don't. It's not like on TV. It's just YouTube.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay,
So
yeah.
I don't have. I just
so
don't think
funny. There's like half a donkey walking around the streets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like literally half, and then he's like, "Don't half-ass."
So
And I just saw the burro there.
The old college try.
The old, yeah, exactly.
So here, this is what Katina Man.
We're
this
bleeding.
is what Katina Man's going long off here, guys. You can see that we have a bunch of indecision, a nice volume signature right here, but some bottoming signal possibly, and then he's going to take the long up there. So that's potentially a good look there for Katina Man. Tesla continuing to bleed here, Sharif. Google heading towards those lows and staying around there. Palantir continuing to bleed, and Amazon looking like it wants to put in a new low a day here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Blood in the streets, Joseph. There's just no question about that. We're taking profits again here on Apple. We're taking Apple short. Again, we'll see if this one wants to continue to drop. It's zigging and zagging right now. Aggressive movements here. Where are we on the future? 17,812. So we haven't quite made it down into that 17,800 area. The reason I say that is because, well, you know, I like to look at these areas at 100-point levels at a time. So that's kind of my thinking there on Apple or on the future. Boom to the downside again on Apple. Can we get a 50 print? We're gonna wait in the low 50s. We'll see if we can get something around there. Sadly, I didn't get my ad when it popped up. Boom again. I wanted that 182 and change, and I didn't get it. I tried to add when it spiked up on the dead one Apple. Well, it's certainly not dead today. Let's see if it loses 50 pennies. I could take out a little bit here. That's exactly what we'll do. We'll wet the beak a little bit there in the 50 penny area. I'm still going to keep my my ad above that 182. So if it wants to spike into 182, we'll get that. The blood in the streets. Guys, we're almost $10 off the highs. It is a 190.34 HOD on Apple. Apple is now negative, Katina man. That just technically went negative 181.40. Blood right now, guys. We're still not at 17.8, but it feels like we could get there awfully soon. Adara LePage, what is up?
Hello, DJ Khaled. So basically, I just want to give a recap for this move down in the market that we just had. Apple really pushing to the downside, likely because this story does involve China and tariffs. So in case you missed it, there is this reporter on X, his name is Edward Lawrence, and he does work with Fox Business. He had posted that apparently White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told him that a 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time. The reason for these tariffs is because China did not remove its retaliatory tariff. Apparently, even though it went into effect at noon Eastern time, it's not going to start being collected until tomorrow. So that's something to be aware of here with regards to this market and this push to the downside. Again, I have not seen any confirmation here from Caroline Leavitt herself or the White House as of yet. They do have a White House rapid response team on X. I've looked into that. So if I see anything contradicting this story or confirming this story, I will let you know. But as of right now, Fox News reporter or Associated Fox Business reporter here saying that we do have 104% tariffs coming through for China. Back to you.
There you go. Some more tariff talk there, guys. Let me know in the what was I going to say? I mean, it's really tough to determine, and some people in the chat had some good points. And in hindsight is 2020, right? Could he have gone a better way of negotiating these tariffs, being like, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. Come this time, you have X amount of days. Unless you start to negotiate, then we're going to slap you with those tariffs. No, it's just bang, automatic. There you go, tariff for you, and tariff for everybody. There's definitely better ways, but the market is not digesting it very well whatsoever. And what Sharif was saying earlier is that if you want to make iPhones in America, it's going to cost you around $3,000 to $3,500, and I personally would not be buying an iPhone for that amount of price. And then someone else was referring to some option stuff. Yeah, like that's the danger, right? So you got to be prepared for large gap ups and gap downs, and there's nothing you can really do, especially have a lot of size on with contracts. You got to wait until that open. I mean, if you're buying some contracts and you want to lock in a price, that means you have to sell shares in the pre-market, and some people just don't have that type of capital. So you're at the market's mercy in the pre-market and the post-market with options. So just be aware of that stuff there, guys. Yeah, he did warn a lot of people. Is there better ways to go about it? Absolutely, but I just mentioned that hindsight is 2020. So the way that we see the market. So that's it. Yeah, exactly. So normal special, I get some tariffs as well too. So I mean, guys, this is what I'm referring to. All of those potential turnaround signals are just getting blown through. So you can see what we got going on with the TQs here as well. So around 43, you see some bottoming signals here, but then we just blow past that and head another 50 cents lower. So I think this is 3x. Is that going to put us around flat here on the Qs? I think so. And yeah, okay, so we're still up about 1%. We were up like 3% earlier in the day, Sharif, but giving back a nice 2%. And I do believe that we continue and head towards these lows just from a daily perspective as well too here, guys, right? Like you can see that any form of pop is just getting faded here. So breaking news with Adara. As soon as we get that word, we're going to send it off to her. So Adara, what are you up to?
They're currently setting up the White House press briefing right now with Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. She's about to hit the podium. The stream is live right now, though. It's just an empty podium. So I will definitely be watching that. Again, we saw Edward Lawrence, who is the Fox News White House correspondent reporter here, saying that Caroline Leavitt has said that the 104% tariffs went into effect here at noon Eastern. They will start, I guess, collecting these tariffs at midnight. But yeah, we're just waiting here for her to take the podium. Hopefully we'll get some clarification in this story because it has not yet been confirmed. And she is about to take the microphone now. I will keep you guys posted of any updates I see. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't know, Pimpy Longstocking, I don't know what you're saying, or JCB Sports, please be open and honest. I don't know what I haven't been honest about. And I've been fully open about some of the losses and everything I've endured. So yeah, just please a little more care. You can call Donald Trump. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, listen, everybody's opinionated and I'm not going to give mine, right? Because it'd get everybody going, but it is what it is, right? And we got to play the price action. We can sit here, we can whine, we can moan about everything, but we got to figure out how to navigate this price action and this market, especially if we're here trading day by day, right, Sharif? So that's what our job is going to be. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, just trying to navigate this volatile market. Expect it when he comes out, he's going to say something. The market can either rip or tank, and it is what it is. Just try to be on the right side of the price action.
Yes, sir. We're still short Apple over here, taking scalps. I took all the way down until 179.50. Where do we have? We have 18, so 180s on the dot over here after the ad. So let's see if we can get a little bit more. Boom! Again, down into the 60s. Oh my God, look at this, dude. This is absolutely flushing down. There we go into the third of a dollar. We're going to take more out here as well. Get it, Apple. Oh, we're out of shares. That sucks. That's okay. Good trade there. 180 defend. The blood is flowing right now to the downside on Apple. This thing was up 4.5% or something like that. It is now down 1%. Adara brought us the news. Why? Very, very China related, obviously, is Apple, despite the fact that they came out with a headline this morning, reports the Wall Street Journal, that they are trying to shift the majority, well, not the majority, but a large part of their production, iPhone production, that is, to India, and, to help them save a little bit on the tariffs. 54% previous, before Donald Trump added another 54% tariffs on exports coming out of China, whereas I think India was 20 some odd percent. So a big difference there. Didn't matter to the markets. We're selling off aggressively. We're down below 180 again. We just touched, I believe, 179.07. That is the low of day. This could get worse, guys. So we're going to continue to short Apple. It is the one that's making a very directional move to the downside. We are over now $10, $11 from top to bottom on $179 name, Joseph. So lots of blood in the streets. We'll continue to trade this one in whatever direction it so inclines us to trade it. So right now, I'm still looking short. I want to see if 180 ends up being any sort of important level over here, but the future's losing it as well, baby. Again, 18,357 high a day on the NQ June contract, and now the low of the day is 17,644. So almost we're closing in on about 1,000 points there. Lots of weakness right now in the market with Apple now and Tesla, the only two Mag 7 names in Redsville. Nvidia was up over, I think, 7%, 8%, something like that. Guys, we are now down to 2%, so you're seeing widespread erasing of the gains that we had this morning on the Mag 7 and in the overall market. Let's have a quick look to see if there's anything going on over here in small cap gapper world, because I feel a little out of my element, not going to lie, trading these large caps, and there's nothing that pleases me right now. Absolutely nothing on the small cap gapper side of the equation. FMTO looks good, but it's just an insane halter. It's above the 10 exponential moving average, halted at 374. I don't want to be caught in another halt. I already got caught in that halt on fat N. So yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look there for the small caps today. Pretty Panda, Sharif, Joe. Okay, guys, been jackhammering in the basement in my 100-year-old renovation project for a few days now. Daylight is nice, I must say. Anything happen in the markets? Oh, you're obviously joking. Obviously, you put ha ha ha. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening, Pretty Panda, and I know you're a small cap gapper trader as well. Shout out to you, my man. It has been a tough little while for the long-term accounts. It feels like a really long time.
It does.
It feels like a really long time that we've been doing this, but yeah, it's the situation.
It's been a bear market for 3 days now, so
yeah,
it feels like a lifetime. I mean, a whole year.
Patrick Riley, you're killing me, bro. Take it easy there, Patrick, with you innuendos. It's funny, but yeah, take it easy.
Smith, I don't even know what that means.
All right, I love this. Big Earn 29. Big Earn, okay. I would love having a beer with you guys and hear your unfiltered opinion on the current affairs. I think we give our unfiltered opinion. Obviously, we have to, be a little bit.
Oh, the beers would remove the filter for sure.
Yeah, I have, for the exception of the drink on New Year's Eve, I haven't touched alcohol in all of 25. Okay. Yeah. It's just, it's not. I have no inclination. I want to drink. I got to tell you the truth. What's going on over there? Oh, yeah, I appreciate you, Neil.
That's good stuff.
I appreciate you, Neil.
But that's why you have like a 2.5% body fat, I guess.
That's not accurate, but thank you for saying that.
It's more like yeah, I mean, it's down there, man. So good work.
Do you have any unfiltered opinions that you want to express at the moment and elicit vitriol from the chat?
I'm going to keep it relatively filtered here. I could say a bunch of obscenities and everything.
You don't have to be obscene. Give them the goods, baby.
Yeah, I'm rattled myself, right? Like, come on, like the long term is getting absolutely like taken 100%. Behind the woodshed. Someone said, "Hey, I had 100% return, and it's now down to like 0.5%." I'm like, yeah, try having that like 4 times. It sucks. Like 100%. Google, Apple, Tesla. I got out of that one. Had like options like returns in Tesla. See you later. Gone. I'm like, okay. At that point, I don't even want anything to do with that. I'm just.
I remember you were mad at Elon.
Yeah,
you were legit mad at Elon.
I was mad at Elon. I said, dude, what do you do? Like, I obviously didn't say it to him, but I'm like, yo, what is going on? Are you here to run Tesla because you have all these promises, you've yet to deliver on all of them? Where's the Roadster? Where's the Model 2? Where's this cheaper thing? What's going on? You got your hand in too many different baskets.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, just focus back on Tesla. BYD is starting to take market share from you everywhere around the globe. Do you really, really care that much about Doge? I don't know.
And the brand destruction, that's the thing. Look, you don't have to disagree with Elon on his positions. But what you can disagree with him on is his choice to voice it and actions that he took. Why? Because it has an effect on the stock price. So even if you were to agree with him on policy issues, on social issues, and you genuinely think that he's in the right, I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying if you think he's in the right, that doesn't equate into the actions that it doesn't equal that he has to take those actions because, well, he's a public company CEO.
To quote Elon himself, who quoted something,
cooking, by the way.
Was, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
The David Faber interview. Never forget that.
He legit doesn't care.
Yeah.
And with that, I honestly don't want any part of that. But let's see what Adair's up to.
Boom.
Guys.
In addition to this Caroline Leavitt White House press secretary conference coming through at 1 p.m., we also have a auction I want to make you guys aware of. This is just the market here, a little bit of a bounce. I'm not seeing anything necessarily associated with that bounce news-wise, but at 1 p.m., in addition to this press conference, we will have a 3-year note auction. So be aware, note auction and press conference here with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt coming through in about 10 minutes. Back to you.
And speaking of Elon, Sharif, I'm long Elon right now, so let's see. Like, I'll like him a little bit more if we get this pop here. But some nice indecision prints on the 5-minute, guys. You can see that 5-minute candle. Now, Katina is on a heater today.
He is.
So be aware of that. It's the shirt. It's the shirt.
I like it.
Yeah, it's the shirt. So we got that one coming from Katina.
New shirt gang, baby.
Is it Lulu? Come on, you don't know it's Lulu. That's
Is that
crazy.
a Marissa purchase though? The truth, Katina, man. No, it's
pick
not.
that out?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's not true.
That's right.
That's not true. What a guy, bro.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right, we shorted Apple again, Joseph, and I'm just going to keep shorting. The reason I got short here, 181.40 is the closing print from yesterday. So wicked into 181.50, rejected 181.50. I tried to get 30s. It didn't have me. I ended up getting teens, and then we scalped all the way down into the 70s. I'm going to keep shorting Apple on the pops until it shows me it has the ability to either take the 10 exponential moving average on a closing basis, not a wick basis, or start putting in aggressively higher highs and higher lows. It did bounce off 180. So I was prepared to look long. I honestly was. It did have a bottoming tail candle through 180. Calm down, Joseph.
That is actually
I can't even concentrate right now.
No, that's honestly one of the funniest chats I've ever read. Classy Gorilla says she can't even, or they can't even afford a super chat. So
you're killing me, bro. What the hell's going on over here? All right, shout out to you guys. Steven or Stefan, I'm not sure. Sharif, I understand what you were saying about Elon's duty to the brand, but also consider that part of the brand is Elon's persona, and that the rocket guy and also the outspoken guy, I gotta agree with you, dude. I don't think that you're wrong on that. I think that his proponents like what he's doing. But, you know, there are those people that are agnostic, that are in it for the investment because they see all the technology that he's able to bring to the market and could really do without the public persona. But I think that his supporters obviously would champion. His detractors hate him anyway, right? So they don't care one way or another. They're gonna dislike him, period. I get your point completely, and I respect your opinion. I just think that, you know, he's a public company CEO, and, you know, there may be some different rules that come with that. Whether we like that or not, or whether that's fair, is a different story. But I don't know. I respect your opinion. I do definitely agree with parts of it. So thank you for chiming in there. Well put comment, by the way. Usually people just get angry and aggressive. Yours was thought out and quite coherent, so I do appreciate that. All right, guys, let's have a look at the small cap gappers and see if there's anything moving. Okay, so FMTO is now at VWAP. In addition to it being at VWAP, it's at the $3 level. This one's halted to no end. So let's go ahead and have a look over here at FMTO to see if there is a trade to be had. I don't even have it up on a trading screen. Allow me a minute. FMTO on the NASDAQ. There it is, halted currently at, as I mentioned, 303. The tap, not very positive here, 265. So well below that 303 halt. Christopher, my man, is from Canada. 279 Canadian. This is for Casey Gorilla. Rest in peace. Our high of days, our hodls. Our hold on for dear life, excuse me. Thank you for that, Christopher. And shout out, I'm pretty sure Classy Gorilla will appreciate that. Eddie R, let's not fool ourselves. His supporters, half of them don't even drive a Tesla. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I really don't know. But if you're talking about his newer supporters that are more right-leaning, maybe you have that. I think I would have to agree with you because they're not really EV prone. So I do respect your opinion, my man Eddie Eduardo. AREB is moving, says Mean, Gene, Oakland. Anybody who watched wrestling in the 80s or 90s knows exactly what I'm talking about. So let's have a look at AREB. Or if you're more inclined to watch older wrestling, which I'm really not. Yeah, it's a good look, but I have a rule with these small cap gapper-like names that they got to be trading above the volume weighted average price. We're about $1.50 from that. VWAP's at 11. This thing's trading at around 9.5. Thank you for showing me that, but definitely well off the bottoms there. $2 off the bottom, mind you. So good look. Mishem, Sharif, are you still short Apple? Position board does it happen? No, brother. I'm scalping. So I'll go back and I'll just show you exactly what I've been doing here on the dead one Apple. Every time it pops up, I'm getting short. So we'll zoom in so you can kind of see this a little bit better. Let me flip to the one. Maybe you can see it a little bit better on the one. There we go. So I'll get short there, and then we'll kind of scalp, get short there, we'll scalp. It's just, you know, short to pops kind of situation. And I'll keep doing that until Apple shows me a decided trend change. Look at this. If this is not a bear flag, then I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Look at this. Multiple bear flags to the downside. Down, pops up, dead cat bounce, drops again. Drops, pops up, drops again. So this has been a consistent pattern today on Apple, and one that we've seen many times with stocks that are selling off aggressively. So keep an eye out on that. To New York Sense, Trump has never been EV pro or green pro. I think we all forget that, and so all this going on shouldn't be a surprise, right? I don't think we ever said that he was pro EVs, brother, and you know I don't think many people thought that. Canceling of the EV tax credit. He disparaged EVs during his campaign. He said they're okay, but you know they don't make sense for everybody, especially people with range anxiety. So he's kind of tried to walk the fine line. Obviously, with his association with Elon Musk, he couldn't be crapping all over EVs during the campaign trail, but he did take a position against them. I remember that specifically. He said he would get rid of the EV tax credit. He did. So I see your point, but I don't think that people were thinking he was pro EV. I personally never thought that. Did you think that?
No, I never.
No, I mean I don't think that either. I never for once thought that. I figured on the other side of the coin, he was pro-American manufacturing.
Exactly.
Now, if that
That's
meant building up EVs in the States,
Doesn't matter
well, then
what it
he'd
is.
probably be all about that life, right?
agree
So,
with you.
yeah, that's a look right there. What do you got?
Yeah, so I'm in some Tesla right now, guys. We have some bottoming signals, but it's not looking too good as the market wants to take another leg down. So one thing that we have to note, I added to this position as well. So if we crack through 746, then I have to get out of this trade, so I'll give it a little bit of room. But from a 5-minute standpoint, it's looking like it might just be a breath here, guys. So you see that waterfall type price action as we break through some of these support levels, and then essentially for about a half an hour, we don't even put in a green candle. We take a little bit of a breather right here. That's just a consolidation candle. Then you take that additional leg lower, and it's kind of looking to be the same here in this attempt. Trying to grab these bottoms isn't probably going to work too well today. So we'll wait. We'll give it a little bit of room because I don't want to be out right at the crack of this, just in case we do decide to turn around. But with the likes of Google, Palantir, the Qs, the SPY, iBit heading lower, a lot of these names heading significantly lower here, Sharif. It doesn't look like we're going to get a bounce here in Tesla. If there's anything you guys want me to go over from an option standpoint, I'll do that right now. Let's see what we got going on. I mentioned that those high levels of OI on the SPY at... where's our at the money now? Jeez. Oh, wow. Okay, that's not very good. So let's see. Wow, 75,000 at 510. We're now south of that, Sharif. So that is not good. So 510 didn't hold up from an open interest standpoint at 510, and then we had 515, which we were trading around 524 earlier today. So we're down 16 points. It's crazy.
Ridiculous, bro.
You don't see that every day in the SPY. So guys, go ahead and look at your average true range and see how the heightened. And then Scott Tomlinson also in the chat said, hey, the calls on the VIX are extremely high. I was thinking about buying puts, but now with the volatility kind of peaking or staying where it's at, it's like, oh, maybe you might be right. But I don't know if I'd be buying calls all the way up here. That's just my opinion. But let's see if we have any form of a base on this week's expiration cycle here in Tesla. And how are we going to identify that? That's going to be via open interest. It's not 100% accurate. Nothing in this game is, but the most levels of OI we have at 220 at the end of the week. So April 11th, this expiration cycle, that might be in the works here. That's only about 12 points away. That's totally doable. That will also put us south of the this bounce that we had yesterday on Tesla. So not very good look. And not too much going on the call side either. 260, 21,000 open contracts. That's a ways away. What's Adair up to, guys?
I'm seeing on X here. Apparently, a U.S. official has confirmed that the U.S. is moving forward with 104% tariffs on China. They will start collecting them at 12:01 a.m. Eastern on April 9th. So basically, when the day switches to April 9th, U.S. will start collecting 104% tariffs on China. That has been confirmed by U.S. officials. I'm seeing on X, so it does not specify which official, and I'm not seeing which outlet is reporting this. Be aware, right now we have the 3-year auction, and Caroline Levitt is set to take the podium. I am waiting for her arrival here. I've got this in my ear, so I will definitely let you guys know if anything is said. I suspect questions will likely be about these tariffs. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Shorted Apple again, 179.50. We took profits into 178.80s. So it keeps on dropping, and the pops, I just get more short. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. It continues to bleed. Apple now down 1.25%. And I want to mention something here that Scott Bessent went on, I believe, CNBC yesterday. Oh, this morning, excuse me. And his opinion was that the relationship between the exports by each respective country is entirely asymmetrical. They say that the United States exports far less to China than China exports to the United States. So by slapping these reciprocal tariffs, China that is, on United States exports to China, and then obviously eliciting the vitriol of Donald Trump in response to another 50%, they stand to lose a lot more. So it's it's interesting here to see how this all ramps up, because I don't think that U.S. companies will lose as much from the Chinese export, the Chinese tariffs on U.S. imports, than Chinese companies will lose on their exports into the United States. Fundamentally different here. And I had the number here on my morning prep. I did run out of it. There we go. So in 2024, the U.S. ran a $30 billion trade deficit with China, which has been around like that for like the past, I would say, 20 years. Because I remember it was about $250 billion in 2005 when I was writing my dissertation. And that was a long time ago. I'm just trying to find you exactly the right. Yeah, here it is. U.S. exports to China, if I can show the screen, are just 1/5 of what China sends to the U.S., reducing the U.S. exposure to retaliation. So you kind of feel that the retaliation by China here is more one of principle and standing up for oneself rather than a sound economic strategy. I mean, that's just kind of how I read this whole thing, right? I mean, who stands to lose more from the tariff war? China or the United States? I mean, well, it's the one who exports more. And we know that's got to be China. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. I'd love to hear some of your thoughts in the chat. Danker says, exactly, China is holding the inventory bag. Dale Pellerin says, yeah, but look at the service trade deficit. Explain, my man. I mean, you're just giving me a one-liner there. I'd need a little bit more. Let's see what else people are saying. True, but not many nations can afford U.S. products. Yeah, but that doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It's about how Chinese companies get hurt. It's not about the fact that U.S., because their cost of manufacturing and their input costs are higher, that's existent anyway, right? So yeah, let me know what you guys think there in the chat. I'd love to hear some opinions. Eddie R, yes, but U.S. companies will have to import materials. Now we're talking, Eddie. Now you're speaking my language. Yes, but U.S. companies will have to import materials to manufacture. U.S. will lose more. And we've already seen China put some of these American companies on the what they call the unreliable list. There's also been an export ban on some raw materials. I'm assuming a lot of that will have to do with manufacturing raw materials. The question to you though, Eddie, is are there other sources for those materials, right? Like for example, can you get them from Canada? Can you get it from Latin America, anywhere else? That's what I'm just highlighting there. JCB Sports Cards. None of it sound, to be honest. I'm not really sure what you mean there. So explain. Who's this? Ivan. Assumptions of China get hurt. Assumption of China get hurt more. It's moving up too quickly. Because they export more and import more is export less is very wrong on my opinion. 14% tariff on China means price hikes on everything from China in U.S. Well, of course, I mean that I get that, but the companies that are making the money that are being spent by the American consumer, don't they get hurt if the tariffs increase and then all of a sudden other products that have less tariffs or are locally manufactured seem a lot more viable because the price difference is not as big? So let me know what you think about that. He goes on to say, this Ivan guy, because of the same deficit reason, U.S. consumer more likely to get hit much higher than the Chinese consumer. Okay, fair with respect to the consumer, but you're still not addressing the issue of the companies. These companies that rely heavily on U.S. exports or imports from the American perspective, what do? How are they employing people? What happens to their sales? Do they find newer markets? Do they have to lay people off? Or we already know that they had a bit of an unemployment issue, especially youth unemployment in China. So yeah, it becomes a very, very complicated issue. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that as well. Escape Planet, it's always the people that get hurt. Isn't that funny how that always works like that? Hypercube, World War II started partly because of weaponized trade. Kinetic action becomes the only means for a nation to achieve economic growth. This is why we have international norms. Well said. I think a lot of people do agree with you on that, my friend. I've been taking up a little bit of time over here. You got anything?
No, that's honestly, I was just gonna point in to the point. I was gonna get to the point where, okay, so everybody knows that the American consumer as a business is what you essentially want to tap into. The largest economy on the planet. But at what point do we get to a point in this tariff war when it's like, all right, never mind that. We're just going to start making deals with other countries that aren't going to tariff us this. And then, okay, yeah, we may not be in the largest economy, but we can tap into this economy here, the EU. We can start going into emerging markets like Brazil, India, etc., and just be like, hey, you guys do what you want. We're done any form of business with you guys. We don't want to do it anymore. And we're going to find our revenue from other places and export.
Wow, bro. Wow, this is a print storm over here, man.
Apple,
Short Apple again, guys. This is like the gift that freaking keeps on giving. I want to read something here that somebody wrote. Are we going to Adira? Okay, go ahead.
So to let you guys know, we still have not seen Caroline Leavitt appear yet. During this White House press conference, I am watching two different feeds. One of them is live, the other one is not, and the one that's not live is actually the official White House feed. So once she walks into the podium, I will let you guys know right away. We also did get that 3-year Treasury auction coming in a little bit higher, or it's lower here than the previous print. And as I mentioned earlier, it has been confirmed by an unnamed White House official that apparently there are these 104% tariffs on China going into effect starting tomorrow. Looks like this press conference is starting right now, so I will let you guys know if anything is said of note here, including any potential comments on that 104% tariff. Back to you.
A very, very interesting comment here by an individual by the name of Martin Starry. Sorry for butchering your name. Here's the deal. There's a lot of aggression right now in the U.S. administration about the kind of manipulation that China has with their currency. So the yuan is not left to float freely against the U.S. dollar. And actually, I think it has actually two different prices, an international price and an interior price. So if I'm just trying to look for my notes over here on this, where is it? Focus on non-tariff barriers, the VAT, more insidious. Yeah, I had notes on this. I just can't find it at the moment. But that is a really good point by you, because I'm trying to find where to go. I don't know where it is. I'll have to look for it later. I made it in my notes this morning. But essentially, they can devalue their currency. And by devaluing their currency, they make their export look more favorable, because you're buying with your currency and they're devaluing theirs, so you can buy more of their stuff. So even if there are tariffs, they can lower the price of theirs by devaluing their currency. And they do that, obviously, through the People's Bank of China. And they've been doing that for years. Yeah, this is really bad. Apple is absolutely tanking, guys. We got short again at 179. We covered into 178 in the third. We're done the trade. We'll get back in on the pops. I'm just going to short the pops. So something into possibly 179.50, 179. I short again. It's at 177.50 right now, Joseph. And there is a lot